and attack in the Konar province. So if we tactically see, the Konar province is adjoining POK, that is Pakistan occupied Kashmir, and with the unrest which has been taking place in Gilgit-Baltistan, so it is imperative that there can be some connection between the freedom fighters in Gilgit-Baltistan and the Taliban fighters. So it is a matter of great concern that if this conflict increases, it is going to cause a lot of ramifications, a lot of geopolitical issues. And one of the main issues that the Taliban has been facing is most of their posts are made up of shelters. So these shelters are basically fiber reinforced plastic and metal sheets. So most of them have been destroyed by the Pakistan forces, and whereas the Pakistan posts are concerned, they are fortified, they are cemented, but they are isolated. That is the advantage that the Taliban is taking and doing the infiltration surrounding these posts. And since last 3 days, they have inflicted a lot of casualties and have destroyed a large part of these posts, which are now rendered unserviceable and cannot be guarded or occupied by the Pakistan forces. So this is the situation which is unfolding in the northwest border of the Taliban and the Pakistan forces, which has been taking place. Yes, the Taliban is on the back foot at few locations, at Helmand and few more provinces, where Pakistanis are using night vision thermal enabled drones for attacking Taliban, who are trying to tactically place their positions to counter and to surround the hostile Pakistan forces. And as far as the hepta incursions are concerned, they are regular and they increase with the frequency after 8 in the evening. So it is imperative that
Islamabad lahar څه وړاندې په نوې ډیلي کې د افغانستان سفارت کې تاسو ټولو ته ښه راغلاست وایم او خوشحاله یم چې یو بیا سره وینو.
Before everything else, I would like to welcome all of you to the Embassy of Afghanistan, and I'm very glad to meet all of you.
او غواړم چې هندوستان ته د خپل سفر په اړه د تاسو سره معلومات شریک کړم.
And I would like to share information with you about my visit to India.
د جمعې په ورځ مو د هند بهرنیو چارو وزیر سره وکتل، په مختلفو سیاسي، اقتصادي، سوداګریزو، امنیتي او داسې نورو موضوعاتو مو خبرې وکړې.
On Friday, I met with the Minister of External Affairs of India and talked about trade, economy, and a range of other issues.
د هند خارجه وزیر په ناسته کې اعلان وکړو چې په کابل کې خپل تخنیکی ماموریت کچه سفارت ته لوړوي او په نوې ډیلي کې به د افغانستان اسلامي امارت ډیپلوماتان مني.
During the meeting, the Minister of External Affairs of India announced upgrading of their presence in Kabul to embassy level and also accepting diplomats of Afghanistan in New Delhi.
او همدارنګه به نوې ډیلي ته د افغانستان اسلامي امارت ډیپلوماتان راځي سفارت ته.
And the diplomats of Afghanistan will arrive at New Delhi.
او په دغه ناسته کې د هند د بهرنیو چارو وزیر یادونه وکړه چې په افغانستان کې به پخوانۍ پروژې بیرته پیلوي، هغه څه تکمیل شوي دي د هغې حفظ و مراقبت ته آماده دي او هغه څه نیمګړي پاته دي هغه به هم تکمیلوي.
Also during the meeting, the Indian Foreign Minister said that they will restart development work in Afghanistan. The half-built or half-constructed projects will be completed, and those that are completed, their maintenance work will also begin.
همدا ډول د صحت په برخه کې د شپږو نویو پروژو د پیلولو اعلان هم وکړ.
And in the health sector, he also announced the launch of 6 projects.
او همدا ډول موافقه وشوه چې په کابل او دهلي ترمنځ به پروازونه زیاتېږي او د کابل امرتسر، کندهار امرتسر، کندهار دهلي، بمبئی کابل او بمبئی کندهار د کارګو پروازونه به پیلېږي.
He also announced an increase in flights between Kabul and Delhi, as well as air corridors Kabul Amritsar, Kandahar Amritsar, Kandahar Delhi, Mumbai Kabul, and Mumbai Kandahar.
او د افغانستان او هندوستان ترمنځ به د سوداګرۍ په برخه کې د مشترکو کمیټو په جوړولو باندې هم موافقه وشوه.
An agreement was also reached on creating a joint committee for trade.
او د هندوستان د بهرنیو چارو محترم وزیر ویل چې مریضانو، تجارانو، محصلینو ته به د ویزو په برخه کې اساني راوړي.
And the Indian Foreign Minister also showed readiness for facilitating visas for health, trade, and students, for education.
موږ په دې ناسته کې هندي لوري په افغانستان کې پانګونې ته راوباله، په ځانګړي ډول د معدن، صحت، کرنې، زراعت او سپورټ په برخو کې.
We also invited the Indian side to invest particularly in minerals, health, agriculture, and sports.
او موږ همداراز د چابهار بندر په اړه خبرې وکړې چې څنګه له دغه بندر څخه مؤثره استفاده وشي. د بندیزونو په اړه په مشترک ډول په کار کولو پریکړه وشوه چې د دې لارې کې سهولتونه رامنځته کړو.
We also discussed the Chabahar port and how to make more effective use of it, including how to work together in the sanctions that have been imposed on it and to create the needed facilities.
او د واګا بارډر په اړه زموږ غوښتنه دا وه چې خلاصه شي. دغه لاره د افغانستان او هند ترمنځ ډېره نږدې او قدیمي د سوداګرۍ لاره ده.
We similarly requested the reopening of the Wagah border. It is the closest and fastest trade route between India and Afghanistan.
موږ د خپلو بندیانو چې په اوس مهال په هند کې بندیان دي یا په ضمانتونو خوشي شوي دي، افغانستان ته د بیرته ستنولو غوښتنه وکړه چې په دې به هم کار کیږي چې هغوی په ضمانت خوشي شوي دي، د هغوی افغانستان ته د لېږلو لپاره به حل لارې پیدا کیږي.
We also raised the issue of Afghan detainees in India, some who remain detained and some who are living here on bail, and how to look into their returns to Afghanistan.
دارالعلوم دیوبند هم پرون سفر درلود. موږ له دارالعلوم دیوبند څخه لیدنه وکړه. هلته مو د دیوبند او شاوخوا نورو مدارسو له مشایخو، علماو او زده کوونکو سره وکتل.
We also visited Darul Uloom Deoband yesterday. We looked at the seminary. We met with the scholars, the ulama, and also the students.
دارالعلوم دیوبند کې مو له افغاني زده کوونکو سره وکتل او همدا ډول مو له دیوبند سره په راتلونکي کې د علمي تبادلې او تګ راتګ په اړه خبرې وشوې.
We also met with the Afghan students present in Deoband and discussed ways of restarting the academic exchanges between them.
تاسو پوهیږئ چې د هندوستان علما او د افغانستان علما ډېرې تاریخي اړیکې په خپل مابینځ کې لري. د دیوبند علما او د افغانستان د علماو تر مابینځ هم ډېرې ژورې او پخوانۍ اړیکې دي او له دې وروسته به هم راشه درشه زیاتوي.
As you are aware India and Afghanistan have historic ties between the ulama, the scholars, and these deep and long-standing ties will remain, and we hope to increase the exchanges between them.
همدارنګه د هند اتاق تجارت سره هم مجلس لرو چې په هغه کې به د افغانستان کې د پانګونې په فرصتونو بحث کیږي.
We also plan on meeting with the Indian Chamber of Commerce, where we will look into the opportunities present for investment in Afghanistan.
او همدا ډول په هند کې له میشتو افغان مهاجرینو او سوداګرو سره هم ناسته لرو ترڅو د هغوی په ستونزو او د مشکلاتو په حل کې بحثونه ولرو او ګډې هڅې وکړو.
We also plan on meeting with the Afghans residing in India, the business and also the migrant class, look at their issues and pathways of resolving them.
لتوجهنا مننه.
Thank you for your attention.
You received criticism on Friday for excluding women from your press events. Can you respond to the criticism that you received, and can you tell us what role, if any, the Ministry of External Affairs had in approving that regulation for excluding women in the event on Friday?
جمعې په ورځ یو نیوکه دا وه چې تاسو په خپل کنفرنس کې ترجمې کړې وې، آیا تاسو وضاحت ورکوئ چې آیا په دې کې د خارجي وزارت موجود؟
تېره ورځ چې دلته کوم خبري کانفرنس و د موږ تخنیکي ټیمونو محدودو خبریالانو سره رابطه کړې وه او هغوی یې راغوښتي وو، نو هماغه کسانو چې کله شرکت وکړو د نورو دپاره یې تصمیم نه و نیولی، د باندې داسې ښکاره سوه لکه ځینې خبرنګاران چې مناسبې وي. په حقیقت کې یو مشخص لیست لیږل سوی و، د هغه له مخې څو کسان راغلي وو، نوره په دې کې کومه خاص خبره او ستونزه نه وه.
With regards to the press conference, it was on short notice and short list of journalists that were invited. The participation list was presented and it was very specific. It was more a technical issue and no other problems in that regard.
د موږ ملګرو داسې فکر کړی و چې باید یوازې هغه کسان راسي چې هغوی دعوت سوي دي، نو ځکه هغه محدودیت راغلی و، نوره کومه خاصه پرېکړه نه وه سوې.
Our colleagues had decided to send invitation to a specific list of journalists and it was no other intentions other than that.
مهرباني.
Independent journalist. One question, you went and met with people in Deoband, you have close links there. Whether it's Deoband, whether it's Iran, whether it's Syria, whether it is Saudi, women and young girls are not stopped from getting education, not stopped from going to schools and colleges. Why are you doing this, sir, in Afghanistan? When will they be allowed to go back and get their right to education? And secondly, do you have any regrets over the brutal killing of internationally acclaimed photojournalist and my colleague Danish Siddiqui? अगर आप उर्दू में ऐसे बोल सकें प्लीज।
वही अक्सर ज़्यादा तस्वीर देवबंद खिलाड़ी अंदारंग ईरान और सऊदी और सूर्य हाल वाली सब मतलब खाली वाली मामले में तस्ता ना लगी ये खल बता दी और ज़ंदा से तस्वीर आया कहानी से.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that's the live press conference coming in of Afghan Foreign Minister Amir Khan Muttaqi, who faced a lot of backlash on Friday after not inviting women journalists inside his press conference. He's doing it over today again, and women journalists are also being reportedly allowed inside. We'll be closely tracking all the statements that he makes in that press conference. In the interim, here's a quick report that after 30 years of tourist trips, a famed pirate ship based on Christopher Columbus's vessel has sunk off the coast of Puerto Vallarta in Mexico. The iconic Marigalante, which is constructed entirely out of wood, sank rapidly on Friday after a system failure. And here's a detailed report on what exactly happened in Mexico.
A replica of Christopher Columbus's Santa Maria sank off the coast of Puerto Vallarta after 30 years of tourist trips. The ship, known as Marigalante, was built in 1987 and officially launched in 1992 to commemorate the 500th anniversary of Columbus's arrival in the Americas. According to the company, the entire crew was evacuated safely before the ship went down and no tourists were on board at the time. Constructed entirely of wood, it had become an icon of the port, ferrying tourists to give a glimpse of the pirate life at sea. The vessel was famous for its pirate show, which featured acrobatics, sword fights, and fireworks. The company that owned the iconic ship said that the incident occurred as the crew was attempting to return to port to carry out technical repairs. The system malfunction worsened and the ship began to slowly submerge into the waters that had been its home for more than 3 decades. Strong waves in the area intensified the emergency, complicating efforts and leading to the total sinking of the ship. In a statement, the ship company emotionally said that the Merigulante rests in the waters that were always her home, and she will forever remain alive in the memory and hearts of all who watched her sail. On the other hand, the company announced that the Merigulante's sister ship will arrive in the bay to continue its legacy of history. The new vessel is expected to be operational in the Banderas Bay within 3 months.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मम्मा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा आग और मसाला। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
Attorney General Bondi, why did you publicly claim to have the Epstein client list waiting for your review and then produce nothing relevant to that claim?
Senator Durbin, if you listen to my entire clip on that, I said I had not reviewed it yet, that it was sitting on my...
In February, you made a public claim that the Epstein client list was, quote, sitting on my desk right now for review, end of quote. You then produced already public information and no client list at a major media event hosted at the White House. Attorney General Bondi, why did you publicly claim to have the Epstein client list waiting for your review and then produce nothing relevant to that claim?
Senator Durbin, if you listen to my entire clip on that, I said I had not reviewed it yet, that it was sitting on my desk along with the JFK files, the Martin Luther King files, and I said I had not yet reviewed it. And if you see our memo on Epstein, you will see, our memo on Epstein clearly points out that there was no client list, our July 6th memo.
Going back to the Epstein files, according to another whistleblower who made a protected disclosure to my office, you pushed the FBI to review approximately 100,000 Epstein-related records on an arbitrarily short deadline in March, and the FBI was directed to flag any documents that mentioned President Trump. Nothing came of that review until July when DOJ and FBI released an unsigned memo stating, quote, there's no incriminating client list. Why was the July 7th memo unsigned?
The July 7th memo came from the FBI and the Department of Justice. Director Patel answered those questions very clear. And, you know, Senator Durbin, I find it very interesting that you refused repeated Republican requests to release the Epstein flight logs in 2023 and 2024. You fought that. Did you?
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Afghanistan Taliban government has accused Pakistan on Friday of conducting raids in their capital city of Kabul, where airstrikes were conducted on land, and now they have warned of severe consequences. As per reports, 11 Pakistani soldiers have already lost their lives and many more casualties have been reported. According to Pakistani security officials, 11 more have died on the clashes on just Friday, where the TTP, the Tehrik-e-Taliban Pakistan, has been in a retaliation spree, with the Afghan Taliban also now getting involved. Here's a detailed report and a package on what this entire situation on the Durand line at the moment is all about. Take a look.
The ferocious escalation of violence along the Afghanistan-Pakistan border was not a mere spontaneous flare-up. It was the immediate and brutal fulfillment of an explicit threat of revenge issued by Kabul in response to Islamabad's aggressive cross-border actions. The current conflict is rooted in a deadly cycle. Earlier, the Pakistani military announced that its forces had avenged the killing of 11 soldiers by ambushing and killing 30 militants, elements often accused of operating from Afghan soil in the Orakzai district. However, the subsequent alleged Pakistani airstrikes on the Afghan capital of Kabul and Paktika province were what broke the barrier of direct hostility. Immediately following the explosions in Kabul, which were widely attributed to the Pakistani military, the Afghan Defense Ministry issued an unambiguous public condemnation. The ministry condemned the action as an unprecedented, violent, and provocative act that violated Afghanistan's sovereignty and warned of serious repercussions. The threat was specific and unequivocal. This cowardly attack will not go unanswered, and if the situation escalates, the responsibility will be of the Pakistani military. This official warning was swiftly followed by a high alert decree from the highest levels of the Islamic Emirate. In a move signaling full military readiness, Taliban chief Mullah Akhundzada reportedly released a statement asking soldiers to be on guard 24/7 and ordering all province chiefs to patrol at night. This command served as the public mobilization order, preparing Afghan forces to execute the promised revenge. Within hours, the Taliban operationalized their threat. The Afghanistan's 201st Khalid bin Walid Army Corps launched full-scale retaliatory strikes on Pakistani outposts in Nangarhar and Kunar. The results of the swift offensive, which rapidly escalated to artillery exchanges across Kunar, Dangam, Burkot, and Paktia, delivered the threatened consequences. The Afghan Defense Ministry claims that Taliban Islamic Emirate forces captured several outposts from the Pakistan Army. In Khost's Zazi Maidan area, Afghan border guards cut the border fence wire and seized multiple Pakistani posts, capturing military weapons in the process. Reports confirm mass casualties on the Pakistani side, with initial tallies claiming at least 8 Pakistani soldiers were killed in the intense clashes. Afghan forces also reportedly destroyed 2 Pakistani outposts across the Durand line in Kunar and Helmand provinces. The ongoing border fighting is thus framed not merely as a security incident, but as a direct, promised act of revenge following a clear diplomatic warning.
सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला डिलीशियस हेल्दी एवरीडे
Attorney General Bondi, why did you publicly claim to have the Epstein client list waiting for your review and then produce nothing relevant to that claim?
Senator Durbin, if you listen to my entire clip on that, I said I had not reviewed it yet, that it was sitting on my...
In February, you made a public claim that the Epstein client list was, quote, sitting on my desk right now for review, end of quote. You then produced already public information and no client list at a major media event hosted at the White House. Attorney General Bondi, why did you publicly claim to have the Epstein client list waiting for your review and then produce nothing relevant to that claim?
Senator Durbin, if you listen to my entire clip on that, I said I had not reviewed it yet, that it was sitting on my desk along with the JFK files, the Martin Luther King files. And I said I had not yet reviewed it. And if you see our memo on Epstein, you will see, excuse me, our memo on Epstein clearly points out that there was no client list, our July 6th memo.
Going back to the Epstein files, according to another whistleblower who made a protected disclosure to my office, you pushed the FBI to review approximately 100,000 Epstein-related records on an arbitrarily short deadline in March, and the FBI was directed to flag any documents that mentioned President Trump. Nothing came of that review until July when DOJ and FBI released an unsigned memo stating, quote, there's no incriminating client list. Why was the July 7th memo unsigned?
The July 7th memo came from the FBI and the Department of Justice. Director Patel answered those questions very clear. And, you know, Senator Durbin, I find it very interesting that you refused repeated Republican requests to release the Epstein flight logs in 2023 and 2024. You fought that. Did you take money from Reid Hoffman, campaign donations, who was a huge Epstein friend? Why did you fight for years? Why did you fight to not disclose the flight logs, Senator Durbin?
I can tell you I did not refuse. One of the senators here wished to.
Viewers, coming up next week on Republic Media Network is one of India's biggest thought leadership conclave, the Our Bharat Rashtra Sarvopari Sammelan. Our theme this year is Atmanirbhar Shaktishali Bharat. Join us as we bring together voices from politics, culture, defense, spirituality and enterprise, all united by one vision. Next week on October 15th at Republic Headquarters from 9:30 a.m. onwards. Be there. It's time for the headlines now. Republic crew lands in Afghanistan, brings you detailed input as Pakistan-Afghanistan clashes intensify. Afghanistan government claims at least 58 Pakistani soldiers were killed, over 30 injured in clashes along the Durand line. Afghanistan issues stern warning to Pakistan, says will not leave any attack unanswered. Taliban minister says Pakistan harboring ISIS on its soil. Taliban government slams Pakistan's deep state for disturbance in Afghanistan. Viewers, we are live and breaking. 58 Pakistani soldiers have been killed in the border clashes with the Afghan forces along the Durand line, and the Taliban government has made it clear that attacks from Islamabad will not go unanswered. Republic's crew has landed in Afghanistan, and we bring you this detailed report from the ground. Take a look.
Jai Hind, ladies and gentlemen, and this is an undisclosed location somewhere near the Kunar province, and there is another province called Nangarhar. So these are making the bulge. So I am at somewhere near a province called Kunar, and as you can see, this is a area which is adjoining the Pakistan's Gilgit-Baltistan area, and a huge number of Taliban fighters have started their infiltration from the Konar province, and as you can see from my right, you can see a little entrant from there. So that is one of the locations where there has been a lot of activity and entering into the forested areas beyond this ridge into Gilgit-Baltistan. And one of the major reasons why this area has been selected by the Taliban to ramp up their operations is because of its mountainous features. There is also vegetation onto the other side of the ridge, which accommodates to getting cover. So basically what has happened is there is a bulge which is from Nangarhar and to the Konar province. So this bulge is actually giving the advantage to Taliban for attacking the Pakistani posts, and they are at a vantage point, so they have advantage for infiltration and spreading their resources and attack in the Konar province. So if we tactically see, the Konar province is adjoining POK, that is Pakistan occupied Kashmir, and with the unrest which has been taking place in Gilgit-Baltistan, so it is imperative that there can be some connection between the freedom fighters in Gilgit-Baltistan and the Taliban fighters. So it is a matter of great concern that if this conflict increases, it is going to cause a lot of ramifications, a lot of geopolitical issues. And one of the main issues that the Taliban has been facing is most of their posts are made up of shelters. So these shelters are basically fiber reinforced plastic and metal sheets. So most of them have been destroyed by the Pakistan forces, and whereas the Pakistan posts are concerned, they are fortified, they are cemented, but they are isolated. That is the advantage that the Taliban is taking and doing the infiltration surrounding these posts. And since last 3 days, they have inflicted a lot of casualties and have destroyed a large part of these posts, which are now rendered unserviceable and cannot be guarded or occupied by the Pakistan forces. So this is the situation which is unfolding in the northwest border of the Taliban and the Pakistan forces, which has been taking place. Yes, the Taliban is on the back foot at few locations, at Helmand and few more provinces, where Pakistanis are using night vision thermal enabled drones for attacking Taliban, who are trying to tactically place their positions to counter and to surround the hostile Pakistan forces. And as far as the Hepta incursions are concerned, they are regular and they increase with the frequency after 8 in the evening. So it is imperative that the attack Heptas and the drones that the Pakistan forces are using are enabled with night fighting capability and high caliber weapons. And at the moment, the Taliban has the firepower, but they do not have anti-aircraft weapon systems. So probably that is what is holding them back. But at night, they avoid moving right now at the moment. They prefer moving during day, because at night it is really becoming difficult for the Taliban to move in towards the Konar border and expand its operation into Pakistan occupied Kashmir. This is Major Samar signing off from an undisclosed location near Konar. Thank you.
Getting you some breaking news coming in as anger peaks over Durapur gang rape, horror by shaming the rape victim, the survivor. When asked about the Durapur rape case, Mamta says, ask the police about this as it is their domain, not mine. Mamta stooped lower and asked how did the victim manage to go out at 12:30 at night. Girls should not be allowed to come outside at night. They also have to protect themselves, especially as there is a forest area nearby. I'm just getting these updates coming in because already 3 people have been arrested in Durapur medical student gang rape case. The manhunt continues. However, CM Mamta Banerjee has made these statements where she has said that you can ask the police about this. It is police's domain, not mine. and has asked this question, which is quite shocking given the fact that this has happened in her state where she is the chief minister. Just once again telling you exactly what's happened, we see that Mamta asked the police about this, and Mamta stooped lower and asked how did the victim manage to go out at 12:30 at night. We have that statement coming in of the CM. Let's go and play it up.
She was studying in a private medical college. So all the private medical college, whose responsibility? How they came out in the night at 12:30. And it happens in the, so far I know, forest area. And 12:30, I do not know what happened. Investigation is on. I'm shocked to see the incident. But private medical colleges also is to take care for their students, and especially the girl child at night time. They should not be allowed to come out in the outside. They have to protect themselves also.
All right, let's go across. Kishore is joining us live from Republic Bangla newsroom. Kishore, you know, we have seen already and heard what Mamta Banerjee has said. The BJP has launched a scathing attack on Mamta Banerjee and has questioned the law and order in the state of West Bengal.
Well, exactly, and shocking remarks from a woman chief minister herself, where she's saying especially girls should not be allowed to go out at night for their security. This is what Mamta Banerjee, the woman chief minister of West Bengal, is saying in public in a press conference before she is heading for North Bengal, when the whole state is completely so angry. The people are so angry after the incident of Durapur, where a medical student was gang raped again allegedly, like Arjikor, though we have seen that several other rape cases are also happening, including Jalpaiguri. So Mamta Banerjee has said today that girl child, she's using the word, I think she's wanting to mean that the girl students should not go out at night. They should not be allowed to go out at night. That is what she's saying. And she's saying that it is not possible for the police to go and sit at every home, so everyone has to take care of their own security. She's saying that this is a private medical college, so she's implying that it is not her duty or the duty of the police department, she being the police minister as well, to protect the girls who are studying in a private college, private medical college. This is what she is implying. So people of West Bengal are angry at this remark. The women of West Bengal are bursting out in anger, and also we are getting so many reactions where people are saying, common people are saying that a woman chief minister using such insensible remarks and exposing the severe situation of law and order in West Bengal, especially for women, this is the proof in itself, where the chief minister has to stop, has to say that women should not be allowed to go out at night. This is a severe statement, insensible statement by the chief minister.
Right, Kishore, and I just want our viewers to once again hear what Mamta Banerjee had said a short while back.
Studying in a private medical college. So all the private medical college, whose responsibility? How they came out in the night at 12:30. And it happens in the, so far I know, forest area. And 12:30, I do not know what happened. Investigation is on. I'm shocked to see the incident. But private medical colleges also is to take care for their students, and especially the girl child at night time. They should not be allowed to come out in the outside. They have to protect themselves also.
All right, let's go back to Kishore, who is joining us live. Kishore, we heard that statement once more. The investigation is underway in this case, but also let's put our focus on the situation in West Bengal. We have seen many incidents which are very similar, where we see that the lives of women and girls in West Bengal are in danger. We've seen multiple rape and gang rape cases coming in. And the same question keeps getting asked again and again is why are these incidents coming out from West Bengal again and again?
So many incidents, in fact, nature of this incident is similar like RG Kaur. In the case of RG Kaur gang rape case, the woman was murdered, the medical student was murdered, but this person has been gang raped and she is with severe injuries. She is admitted in the hospital. Now this happened so close to that particular medical college that it can almost be said that it is very near to the campus. It's just a few hundred feet away from the campus. So it is a question of the security provided by the police as well. Is it not the responsibility of the state police to ensure that a medical college, where hundreds of students, thousands of students come from even outside the state, is secured by guarding it throughout the day and throughout the night? Is it not the responsibility of the police ministers to see this? This particular medical student who was raped, gang raped allegedly, she came from Odisha, Balasore. She came from Odisha to study, and now she is in the hospital in a very severe situation. She is being treated there, and she has been allegedly gang raped so close to her college, and the chief minister comes out and says that this is an incident in a private medical college, so she is not really
hold on, Kishile. Mr. Jagannath Sarkar, Bengal BJP MP is joining us on the phone line. Really want to go across and take a reaction. Mr. Sarkar, your reaction coming in. We heard what Mamata Banerjee has said, where she is saying that it was a private institute. What do I do? What do I do? This is a police's domain. That is exactly what she said about this gang rape case coming in from West Bengal.
देखिए, बंगाल को जो हाल बना दिया ममता ने वोट का लालच में, वो रेपिस्ट को सजा नहीं देते, जहां घटना घटते उनका सफाई देने के लिए रेपिस्ट के पक्ष में लेते, इसलिए पुलिस भी उनका पक्ष में जा रहा है कि ममता बनर्जी खुद पुलिस मंत्री भी है। इसलिए बंगाल का हाल ऐसा बनाने के बाद ये हर रोज ये बढ़ रहा है कि उनका पनिशमेंट नहीं हो रहा है। इस बारे में ममता जो सजेशन दिया वो मीडिया करके जो लड़की लोगों को रात में बाहर आना सही नहीं, प्रशासन खत्म करके ये रेपिस्ट को वोट लाने के लिए ऐसा बयान दे सकते किसी स्टेट का सीएम, ये सोचा नहीं को भी। ये जो गलत बात ममता ने बोल रहा है सिर्फ वोट के लालच में, वो सोच रहा है जो ऐसा काम कदम उठाएंगे बंद कर देंगे तो रेपिस्ट को वोट नहीं मिलेंगे, तो वो इसलिए कोई देश खिलाफ काम करते उनको भी कोई पनिशमेंट नहीं देते। सारी करप्शन को बारे में मदद ही दे रहा है। समाज को अधोपतित करके वोट लाना ही ममता का काम है, इसलिए ये बयान दे सकते ममता का पक्ष में ही संभव और किसी को संभव नहीं है।
All right, thank you, Mr. Jagannath Sarkar, Bengal BJP MP, joining us there, getting a reaction. We're getting some more reactions from the BJP. BJP spokesperson Shahzad Poonawala has also spoken on this matter. Let's go and play out his reaction.
Once again, Mamata Banerjee's comments, most misogynistic, patriarchal comments which do victim shaming, have come to the fore instead of standing in solidarity with the gang rape victim, which was a rerun of RG Kaur. She is now siding in a sense with the vote bank and with the accused or with the balatkaris by saying that the woman was wrong. Why the women or the girls are getting out in the night. In the RG Kaur case also similar such stupid arguments were made. We have seen that time and again, whether it is Sandesh Khali, the woman is blamed, the women who are from SC/ST community are blamed, and Shah Jahan is protected. In post-poll violence, the women are doubted, and the TMC Karyakartas who have done the rape or the molestation are protected. Now in the RG Kaur case or in this particular case, the victim is shamed again, victim is blamed again. But those who say ladki hu lad sakti hu, those who are outraging just yesterday about women's rights and women's issues, they are eloquently silent. Will they now outrage against Mamata's statement? No, they will not. Mamata Banerjee failed to protect the girl, and now she's blaming the victim, she's blaming the girl, and she has done this all the time. She has done this in Park Street rape case, she has done this in Nadia rape case. Once a 14-year-old girl was raped, she has said it is the love affair gone bad. This is the kind of mentality. It's an anti-woman mindset. It is a Mati, Manush, Mahila Virodhi mindset.
And viewers, Bengaluru South MP Tejasvi Surya inspected the land acquisition site in Lal Bagh in connection with the tunnel road project. Here's a quick report. Take a look.
BJP MP Tejasvi Surya inspected the land acquisition site in Lal Bagh in connection with the tunnel road project. Tejasvi said that the tunnel road project as proposed by the Karnataka government is a disaster for Bengaluru. Tejasvi further said that the expensive car-only project will not solve Bengaluru's traffic problems.
The tunnel road project as proposed by the state government is a disaster for Bengaluru. This expensive car-only project will not solve Bangalore's traffic problems, but it will cause new problems that will haunt generations of people of Bengaluru. Today, I had called the officials of the GBA to come and explain the 6 acres acquisition that they are doing in Lal Bagh. No officials has ever come and made any assessment, any survey or any consultation. I asked them if they have made a environment impact assessment, which is mandatory before a tunnel road project is made.
इंतकामी ऑपरेशन हुआ तो उन्होंने अपने अहदाफ को हासिल किया और जाहिर है कि हम ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा इसका ख्याल रखता है कि इस सिलसिले में आवाम को नुकसान न पहुंचे। अच्छा बहुत शुक्रिया बहुत शुक्रिया आपके आने से, चूंकि हमारा दूसरे प्रोग्राम में होता है इसलिए बहुत कम है। अच्छा इंशाल्लाह।
All right, viewers, that was the right live from the Afghanistan embassy, viewers, because we were waiting for some reactions to come in on the Pakistan-Afghanistan border clashes, which have been reported. Remember, this is coming in after we saw the Pakistan-Afghanistan border clashes. We are getting a lot of updates coming in because we have seen that there has been a massive casualties, especially when it comes to the Pakistan side. So Pakistan has suffered major casualties. Afghanistan has gone ahead. It has struck Pakistan. It's been a multi-front revenge operation which has dealt a huge blow to Pakistan. Viewers, Afghanistan's Taliban government has accused Pakistan of conducting airstrikes on its land and warned of consequences. This accusation comes as Islamabad has claimed it was taking action against militants. According to Pakistani security officials, we see that many Pakistani soldiers have died in a clash with Islamist militants in the Tira area near the Afghan border. Take a look as we track all the developments coming in.
The ferocious escalation of violence along the Afghanistan-Pakistan border was not a mere spontaneous flare-up. It was the immediate and brutal fulfillment of an explicit threat of revenge issued by Kabul in response to Islamabad's aggressive cross-border actions. The current conflict is rooted in a deadly cycle. Earlier, the Pakistani military announced that its forces had avenged the killing of 11 soldiers by ambushing and killing 30 militants, elements often accused of operating from Afghan soil in the Orakzai district. However, the subsequent alleged Pakistani airstrikes on the Afghan capital of Kabul and Paktika province were what broke the barrier of direct hostility. Immediately following the explosions in Kabul, which were widely attributed to the Pakistani military, the Afghan Defense Ministry issued an unambiguous public condemnation. The ministry condemned the action as an unprecedented, violent, and provocative act that violated Afghanistan's sovereignty and warned of serious repercussions. The threat was specific and unequivocal. This cowardly attack will not go unanswered, and if the situation escalates, the responsibility will be of the Pakistani military. This official warning was swiftly followed by a high alert decree from the highest levels of the Islamic Emirate. In a move signaling full military readiness, Taliban chief Mullah Akhundzada reportedly released a statement asking soldiers to be on guard 24/7 and ordering all province chiefs to patrol at night. This command served as the public mobilization order, preparing Afghan forces to execute the promised revenge. Within hours, the Taliban operationalized their threat. The Afghanistan's 201st Khalid bin Walid Army Corps launched full-scale retaliatory strikes on Pakistani outposts in Nangarhar and Kunar. The results of the swift offensive, which rapidly escalated to artillery exchanges across Kunar, Dangam, Burkot, and Paktia, delivered the threatened consequences. The Afghan Defense Ministry claims that Taliban Islamic Emirate forces captured several outposts from the Pakistan Army. In Khoust's Zazi Maidan area, Afghan border guards cut the border fence wire and seized multiple Pakistani posts, capturing military weapons in the process. Reports confirm mass casualties on the Pakistani side, with initial tallies claiming at least 8 Pakistani soldiers were killed in the intense clashes. Afghan forces also reportedly destroyed 2 Pakistani outposts across the Durand Line in Kunar and Helmand provinces. The ongoing border fighting is thus framed not merely as a security incident, but as a direct, promised act of revenge following a clear diplomatic warning.
Much coming right up. A Republic crew lands in Afghanistan, brings detailed input as Pakistan-Afghanistan clashes intensify. Afghanistan government claims at least 58 Pakistani soldiers were killed, over 30 injured in clashes.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
Bliss weaves the magic of warmth into a cold day. Experience bliss in all its forms with Hindwear. Hindwear, designed for bliss.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो, मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ, 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है, सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
Lashkar-e-Taiba's deputy chief Saifullah Kasuri, who is believed to be the mastermind behind the Pahalgam terror attack, has openly threatened Prime Minister Narendra Modi in a clip that is now going viral on social media. In the video, Kasuri can be seen praising Pakistan Army Chief General Asim Munir, referring to him as Field Marshal, requesting him to teach a lesson to PM Modi similar to the Pahalgam attack on May 10th, 2025.
हम सतलुज के किनारे पर इस वक्त मौजूद हैं और ये दरिया सतलुज जो हिंदुस्तान से होता हुआ हमारे जिला कसूर से इसी इलाके से पाकिस्तान में दाखिल होता है। मुझे भी सैलाब के दिनों में ज्यादा वक्त सतलुज के किनारे पे सतलुज की लहरों में सतलुज की ऊपर चलने वाली कश्तियों और बेड़ों में ज्यादा वक्त गुजारने का मौका मिला है और मैं खूब जानता हूं ये सतलुज में जो सैलाब आया है ये कुदरती सैलाब सारे का सारा नहीं था, ये मसनूई था, ये दुश्मन की अदावत थी, ये उसकी गुंडागर्दी थी, ये उसकी बदमाशी थी और आज भी वो गीदड़ धमकियां लगाता है। 10 मई वो 2025 का 10 मई आज हिंदुस्तान भूल गया। हम कहते हैं अपने सिपह सलार को, अपने फील्ड मार्शल को, आज का ये हजारों का मजमा, ये अपने फील्ड मार्शल को अपने
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
So I'm going to take a moment here and request you to give a nice big round of applause for Mr. Shankar Bala and Bharat Vishwanath, the entire team of Fourth Dimension Media Solutions that has made this happen. I asked the founders, what is the purpose of this summit? What is the objective? And they said 3 things. Number 1, learning from leaders. Number 2, unlearning what's not important. And number 3, best of the top 2. So let's begin the much-awaited summit with the lighting of the lamp. Viravan Tuakamaga, Vilekatral, and for this I invite our distinguished leaders and visionaries whose presence truly elevates this gathering and truly honors. I invite Mr. Satish Kumar T, Chairman and Managing Director at Milky Mist Dairy, Dr. Shanti Duraisamy, Director, Shakti Masala Private Limited, Dr. P.C. Duraiswamy, Founder, Shakti Masala Private Limited, our beloved Vedic scholar, Dushyant Sridhar, M. Krishnan, Chairman and Managing Director, Sri Krishna Sweets, Mr. Ramesh S. Ramakrishnan, Chairman, Transworld, Mr. Mohit Joshi, CEO, Havas Media Network India, Mr. Venkatesh Vijay Raghavan, MD and CEO, TTK Prestige Limited, Mr. M.V. Manigandan, Founder and CMD, Edisa Developers, Mr. Manohar, Director, Pudhiya Thalaimurai, Dr. Rajamani, the CEO of Pudhiya Thalaimurai. May I please invite all of you to join us on stage, light the lamp. Illuminating every corner it touches, ladies and gentlemen, South India's media shines with insight and influence. Group photo, please. Group photo. A quick group photo. Balamaha Kaitati Kondaruoma. A big round of applause to the wonderful luminaries onto the stage. Present the mementos to our wonderful dignitaries on stage. May I please invite Mr. V.K.C. Razak, MD, India's V.K.C. to please join us on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, with a nice big round of applause. Thank you, sir, for joining us. To present it to Mr. Satish Kumar, Tea Chairman and Managing Director at Milky Mist Dairy, to please step forward and accept the memento. Thank you. Thank you so much. To Dr. Shanti Duresami, thank you for those encouraging words, ma'am. You've been a huge pillar of support. Thank you. To Dr. P.C. Duresami Abargal. Thank you so much, Dushin, for joining us. A big round of applause once again. Next up, I invite Mr. Atul Prabhu, Director of Product Management at Truecaller, to please join us here. With a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. To present it to Dushyant Sridhar. Thank you so very much. To felicitate Mr. M. Krishnan, Chairman and Managing Director, Shri Krishna Sweets. To do the honors, Atul. Thank you. And to felicitate Mr. Ramesh S. Ramakrishnan. Thank you. To felicitate Mr. Mohit Joshi. Thank you, Mr. Mohit, for joining us and making this a huge success with your presence. Next up, I invite on stage Mr. Balamurli, CEO Transworld Dubai, to felicitate, to honor Mr. Venkatesh Vijayaraghavan. Thank you. To honor Mr. Manigandan. Mr. Manohar, Director, Pudya Talamurai, and Dr. Rajamani, the CEO of Pudya Talamurai as well. One last picture with the wonderful dignitaries. Take center stage. Last time you didn't. We just want you in the center of the stage for a quick group photo. What a grand beginning for South India Media Summit 2025, ladies and gentlemen. As always, ladies and gentlemen, we'll have amazing visionaries, leaders whose passion, creativity, and impacts make us all incredibly proud today. So yes, South Indian Media Summit 2025 launches with unstoppable energy. So may I invite on stage Mr. Anand, co-founder, Sweet Karam Coffee, Mr. Manigandan, founder and CMD, Aditya Developers, Mr. Vijay Sunku, Director, Parimal Mandir, Ms. Geeta Ramakrishnan, co-founder, Seven Doors to Heaven, and this session will be moderated by Mohit Joshi, CEO, Havas Media Network India. Ladies and gentlemen, with a nice, thunderous round of applause as we kickstart the very first session.
Thank you very much, and welcome to the South India Summit, something that Shankar, Bharat and team have been doing fabulously for the last so many years. So a big round of applause to them once again, please. Sitting here, we don't realize the amount of effort that goes behind creating it. And yesterday, a few of us were saying that it's become like an annual, the way you go to a temple once in a year, you have to go to Shankar's South India Summit. So it's like a tirth, as we call it. And we do it because of the love and relationship that we have with him. When he calls you, you cannot say no. So having said that, I'm really humbled to be here sitting with such leaders in the industry, and the discussion that we are going to be doing is around decision making, something that you are doing practically every day, many times. And I want to understand from each one of you on the various nuances of decision making. Some say that you can't make decision based on fear, the possibility of what might happen. Some say the art of decision making includes the art of questioning, and everybody has a different way of decision making. And the way the environment has been changing, the fast changing business environment, I think decision making is also becoming so much more complex, because initially if a decision could be taken for a longer period of time, today you have to decide on a daily basis. So I want to first understand what is decision making as per you guys. So Mr. Anand, as a founder of a fast scaling consumer brand, how do you define informed decision making in your day-to-day business?
Thanks, Mohit. First of all, I take I like to thank this Shankar and for this opportunity. It's an honor to be on the stage amidst all the stalwarts. So thank you so much, Shankar. Thanks, Mohit, for the opportunity. So as a startup, for us time is gold. I think decision making to us is the balance of speed and thought. It's a fine balance between using logical reasoning and data and with a leap of faith. So it's a clear balance between both. While the logic gives me the confidence, the belief gives the courage to take a decision. So it's very, very important for us. And I strongly believe that any decision that is not taken within the time has no value to it. And for us being in food industry, the trend keeps changing, not even previously it was quarter, it was months. Now it keeps changing every day, depends on weather, mood, and a lot of trends keeping changing day by day. So you need to be on the toes. By the time you take the decision, the trend would have already become outdated. So it's a fine balance between speed and thought.
Well said, sir. Well said. Sir, Vijay sir, and you have a legacy business, legacy category like agarbattis. Do you feel decision making is more about experience and intuition than data? While the gentleman here talked about data and said that everything has to be data driven. You, in your experience, how do you manage the balance between data and intuition?
See, for a new age companies like Sweet Karam Coffee, it would be much more easier to decide because of a new age being in place, and largely it is data driven decisions which will be easier for them to make. But for a legacy companies like us, which is 75-year-old company, we have a balance of old age theory and the new age Gen Z management. And what makes a big challenge for us is all these decades of our existence, the decision-making process was purely based on experience due to the unavailability of data in those times. But now the challenges are much more complex. The data is in place, and you have, on the other hand, the experience which we largely believed all along.
I want to understand your perspective, Mani sir. What is your perspective on this? How do you see this evolving in your industry, the mental health awareness, and do you have certain perspectives or some ways of assessing that for your people?
So it's not how strong you are physically, it's how strong you mentally decides how strong person you are. So in our organization also we face today many problems. Many youngsters are there. Once a small problem could not solve, they get stressed and they are very much agitated. So for this in our organization, we are maintaining a strong policy of making to learning and development. To HR, we are giving a strong training for making people to how to solve their problem, how to handle their problem, how to bring their problem to the management. Many people doesn't bring the problem to the management. Keeping the problem with them itself is causing a mental stress for them. So once the problem is solved, they're mentally very strong. Once the problem cannot be solved, they're mentally very weak. So in any organization, once we tell from lower employee to any higher employee to bring the problem or solve the problem, we train themselves, the mental stress goes very low. Okay. So that is a perspective from my side.
Okay, and this is a very important topic.
And the culture also plays a vital role.
Absolutely.
A big round of applause, such prominent speakers, and more importantly, what an amazing session. Ladies and gentlemen, we move on to our next session, which will spotlight business strategies, contingency plans, and negotiating positions for the media and entertainment sector. And the panelists for this session are trailblazers, shaping business and innovation. And for this, I invite on stage Mr. Vivek Nabisan, Managing Director, Nabisan's Dairy Private Limited. Mr. Ganesh Ram, MD and Chief Executive Officer, MF Utilities. Mr. Shrikant Ramani, Director, SGR 777 Foods Private Limited. Mr. KB Balamurli, COO, Transworld Dubai, UAE, to please join us on stage. And we have Mr. Karthik Sharma, Group CEO, Omnicom Media Group, will be moderating this session. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the second session, and you know how fabulous it has been, so give them a nice big round of applause as we welcome them on stage.
What is your single most important priority as a leader, and how are you aligning your respective organizations to deliver on the expectations? Anyone can start and then build on each other.
Yeah. Hi, Karthik. Thank you for that question. So I think, right, jumping into your question, I think you just need to be relevant at this point of time. And, to be relevant, you need to embrace change. Right. So I was also attending a leadership program by the LMI Institute. And I was actually fascinated by one of their bylines, which said, challenge to change and changed to challenge. Right? So I think I would just want to go by that. And to answer your second question on how do you align yourself, your organization for this, I think in one word, I think it's just going to be how it's preparation, right? And how well you're going to prepare your organization. Because I believe that, the will to succeed is important, but the will to prepare is vital. Thank you.
The better way is don't look at the market. Right? So just be happy, and if the moment you're going to go to the market, obviously your BP will go up and all those stuff. So better to, but the one good thing is, I just want to ask the audience, as an industrialist, a lot of people are there. How many people have invested or put your money in mutual fund? This portion is not that, this portion is there.
Just one disclosure, I'm your customer. I use MF Utilities.
So what I'm saying is, I think the better way is to kind of stay invested. SIPs is one of the best. So if you look at India, so it's quite unique. Only 6 to 8% of the household income comes into mutual fund. Whereas in US, if you see, it's around 78%. So there is a huge gap between the Western country and what we have. But I think before COVID, it was not even 1%. Now it has gone to around 8%. I think things are moving on.
Actually do is, we don't, of course, profit is important. But when you prioritize the customers, when you prioritize governance, when you prioritize your brand, profit becomes a natural byproduct. Further dwelling into this, prioritizing customers. So we don't provide logistics services, but logistics solutions. So how does the customer and the customer's customer make profit? When you start thinking from that lens, you naturally become the preferred partner for the customer. From a governance perspective, ESG is something very, very important. Sustainability is the key. The customers, the employees of today and tomorrow, they are very much aware of what kind of product they are buying. I know my kids, they don't go to certain retail chains because the labor practices there are not fair. So this is how the Gen Zs and the Gen Alphas are thinking. And talking about the brand image is most important, because it's often the customers or your partners pay a premium if your brand value is really at the peak.
In terms of the product price per se. So innovation has to keep on happening. So for a company like ours, a recipe of a particular product, to be honest, has to be changed because of the palatability. What kind of food and the taste of the food which my seniors, my fathers or my grandfather had, which we have formulated a recipe, being a 70-year-old brand, would not be in today's generation or to the next generation. So it is not only the recipe per se, it involves all the packaging part, the innovation in terms of product offerings which we do, and also the convenience of the product in terms of the utility of the same product which is being handled. So what we do from our company point of view is we ensure that we retain the core functionality of any particular product per se, but we still keep on changing the finer nuances based on towards palatability. Yes, on doing that, what happens is there's a kind of a cost element which involves, but then the scale most of the time takes care of it. The sourcing strength takes care of it most of the time, and therefore big is always beautiful for us.
I also request Mr. John Nair, Chief Operating Officer Trinity, and Princey Roy from ULS Services to please join us here near the stage. Can you pose with the book? We can take a quick photo. Step forward. Let me go ahead and invite them on to the stage, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Venkatesh Vijay Raghavan, MD and CEO, TTK Prestige Limited. Mr. VKC Razak, MD, India's VKC. Preeti Murthy, President, WPP Media. Uday Jadhav, Chief Executive Officer, Sakal Media Group. And this session will be moderated by Shibu Shivanandan, Founder and Managing Director, Pivot Rules. I invite the wonderful panel and the moderator onto the stage. And as always, this is how we'll welcome them with a big round of applause.
Any leader, I think he should have a vision and he should have a strategy. And vision without strategy or strategy without vision doesn't work. So these two things actually, what I would say that he was very good in aligning all these things and very, very well. And all those big ideas he had, that any leader should have a big idea and he should have a way to execute that.
I've had the opportunity to work with many leaders, many entrepreneurial leaders who've shaped this country as well. See, I think there are two things. A leader, of course, needs to have a vision, but I think the vision needs to be a shared vision that energizes the team, energizes the people, right? And I think most leaders that I've seen succeed is when they're able to actually touch emotionally. You may have your own preferences, you may have your own ideas, but if you're not able to get the emotional connect with the team, energize them, right? And that, I think, is what I see has been the success hallmark of many of the leaders that I've seen. And that's something that I try to personally emulate as well. I think it's very important that you have a vision, the vision gets shared, and you make the people around you believe in that vision, because at the end of the day, it's not your success, it's their success.
My cousin brother, my Masi's son, okay. So when he was in college, he wanted a two-wheeler bike for Bombay College bike. So his father gave a 3-4 hour lecture on how he grew up near Trivandrum, how he used to do 2 buses, or he used to sometimes walk one and skip a bus so that he can save money. He said, your problem, your father didn't give you money. Okay, now his son, my brother was buying a car and upgrading his car. His son gave a good lecture on what are you going to do, save. I don't want your money, I want the car now. Why don't you, instead of this A car, why don't you buy a B car? So this is how the values shift. He says, don't keep for future. You live now, YOLO, FIFO, LOFO, all those jargons come out.
On the lighter note, though it is true, I'd like to say, we in Maharashtra say we normally do 4 mistakes in our life. Or we did 4 mistakes. One, we spend a lot of money in the marriages. Then after the marriage, we normally buy our good flat and we took loan for the paying the EMIs. Once we get good flat, we buy car. And if money left, we buy LIC policy. These are the normal mistakes we do. But when I look or interact with the new generations, they are very asset light. They want to, as you mentioned, they don't want to buy a flat. They want to be stay in the rental house. They don't want to buy car. They would like to prefer use Uber or Ola. They don't follow into the long-term relationship. That is also scary. But they are looking for the very short-term relationship, convenient relationship. But I think it's completely changed. They also changed their terminology. When I stress, sometimes I stress in the office, the Gen Z team comes to me and they ask me, are you stressed? When I say negative, they laugh at me. But we need to use the language also, that the terminology has completely changed. I think sometimes I face problem to deal with this new generation, new Gen Zs.
Vishantu medeva sadatvadiyaha dayataranga nuchara katakshaha Shrotreshu pumsam amritam ksharantim saraswatim samshrita kamadhenu. Hoi polloi, a very good afternoon to the audience that is gathered for the 6th season of this beautiful South India Media Summit. Every day, like any other day, today would have begun with a certain number. Wake up at 5 a.m., so the number 5 comes. Have breakfast at 6:30, 6:30 comes. What time did the session begin? 9:52. How many
people were there. There were 3 panels, 5 members each, 4 plus 1. So everything is about number. How much ever we have liked, disliked, the prejudice that we have had for mathematics during school days or college days wouldn't stop us from appreciating the number that is credited as salary every month we see. So numbers is all that we have. So there's a very primary level, the way I take it. Every religion, every community has its own set of nice things to say. So from what I have bequeathed, from what I have learned, from what I have internalized are these teachings. So when we deal with Hinduism or Sanatana Dharma or the Vedic civilization, the way we call it, the way we perceive it, often the Western universities often call this religion polytheistic. We aren't polytheistic, we are polymorphic. We believe there is one truth that we see in various forms. So that we have always been a country that has relied and respected mathematics to the core. Even people who sit by the elevated platforms outside their traditional village houses called Tinnai are called Ganapati. Ganapati means people who calculate and recite Vedas. So Ganam means counting. And we have completely relied, else you wouldn't have beautiful temples constructed if people had no idea of what numbers were. So even our simple recipes are about 7-cup cake. So take this 1, take this 2, take this 3, take this 4. Right from food to mathematics to textiles to architecture, this country has relied so much on numbers.
Did you want this session to stop? There you go. That's how amazing it was. Thank you. And thank you for celebrating our wonderful culture and reminding all of us, from the food that we eat to the saris that we wear, there is so much richness in us that no other civilization, no other country can compete. Ladies and gentlemen, India is awesome. India is amazing. Thank you. Thank you so very much for reminding us about the richness of my beautiful country. Mohit Joshi, CEO of Havas Media Network India, a leading media agency in our country, and under his leadership, Havas Media Network India has evolved into an integrated powerhouse, aligning media, digital, data, technology and content, and yes, under one cohesive strategic vision. So can I invite Mr. Mohit Joshi onto the stage, affectionately known as Mojo, known for his Mojo selfies. Thank you. And also another stalwart joining this session. His multi-sector experience from FMCG to e-commerce to telecom broadcast gives him a broad view of consumer behavior, media trends, and what works where. He's known for pushing strategic, measured, and creative use of media, and not just run-of-the-mill campaigns. Put your hands together for Jaikishan Chapru, Head Media and Brand PR, ITC.
Thank you, Mohit, and thank you, Jaikishan. And thank you very, very much to my dear friend Shankar for organizing this magnificent South India Media Summit. At the start, I would like to say that I am very proud of my association with Fourth Dimension Media and with Shankar. And the way he puts the industry together, the way he's put all of you in one room is truly commendable. So I think we should have a round of applause for this fantastic man. And we're very proud of our association with Shankar. Thank you, Shankar. India Shining, was a slogan given in 2003-2004. Coined largely by Pramod Mahajan before the 2004 elections, which ended up being a bit of a flop show for the BJP in 2004. So now every time the opposition also says that they said India shining then, but the results were not shining for them. So when you talk about India shining, there's always a political angle to this. That, the government's trying to give a picture of India shining, but on the ground, things are not India shining. On the ground, things have not changed. On the ground, people are unhappy. And before every election in our country, there is a group of people who call themselves the limousine liberals. Some people from the media who have never gone outside Greater Kailash in Delhi. And before every election, they get onto their chartered planes, they travel around and they say, oh, we've seen the heat and dust of the country and things are not so good. This time I think BJP will lose. This time I think Rahul Baba will come as Prime Minister. So there's a context to that question. Now if I compare Mohit, it is not 10 years, it's actually therefore 21 years since that slogan of India Shining came. But things are vastly different today. In 2004, on the basis of very little achievement, there was a very big marketing claim that had been made by Pramod Mahajan, and he thought the country will get carried away with it, and unfortunately Prime Minister Atal Bihari Vajpayee gave him the freedom, do what you want kind of thing, and the BJP did not do well. The situation here is very different now. In 2004, yes, you had good growth. So that time also the argument is made, there was good growth then, but the BJP was voted out. There is good growth now, but it's not seeping onto the ground. The difference is, in 2004, we had growth of about 6.7, 6.8%. Little marginally different from what it is now. But our inflation was technically 8.2%. Practically, if you would ask people, in 2004 it was almost in double digits of 10%. In this period, now we see the 2014 to 2024 period, I'm not talking of the present, the growth is 6.7, 6.8%. But the inflation is 5%, sometimes under 5%. So you cannot compare 2004 to 2025. I would say things are much better in Modi's India than it was in Vajpayee's India, in terms of for the people. Because Narendra Modi has done a lot of things which previous governments did not. You have a stable economic growth. You have GST. You have GST rationalization. You have demonetization. You have UPI. But most importantly, Prime Minister Narendra Modi understood on day one the biggest problem in our country is we have a lot of money, it doesn't reach the people. So he did direct benefit transfer. So I feel there was an element of social reformation in what Narendra Modi was doing, and therefore I think he kept his focus on the domestic economy. It's not only a marketing focused campaign, and if you were to tell me therefore, and then compared to India Shining now, I would say it's too much to say India Shining, but India is far better in 2025 than it was in 2024, which is the reason why when people say, oh, will what happened in Nepal happen in India, will what happened in Bangladesh happen in India? Absolutely not. Some political parties will want that to happen in our country. But that deep level of personal dissatisfaction which exists in some of our neighbors is not there in India today. So I hope that's a broad answer to your specific question.
Absolutely perfect.
A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. I know you've been enjoying the sessions. Let me read the energy in the room. Over to you, Jackson sir.
Given that we have media experts sitting out here and marketeers sitting out here, given the current situation, the media landscape, the shift in viewership patterns, shift from appointment viewing, shift to watching short duration content, I think there are a lot of things that are happening, and I think this is amongst one of the better panels to kind of pose certain questions. And so let's kind of hear from the experts.
All right, if I may go, I think one of the core philosophies that, most of the agencies, and I'm talking here about us specifically, I think there is a shift between channel budget allocation to audience budget allocation. I don't think there is anything that is not available on digital, yet TV has its own charm. I believe there are fixed ad slots, and the reach is culminating very well, but the measurement, the getting your cohorts right, everything works very well in digital. So for us, it's an integration of screen agnostic planning that's working well. And if I were to keep my answer very short, we would rather be present where the audience is. It can be digital outdoor, it can be TV, it can be print, it can be online video, it could be short form, it could be influencer. Selection is just a function of this.
Coming to an advertiser now. So Mr. Nangopal, if you can help us understand, with the changing consumption trends, how finely are you slicing your media spends?
With the increasing influence of digital and of course the changing consumer behavior, we have also recalibrated our media investment. So so if you look at, there's an ATL and there's a BTL angle to it. And if you look at the ATL side, where earlier, it was 80-20 skewed towards traditional media, today that has increasingly moved to 40-60 for us, for our line of products. And within the digital stream itself, we all know that digital is a very fragmented universe. So we kind of focus more on search, online video, and social in that context. Now, 40% is moving towards the BTL side. So that's because, we have a lot of push categories. And so on-ground activation becomes important. So if you look at it at an overall pie, it's a 60-40 ratio between ATL and BTL. And within ATL, the construct and breakup that I given. And that's how we're looking at it.
When it comes to completely buying, we are not buying anything which is like, we buy and then we fly away, right? So we buy and we continue to buy today, tomorrow, and again future. So we are actually reaching out to a consumer, right? Earlier days also we were doing the same thing. The method of doing was different than today's era. That's the very basic element of, today's advantage. As I said that, technology helps us to, drive anything that is impossible to a possible in today's world. And from a mindset point of view, of course, the upskilling is definitely an important thing. I keep telling my own people that, it's like when somebody goes into an examination, when they score, 99 or 99.9%, and very next day, they are getting into a job. And it doesn't mean they've learned everything completely, right? Their zero-based learning starts from the day one of their work. That's how that whenever any medium, any newer tech opportunity comes, that's what actually makes us to learn and to be paced up with it so that, we can actually make use of those platforms, keeping the principles and ethical guidelines and the brand safe guidelines intact. We go and actually, deliver the return for the brands. So I don't think so much of difference, what we have been doing it, but now we are doing it in a better, passionate way, and there are a lot of competition exists around us. If you blink your eyes, and maybe you will get vanished from this place. So you have to be awake and keep delivering. Your own benchmark becomes your own target for tomorrow. That's what it is.
Yeah, because one of the key challenges that one would anticipate coming on digital is also the fact that if there's something new coming in, there's no benchmark. Whereas, on television or print, you would always have you will draw a parallel and have an analogy. On digital, it becomes completely difficult to kind of have a benchmark and then justify the rate that's coming in.
So my boss is sitting and laughing. When I said my own benchmark becomes my target, now he knows what target to give next year. He's sitting in the front seat and laughing.
You did also touch upon some interesting formats on your platform. So 2-3 questions were just kind of floating in my head. One is, what are the typical challenges you face with advertisers? Second is, how does one measure success on a platform like Truecaller? And maybe if you could just give some use case examples, whether it's in examples from India or abroad, it would definitely help understand how we can kind of partner with Truecaller as a platform.
My answer might be more than 1 minute, but...
I'm used to it.
Okay. So, that's a tricky question about the challenges we face. I'm in a room full with advertisers. I better be diplomatic about this one. But I'll just say that challenges happen when one interacts, and I think there are ways that we have found to overcome and move on. Challenges can also drive a certain amount of innovation, and that's exactly what happened with Truecaller ads. We took real feedback from our partners and built out our whole full stack solution offering to them. I quoted some numbers earlier about the kind of reach and scale that we have. So we were typically known as being a brand, like a mass or a branding format, and at scale. We then built this out into more offerings for middle, your consideration buckets, where you have innovative plays other than display to kind of, tell a story, tell a brand story, something we could refer to as Truecaller Play. And then we do have the lower end of the funnel as well, where brands have clear performance KPIs, and we have different buy models that also facilitate this. And I have to thank the advertisers for actually pushing us in that direction. And now they have a whole portfolio that they can choose from.
Thank you to the organizers for giving me this opportunity to be here in this esteemed, among this esteemed audience. It's truly wonderful to be here. I work in Truecaller as the Director of Product Management. I lead the global ads product. So I and the team essentially obsess about creating ad products which not only fulfill the advertisers' objectives on the one hand, but also create really meaningful and impactful experiences for users. So Truecaller's mission is simple. The mission is to make communication safer, smarter, and more efficient. And if you think about it, this problem has never been as important, as ever before. 1 in every 3 phone calls that an average Indian receives is from outside the phone book. On an average, the Indian consumer receives 3 spam messages in a day. It is estimated that in just last year alone, upwards of 22,000 crores was lost in frauds and scams. So this is a large problem and it's becoming even bigger, and Truecaller is on a mission to solve this. So if you think about it, trust is built very deeply into what Truecaller does, into how consumers use Truecaller on a daily basis, and how the kind of perception we're able to drive in the user's mind. And we do this with the help of our best-in-class solutions. The first is, of course, the caller ID, which helps you identify who's calling. We also have something called verified businesses, which is essentially to let you know if there are legitimate businesses trying to reach out to you. And then, of course, there's messaging or SMS. And now when we think about, talk about ads on Truecaller, like how does it all come together, right? There's a reason why more than 10,000 brands continue to work with Truecaller on the ad side on a continuous basis. And I spoke about trust. I think it goes back to trust. When you have that kind of a product, you have unparalleled reach. Like Althea spoke about this, in this panel. In the world, we have 450 million global users. In India, 300 million. And in South India, we have 75 million monthly active users. And it's not just that, it's also about the stickiness. So if you see our DAU to MAU ratio, it's upwards of 80%. That's right up there in terms of the best apps in the world. So not only do we have a very large base of users, they actually come back onto our app almost on a daily basis, which is phenomenal. And these numbers are right up there in terms of any benchmark that you can think of, in terms of the best media properties which are out there. So think of your IPL cricket season, think of your T20 World Cup, the numbers are right up there. But it's not just about reach, it's also about relevance. And relevance really has 2 parts to it. One is the fact that you're able to meaningfully cohort users. So for example, you're able to reach out to mothers, shoppers, travelers. And then there's also the context in which you're showing. And this is also one of the discussion points that came up in the last panel. So if you think about it, the attention span of users today is lower than ever. There are so many apps which are competing for attention, whether it's social, whether it's gaming, whether it's messaging. And here, Truecaller has a unique advantage. If you get a phone call, the attention level is at the highest. And it's also the most uncluttered screen. So it's relevance in terms of finding the right audience, but it's also relevance in terms of how your brand's message is placed on the screen in the context of the user. And when we do that, when you reach the relevant users in the relevant manner, we see that it drives results for businesses. Just 3 examples of how we've been able to drive impact among many.
And so we have a lovely panel here today who probably will decipher what CTV exactly means, what's the future of television, where is it going, and I hope we are able to create a provoking session. So I'll start with a simple question and with the topic. So when you hear, CTV or future of television, what is the first thing that comes to your mind? And do you really believe this terminology, or you think it's just another fancy word from the ad tech world? So any one of you can answer.
Today, the homes our homes become a dual TV scenario, while the cable comes through the to the television. The remote functions as multiple options. So you have a hybrid box which helps you to view the regular broadcast content. At the same time, you also have an internet connected options loaded with apps and other options, which is of our convenience. So one side it is appointment viewing, on the other side it is apna time, prime time. That's it.
Anybody else want to take this up?
Yeah, hi, good afternoon all. This is Krishnan here. I am from Asianet News. Princey, the good thing is that whether it is linear television or ZTV, end of the day, television exists. Television is going on. So like few years back, there was this narration that print is over, television is taken over, and now the recent past you have television is over, digital is taking over, right? But then the good news is that television in whatever format is there, it is going to continue. And as some of the previous things, there's a juice in television is still there, and it is only that we need to take it and drink. Whichever way it is, juice is there.
So do you think CTV is an evolved form of television?
Yes, of course. It's an evolved form of television. In both the format, linear TV and CTV, both is going to remain in the market. As Mr. Krishnan told, this is not going to vanish off for the time being. Because if the statistics, if you take in India, India is the largest country in the world, which has got 89% of the digital penetration happened. And that too in Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 3 cities, it is keep on increasing. The government's initiatives and everything helps all these digital formats to sustain and more number of viewers are going to increase. Likely he told print is not going to be finished and television also is not going to be finished. Everything will be remaining and going much more larger. And the kind of innovations with the AI supported and data oriented systems which is generating in the market, which helps customers like us wanted to reach to the right targets in whichever market lying. And the electronic goods penetration, if you take in another format, recently one article came, almost 90% gas cylinder has got penetrated into the rural market. Parallelly, all these things, electronic gadgets is going to penetrate the Tier 2, Tier 3 cities, and that naturally will expand the scope of CTV as well as linear TVs also. So the future is much believed to be very strong.
Both are here to stay.
Yeah, yeah.
You want to add something, Sujata?
So I think, this is a change which is here to stay. If you look at the stats, CTV household has kind of doubled in last 2 years. We see that impact in ad spends as well. So I wouldn't say it is an evolution of television. It is a combination of television and digital, because you're not watching the same content that you watch on television. It's a different content that you are watching on CTV. So for the larger question, which is basically, linear TV and CTV, whether, are we going to write the obituary of linear TV? That time is, way too far. We are such a large country that, there is going to be both format or both forms of television consumption. However, having said that, linear TV is what is kind of witnessing an accelerated growth.
Only suggestion is, while pitching the client, both the teams have to come and pitch.
Both the TVs have to come and pitch.
Both the teams. There is
Okay.
the
Teams have to come and pitch.
And the digital team.
Okay.
Together, if they come and pitch, client understanding will be, because digital team always complains about TV, TV's performance, and they confuse the branded.
He is talking blatant
Yes,
truth.
totally.
Okay.
No.
So if it's the same organization, suppose for example, it's a bigger agency who have both digital and TV team, they both have to pitch together, give a proper solution. Digital works for, digital may not be, it is a new medium. It takes its own time to settle down. Okay. So you should have a proposal, or the team should explain to the management or the brand managers there, 80% or 30% should be digital, 70% should be TV. Some kind of a combo. It should be a combo.
The way you're saying, I think it's a very ideal scenario, and I would love, I've been salesperson for a very long time, but unfortunately TV and the discussion around both the things is very different, because TV generally is taken, people think awareness. The moment it comes to digital, it's all about performance. So the journey becomes very different, but yes, completely feedback taken that.
TV is a mass medium, no doubt. It doesn't address
you think digital is not becoming a mass medium?
It doesn't address the right TG. It is throw in the air, TV. But digital, you have that option.
You have the option, yes.
You can hit whom you want to hit, or to that TG. So it should be a collaborative
collaboration, absolutely. I totally agree.
Any innovations is always welcomed properly if it been explained by the media people to the clients. That is my only
Thank you
suggestion.
so much. I think for all the salespeople, ad salespeople, if there are any, you should take this feedback, both offline and online teams. And thank you so much. I think it was a wonderful session. And again, the future of television is very, very bright.
Wow, wonderful to hear that. A big round of applause.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा। MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
Attorney General Bondi, why did you publicly claim to have the Epstein client list waiting for your review and then produce nothing relevant to that claim?
Senator Durbin, if you listen to my entire clip on that, I said I had not reviewed it yet, that it was sitting on my...
In February, you made a public claim that the Epstein client list was, quote, sitting on my desk right now for review, end of quote. You then produced already public information and no client list at a major media event hosted at the White House. Attorney General Bondi, why did you publicly claim to have the Epstein client list waiting for your review and then produce nothing relevant to that claim?
Senator Durbin, if you listen to my entire clip on that, I said I had not reviewed it yet, that it was sitting on my desk along with the JFK files, the Martin Luther King files, and I said I had not yet reviewed it. And if you see our memo on Epstein, you will see, our memo on Epstein clearly points out that there was no client list, our July 6th memo.
Going back to the Epstein files, according to another whistleblower who made a protected disclosure to my office, you pushed the FBI to review approximately 100,000 Epstein-related records on an arbitrarily short deadline in March, and the FBI was directed to flag any documents that mentioned President Trump. Nothing came of that review until July, when DOJ and FBI released an unsigned memo stating, quote, there's no incriminating client list. Why was the July 7th memo unsigned?
The July 7th memo came from the FBI and the Department of Justice. Director Patel answered those questions very clear. And, Senator Durbin, I find it very...
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ, 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा, आर प्योर मसाला।
Attorney General Bondi, why did you publicly claim to have the Epstein client list waiting for your review and then produce nothing relevant to that claim?
Senator Durbin, if you listen to my entire clip on that, I said I had not reviewed it yet, that it was sitting on my...
In February, you made a public claim that the Epstein client list was, quote, sitting on my desk right now for review, end of quote. You then produced already public information and no client list at a major media event hosted at the White House. Attorney General Bondi, why did you publicly claim to have the Epstein client list waiting for your review and then produce nothing relevant to that claim?
Senator Durbin, if you listen to my entire clip on that, I said I had not reviewed it yet, that it was sitting on my desk along with the JFK files, the Martin Luther King files. And I said I had not yet reviewed it. And if you see our memo on Epstein, you will see, excuse me, our memo on Epstein clearly points out that there was no client list, our July 6th memo.
Going back to the Epstein files, according to another whistleblower who made a protected disclosure to my office, you pushed the FBI to review approximately 100,000 Epstein-related records on an arbitrarily short deadline in March, and the FBI was directed to flag any documents that mentioned President Trump. Nothing came of that review until July when DOJ and FBI released an unsigned memo stating, quote, there's no incriminating client list. Why was the July 7th memo unsigned?
Cristiano Ronaldo has already written his name into football history with over 900 career goals across clubs and country. But as he continues to defy age and expectations, the burning question for our fans is, can Ronaldo reach the magical 1,000-goal mark before he finally hangs up his boots? That's the big debate on our sports meter today. Scan the QR code on your screen and have your say, because your vote decides the score.
थोड़े में ज़्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा। सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
Bliss. It dances on your skin like first rain. Experience bliss in all its forms with Hindwear. Hindwear, designed for bliss.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
Lashkar-e-Taiba's Deputy Chief Saifullah Kasuri, who is believed to be the mastermind behind the Pahalgam terror attack, has openly threatened Prime Minister Narendra Modi in a clip that is now going viral on social media. In the video, Kasuri can be seen praising Pakistan Army Chief General Asim Munir, referring to him as Field Marshal, requesting him to teach a lesson to PM Modi similar to the Pahalgam attack on May 10, 2025.
हम सतलुज के किनारे पर इस वक्त मौजूद हैं और ये दरिया सतलुज जो हिंदुस्तान से होता हुआ हमारे जिला कसूर से इसी इलाके से पाकिस्तान में दाखिल होता है। मुझे भी सैलाब के दिनों में ज्यादा वक्त सतलुज के किनारे पे सतलुज की लहरों में सतलुज की ऊपर चलने वाली कश्तियों और बेड़ों में ज्यादा वक्त गुजारने का मौका मिला है और मैं खूब जानता हूं ये सतलुज में जो सैलाब आया है, ये कुदरती सैलाब सारे का सारा नहीं था, ये मसनूई था, ये दुश्मन की अदावत थी, ये उसकी गुंडागर्दी थी, ये उसकी बदमाशी थी। और आज भी वो गीदड़ धमकियां लगाता है। 10 मई वो 2025 का 10 मई आज हिंदुस्तान भूल गया। हम कहते हैं अपने सिपह सलार को, अपने फील्ड मार्शल को, आज का ये हजारों का मजमा, ये अपने फील्ड मार्शल को, अपने आर्मी चीफ को, पाकिस्तान के अजीम सिपह सलार को हम सब मुतालबा करते हैं कि अभी एक मर्तबा फिर नरेंद्र मोदी की मुरम्मत की जरूरत मौजूद है। ये हालात का तकाजा मौजूद है। ये ऐसे बात नहीं आएगा, ये बातों से बात नहीं आने वाला। ये बड़ा सिर्फ इंसान है, दरिंदा सिर्फ इंसान है। इसके लबों को बेगुनाहों का खून चिमटा हुआ है। ये जब तक खून खाली न करे, लाशों को न गिराए, इंसानियत को न कर पाए, इसको
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Cristiano Ronaldo has already etched his name in football history with over 900 career goals across clubs and country. But as he continues to defy age and expectations, the burning question for fans is that can Ronaldo reach the magical 1,000 goal mark before he finally hangs up his boots? That's the big question on our sports meter today. Scan the QR on your screen and have your say, because your votes decide the score. Republic crew lands in Afghanistan, brings you detailed input as Pakistan and Afghanistan continue their clashes with high intensity. Afghanistan's government claims that at least 58 Pakistani soldiers were killed and over 30 injured in the clashes along the Durand line in the last 48 hours. Afghanistan issues a stern warning to Pakistan, says we will not leave the attack unanswered. Taliban minister says Pakistan is harboring ISIS terrorists on its soil. Taliban government slams Pakistan's deep state for disturbance in Afghanistan. And ladies and gentlemen, we are starting this bulletin at 4 p.m. with fresh breaking news input coming in from Afghanistan, the only network reporting from ground zero. These are visuals after Pakistan closed the border crossings of Afghanistan following the clashes and exchange of fire between the two forces overnight, in which Kabul has claimed 58 lives of Pakistani soldiers. In the latest on your screen, ladies and gentlemen, is we have a picture access from today's Pakistani attacks in Kandahar. That's the latest escalation on the Afghanistan-Pakistan war alert in the last 24 hours, when Afghanistan is claiming that more than 58 Pakistani soldiers have been killed by Afghan forces along the Durand Line border. These are fresh visuals that Republic is accessing from ground zero from Kandahar, where Pakistan has reportedly once again struck Afghanistan. As the series of fire escalates between Pakistan and Afghanistan in the last 24 hours, we have seen high-intensity battles along the Durand Line, which is the formal border between the Pakistan and Afghanistan territories, which has a difference of perceptions. My colleague Chandrakala is joining us live on the broadcast with more details on this story. Chandrakala, what's the latest exclusive stills and images that we have accessed now from attacks, Pakistani attacks in Kandahar?
Well, absolutely. The strike still continues, and now that we have access picture from today's Pakistani attacks in Kandahar, we have seen that we have seen the Afghan spokesperson Zabihullah also of course giving out a message to Pakistan that Pakistan has turned blind eye on ISIS. Of course, now that, and also has said that has warned Pakistan to stop propagating, of course, as far as terror elements is concerned. The Afghan spokesperson has made it clear in his press conference that Pakistan has turned blind eye, and that and the Afghan soil will not be used for cross-border terrorism. Now this retaliatory attacks, now also we have seen the Afghan foreign minister, who is on a visit in New Delhi, has condemned this attack, and of course has said that it wants a good relations with Pakistan, and he definitely he don't want to answer when he was asked about the retaliatory attack that is taking place. He has no answer to that, but has come up with a statement that Pakistan and Afghanistan want good relation with each other, and now this particular the retaliatory attack between both the countries now continues. And of course, we have seen the Afghan spokesperson also giving out a statement warning Pakistan on this attack. Now, the Pakistan closed border crossings with Afghanistan following exchange of fire between the forces of the two countries overnight, in which Kabul claimed to have killed 58 Pakistani soldiers. So yes, a very, very grim situation right at this moment as far as the clashes are concerned. Now, the foreign minister, this comes at a time when the foreign minister, yes, Afghan foreign minister Muttaqi, is on a visit to New Delhi. This comes at a very, very crucial time when he is here in New Delhi to reset ties with India. So yes, a very crucial developments, and he has now cancelled his visit to Agra, and there are of course he is scheduled to meet the Afghan community here, but given the situation back in Kabul, he might cut short his trip at this moment. When he was asked about this particular attack, he has no answer but saying that Afghanistan wants good relation with Pakistan, and that this continues, and that he has also warned Pakistan about the situation. And we have also seen the Afghan foreign spokesperson Zabihullah giving out a strong message to Pakistan on this. And now we have accessed a picture from today's Pakistan attacks in Kandahar. So yes, the situation is really grim back in Kabul right at this moment. Over to you.
Thank you so much, Chandrakala, for tracking those developments. Ladies and gentlemen, those are the latest skills coming in from Kandahar there, where visuals are now of a strike. Meanwhile, more breaking news inputs are coming in on Republic, which is the only network, ladies and gentlemen, that is reporting from on ground now. Sources are telling Republic that in Helmand and in Kandahar, in the south part of Afghanistan, Pakistani drones have carried out airstrikes in the border areas, particularly in Behramcha and in Spin Buldak. One source to Republic has also said that these strikes took place in Spin Buldak at around 11:30 a.m. this morning on Sunday, that is October 10th. And some other sources have also told Republic that these strikes in Spin Buldak have not just targeted, ladies and gentlemen, military infrastructure, but have also attacked civilians in residential areas in addition to military positions, and that there have been no casualties so far is the input that Republic is receiving from ground zero in Afghanistan at the moment. But the latest series of escalation is that in southern Afghanistan, along the Durand Line, in bordering areas in Kandahar and in Helmand, Chandrakala, my colleague, continues to remain live with us. Chandrakala, in Helmand and in Kandahar, now information coming in of drone strikes and even potential targeting of civilian areas by the Pakistan armed forces there. No casualties being reported so far. What's the latest that you are picking up on this story, Chandrakala?
Well, of course, the sources are saying that, sources in Helmand and Kandahar in the south of the country say that Pakistani drones have now carried out airstrikes, or retaliatory airstrikes in the border areas of Bharamshah and Spin Boldak. One source is of the view that said that the airstrike took place in Spin Boldak at 11:30 a.m. Today, that's October 10th. Some other sources are of the view that in Spin Boldak, drones have attacked civilian residential areas in addition to military positions, but there have been no casualties so far.
Yes.
Right at this moment, when the diplomatic, of course, we see that India and Kabul are on the verge of resetting ties. The foreign minister is on a visit, and now, of course, Pakistan is not keeping quiet. This particular visit must have irked Pakistan to an extent that this is happening right at this moment. So we continuously track this development right at this moment, and we have seen the Afghan spokesperson today during the presser has also sent out a message to Pakistan that Pakistan has turned blind eye as far as terror elements are concerned. So yes, a very, very important development right at this moment. And strikes continue. Of course, the situation at the border is not really good. And of course, the Afghan foreign minister is in Delhi. He is continuously monitoring the situation. He might cut short his trip to India. So a very, very crucial development. Over to you.
Thank you so much, Chandrakala, for bringing us those details, ladies and gentlemen. The Afghan foreign minister, Amir Khan Muttaqi, is also in India. As you all know, he's on a 6-day visit. So far, indications are that he may or may not cut short his visit, but he is in New Delhi at the moment. He also had a second press conference earlier today. And here's a soundbite of what he has said about Pakistani drone strikes carrying out unabated in Kandahar and Helmand. Listen in to the reaction of the Afghan foreign minister from earlier today.
पाकिस्तान के साथ हमारे ताल्लुकात का एक चीज़ वाज़ेह करना चाहता हूँ कि पाकिस्तान का आवाम और पाकिस्तान का जो सियासून है और हुकूमत में भी अक्सर लोग जो है वो अमन पसंद लोग हैं, वो अफ़गानिस्तान के साथ अच्छा ताल्लुकात चाहता है। पाकिस्तानी आवाम और पाकिस्तानी सियासून के साथ हमारा कोई मुश्किल नहीं है। पाकिस्तान में कुछ ख़ास हलके हैं जो हालात को ख़राब करने की कोशिश कर रहा है, तो अफ़गानिस्तान अपना सरहदों का, अपना फ़ज़ा का हक़ महफूज रखे और जैसा कुछ खिलाफ वर्जियाँ हुआ है उसके फ़ौरन जवाब भी दिया। और फिर रात जो इंतकामी ऑपरेशन हुआ तो उसमें हमारा जो हदफ और मतलूब था वो हासिल हुआ। फिर हमारे दोस्त ममालिक जैसा क़तर और सऊदी अरबिस्तान उन्होंने उन्होंने तलब किया कि अभी जंग रुकना चाहिए, तो हमारे तरफ से जंग रुका हुआ और अभी हालात कंट्रोल में हैं। तो हम अच्छा ताल्लुकात चाहते हैं, हम मुज़ाकरात के दरवाज़े हमारा खुला है सबके लिए। हम अफ़गानिस्तान में अमन लाया है, हम सारे खित्ते के अमन चाहता है, तो ये एक बेहतरीन फुर्सत आया है कि सब मसाइल मुज़ाकरे और मुफाहमे के रास्ते से हल होना चाहिए। सारे लोग मुत्तहिद हैं और इमारत का साथ खड़ा है, तो इमारत का जो पॉलिसी है वो ये है कि पहले तो मुज़ाकरा और मुफाहमा से सब के सब मुश्किलात हल करना चाहता है। हम ज़ीरो टेंशन के तरफदार हैं और अगर और नहीं चाहता है तो फिर अफगानिस्तान के पास और रास्ते भी है।
And ladies and gentlemen, just as Afghan's foreign minister sitting in New Delhi has launched a scathing attack on Pakistan, we are getting breaking news input that Pakistani Army Chief General Asim Munir, Field Marshal now, Asim Munir is visiting the Afghan border areas following fresh clashes between Taliban and Pakistani forces. Now the Pakistani Army Chief Field Marshal Asim Munir is visiting the bordering areas between Afghanistan and Pakistan despite the Taliban's announcement of a halt of attacks. Now, local sources in Pakistan are telling us that the Pakistan Army has continued its attack and is continuing its targeted drone attacks in areas of southern Afghanistan, particularly in Spin Buldak, in Kandahar, in Behramcha, in Helmand. We just showed you the visuals earlier, just a few seconds ago, of the plumes of smoke rising in Kandahar, and now we are getting latest breaking reports on border tensions between the two countries intensifying, and now even Pakistan's Field Marshal Asim Munir going to the conflict-hit parts. My colleague Chandrakala continues to remain live with us, who has been tracking details on this story. Chandrakala, now Field Marshal Asim Munir rushing to the bordering areas where they are trying to establish air superiority over the Afghan Taliban, and unabated drone strikes are continuing despite calls for de-escalation from the Afghan side following a very fierce retaliation. What is this entire visit supposed to signal? What are you picking up, Chandrakala?
Well, a very important visit right at this moment, and the Pakistani army chief is now visiting the Afghan border following fresh clashes between Taliban and Pakistani forces, where this sends out a very, very important message. Of course, now Afghanistan has asked for ending this particular clash, but yes, of course, Pakistan continues to retaliate. Now the Pakistani army chief has visited the border areas of the two countries despite the Taliban's announcement of a halt to attacks. Local sources are of the view that Pakistani army has continued its attacks and its drones targeted areas in Spin, Buldak, Kandahar and Helmand today. Now, border tension has intensified between both the countries in recent weeks, and concerns have absolutely grown about the spread of this conflict. Now, we have seen the Afghan foreign minister also from the soil of from here in New Delhi has sent out a strong message to Pakistan. Although he has said that it wants a good relation with Pakistan, but also warned Pakistan to not continue with its terror elements. So a very, very strong message being put out. Although Afghanistan has called for a halt to it, has announced to halt this attack, but the Pakistani army chief has now visited Afghan border to take stock of the situation, and the Pakistani army continues to attack Afghanistan in different border areas of Afghanistan. Over to you.
Thank you so much, Chandrakala, for tracking all those details for us. Meanwhile, ladies and gentlemen, more breaking news updates are coming in from West Asia, where concerns are rising over the Afghan and Pakistan situation. West Asian nations have now expressed concern over the rising tensions along the Pakistan-Afghanistan border. In fact, they are urging both sides to show restraint and resolve dispute through dialogue. The Qatari Foreign Ministry statement is calling for diplomacy and de-escalation in the interest of regional peace and stability. And here's what's happening in West Asia. Even if they are looking at the Israel-Hamas situation, concerns are now high over Pakistan and Afghanistan.
The Afghan forces' multi-front operation has delivered a crushing blow to the Pakistan military, resulting in mass casualties of the Pakistani soldiers, military establishment, infrastructure, outpost and weapons. The Afghanistan-Pakistan border witnessed a massive escalation in tensions as Afghan forces launched a full-blown retaliation against Pakistan days after unprovoked airstrikes in Kabul and other Afghan cities. The escalating tensions have prompted regional concern. Iranian Minister of Foreign Affairs Abbas Araghchi has called on his country's two neighbors to exercise restraint. Qatar has raised alarm over the situation, urging both sides to prioritize dialogue, diplomacy and restraint, and to work towards containing differences in a manner that helps reduce tension and avoid escalation in order to achieve regional security and stability. The Saudi Arabian Ministry of Foreign Affairs has issued a statement urging both Pakistan and Afghanistan to keep self-restraint to avoid further escalation. The kingdom calls for self-restraint, avoiding escalation and embracing dialogue and wisdom, which will contribute to reducing tension and maintaining the security and stability of the region, the statement said. As tensions simmer, the message overall is clear. As Pakistan and Afghanistan trade blame across a fragile border, the international community is urging restraint and dialogue.
Well, that's the latest coming in from West Asia. Meanwhile, the Indian Armed Forces are also showing their might and preparedness. In a major show of India's future warfighting capabilities, the Northern Command has launched exercise Vidyudh Vidvans, a high-tech tri-services military drill combat testing readiness beyond conventional battlefields. The focus of multi-domain operations is under the lens. Scanning spaces, cyber, electromagnetic and cognitive warfare is the main focus of this operation. Troops from the Army, the Navy and the Air Force along with the national agencies are integrating niche technologies together along with AI tools and next generation systems to stimulate future wars. The exercise underscores India's thrust on jointness, innovation and of course, Atmanirbharta, sharpening the force's edge on the battlefields of tomorrow. Here's a detailed report on what this exercise is all about.
Warfare is no longer confined to land, air, or sea. Today's battlefield extends across space, cyber, cognitive, and other domains. The Indian Armed Forces embrace multi-domain operations, where all forces operate with synergy, incorporating other national agencies for a unified and decisive response. In the digital battle space, cyber warriors defend the nation's data sovereignty. Electronic warfare units dominate the spectrum, disrupting enemy networks, securing ours. Jointness, integration, and innovation form the backbone of future warfare. Every sensor, every shooter, every soldier, connected, aware, and decisive.
After 30 years of tourist trips, a famed pirate ship based on Christopher Columbus's vessel has sunk off the coast of Puerto Vallarta in Mexico. The iconic Marigalante, which is constructed entirely out of wood, rapidly sunk on Friday after a system's failure. Here's what happened in Mexico.
A replica of Christopher Columbus's Santa Maria sank off the coast of Puerto Vallarta after 30 years of tourist trips. The ship, known as Marigalante, was built in 1987 and officially launched in 1992 to commemorate the 500th anniversary of Columbus's arrival in the Americas. According to the company, the entire crew was evacuated safely before the ship went down and no tourists were on board at the time. Constructed entirely of wood, it had become an icon of the port, ferrying tourists to give a glimpse of the pirate life at sea. The vessel was famous for its pirate show, which featured acrobatics, sword fights, and fireworks. The company that owned the iconic ship said that the incident occurred as the crew was attempting to return to port to carry out technical repairs. The system malfunction worsened and the ship began to slowly submerge into the waters that had been its home for more than 3 decades. Strong waves in the area intensified the emergency, complicating efforts and leading to the total sinking of the ship. In a statement, the ship company emotionally said that the Marigalante rests in the waters that were always her home, and she will forever remain alive in the memory and hearts of all who watched her sail. On the other hand, the company announced that the Marigalante's sister ship will arrive in the bay to continue its legacy of history. The new vessel is expected to be operational in the Banderas Bay within 3 months.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा।
Attorney General Bondi, why did you publicly claim to have the Epstein client list waiting for your review and then produce nothing relevant to that claim?
Senator Durbin, if you listen to my entire clip on that, I said I had not reviewed it yet, that it was sitting on my...
In February, you made a public claim that the Epstein client list was, quote, sitting on my desk right now for review, end of quote. You then produced already public information and no client list at a major media event hosted at the White House. Attorney General Bondi, why did you publicly claim to have the Epstein client list waiting for your review and then produce nothing relevant to that claim?
Senator Durbin, if you listen to my entire clip on that, I said I had not reviewed it yet, that it was sitting on my desk along with the JFK files, the Martin Luther King files, and I said I had not yet reviewed it. And if you see our memo on Epstein, you will see, our memo on Epstein clearly points out that there was no client list, our July 6th memo.
Going back to the Epstein files, according to another whistleblower who made a protected disclosure to my office, you pushed the FBI to review approximately 100,000 Epstein-related records on an arbitrarily short deadline in March, and the FBI was directed to flag any documents that mentioned President Trump. Nothing came of that review until July when DOJ and FBI released an unsigned memo stating, quote, there's no incriminating client list. Why was the July 7th memo unsigned?
The July 7th memo came from the FBI and the Department of Justice. Director Patel answered those questions very clear. And, you know, Senator Durbin, I find it very interesting that you refused repeated Republican requests to release the Epstein flight logs in 2023 and 2024. You fought that. Did you take money from Reid Hoffman, campaign donations, who was a huge Epstein friend? Why did you fight for years? Why did you fight to not disclose the flight logs, Senator Durbin?
I can tell you I did not refuse. One of the senators here wished to produce those logs, and I asked her to put it in writing, and she never did.
Yeah, I think Senator Blackburn would quarrel with you on that. But
I
that's
will
up to the
quarrel
two
with
of you
as to read somebody that you mentioned I never heard of.
Cristiano Ronaldo has already written his name into football history with over 900 career goals across clubs and country. But as he continues to defy age and expectations, the burning question for our fans is, can Ronaldo reach the magical 1,000-goal mark before he finally hangs up his boots? That's the big debate on our sports meter today. Scan the QR code on your screen and have your say, because your vote decides the score.
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
Attorney General Bondi, why did you publicly claim to have the Epstein client list waiting for your review and then produce nothing relevant to that claim?
Senator Durbin, if you listen to my entire clip on that, I said I had not reviewed it yet, that it was sitting on my...
In February, you made a public claim that the Epstein client list was, quote, sitting on my desk right now for review, end of quote. You then produced already public information and no client list at a major media event hosted at the White House. Attorney General Bondi, why did you publicly claim to have the Epstein client list waiting for your review and then produce nothing relevant to that claim?
Senator Durbin, if you listen to my entire clip on that, I said I had not reviewed it yet, that it was sitting on my desk along with the JFK files, the Martin Luther King files. And I said I had not yet reviewed it. And if you see our memo on Epstein, you will see, our memo on Epstein clearly points out that there was no client list, our July 6th memo.
Going back to the Epstein files, according to another whistleblower who made a protected disclosure to my office, you pushed the FBI to review approximately 100,000 Epstein-related records on an arbitrarily short deadline in March, and the FBI was directed to flag any documents that mentioned President Trump. Nothing came of that review until July when DOJ and FBI released an unsigned memo stating, quote, there's no incriminating client list. Why was the July 7th memo unsigned?
The July 7th memo came from the FBI and the Department of Justice. Director Patel answered those questions very clear. And, you know, Senator...
Republic crew lands in Afghanistan, brings you detailed inputs as Pakistan and Afghanistan clash intensify. Afghanistan government claims at least 58 Pakistani soldiers were killed, over 30 injured in clashes along the Durand line. Afghanistan issues stern warning to Pakistan, says we will not leave any attack unanswered. Taliban minister says Pakistan is harboring ISIS terrorists on its soil. Taliban government slams Pakistan's deep state for disturbance in Afghanistan. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Coming up next week on Republic Media Network is one of India's biggest thought leadership conclave, the Republic Bharat Rashtra Sarvopari Sammelan. Our theme this year is Atmanirbhar Shaktishali Bharat. Join us as we bring together voices from politics, culture, defense, spirituality and enterprise, all united by one vision. Next week on October 15 at Republic Media Network headquarters from 9:30 a.m. in the morning. Be there. Meanwhile, breaking news updates coming in, ladies and gentlemen, on the situation that's happening between Pakistan and Afghanistan. 58, that's the number. 58 Pakistani soldiers have been killed at the border clashes between Afghan forces along the Durand line, and the Taliban government has now made it very clear that attacks from Islamabad will not go unanswered. Republic's crew has landed in Afghanistan, and we bring you the detailed report from the ground, the only network in the entire nation reporting from ground zero in Afghanistan. Take a look.
Jai Hind, ladies and gentlemen, and this is an undisclosed location somewhere near the Kunar province, and there is another province called Nangarhar. So these are making the bulge. So I am at somewhere near a province called Kunar, and as you can see, this is a area which is adjoining the Pakistan's Gilgit-Baltistan area, and a huge number of Taliban fighters have started their infiltration from the Kunar province. And as you can see from my right, you can see a little entrant from there. So that is one of the locations where there has been a lot of activity and entering into the forested areas beyond this ridge into Gilgit-Baltistan. And one of the major reasons why this area has been selected by the Taliban to ramp up their operations is because of its mountainous features. There is also vegetation onto the other side of the ridge, which accommodates to getting cover. So basically what has happened is there is a bulge which is from Nangarhar and to the Kunar province. So this bulge is actually giving the advantage to Taliban for attacking the Pakistani posts, and they are at a vantage point, so they have advantage for infiltration and spreading their resources and attack in the Kunar province. So if we tactically see, the Kunar province is adjoining POK, that is Pakistan occupied Kashmir, and with the unrest which has been taking place in Gilgit-Baltistan, so it is imperative that there can be some connection between the freedom fighters in Gilgit-Baltistan and the Taliban fighters. So it is a matter of great concern that if this conflict increases, it is going to cause a lot of ramifications, a lot of geopolitical issues. And one of the main issues that the Taliban has been facing is most of their posts are made up of shelters. So these shelters are basically fiber reinforced plastic and metal sheets. So most of them have been destroyed by the Pakistan forces, and whereas the Pakistan posts are concerned, they are fortified, they are cemented, but they are isolated. That is the advantage that the Taliban is taking and doing the infiltration surrounding these posts. And since last 3 days, they have inflicted a lot of casualties and have destroyed a large part of these posts, which are now rendered unserviceable and cannot be guarded or occupied by the Pakistan forces. So this is the situation which is unfolding in the northwest border of the Taliban and the Pakistan forces, which has been taking place. Yes, the Taliban is on the back foot at few locations, at Helmand and few more provinces, where Pakistanis are using night vision thermal enabled drones for attacking Taliban, who are trying to tactically place their positions to counter and to surround the hostile Pakistan forces. And as far as the Hepta incursions are concerned, they are regular and they increase with the frequency after 8 in the evening. So it is imperative that the attack Heptas and the drones that the Pakistan forces are using are enabled with night fighting capability and high caliber weapons. And at the moment, the Taliban has the firepower, but they do not have anti-aircraft weapon systems. So probably that is what is holding them back. But at night, they avoid moving right now at the moment. They prefer moving during day, because at night it is really becoming difficult for the Taliban to move in towards the Kunar border and expand its operation into Pakistan occupied Kashmir. This is Major Samar signing off from an undisclosed location near Kunar. Thank you.
Meanwhile, ladies and gentlemen, a big breaking news update is coming in from Pakistan, where the ISPR, the Inter-Services Public Relations of Pakistan's ISI, is now admitting to Pakistani casualties along the Durand line after fighting the Afghan Taliban. They say that the Afghan Taliban and Khawarij, Fitna al-Khawarij, has launched an unprovoked attack on Pakistan along the Pakistan-Afghanistan border last evening. And now the ISPR is admitting that 23 soldiers of Pakistan have embraced what they call Shahadat while defending the territorial integrity of their nation against the actions that also led to 29 soldiers being injured. So now big statement coming in from Pakistan's DG ISPR that Pakistan is admitting finally to 23 fatal casualties in the border skirmish with Afghanistan. 29 soldiers also injured. So big numbers coming in. Pakistan slowly but surely admitting that it is bleeding on the Durand line. The Afghan-Pak border is operationalized and it is bleeding on there. 23 Pakistani soldiers have lost their lives is what the ISPR is admitting. 29 injuries. Ladies and gentlemen, the number that we are putting out is well over 50. But Pakistan now finally admitting that it is losing blood on the front lines. My colleague Gursimran joins us live on the broadcast with more details on this story. Gursimran, finally, the DG ISPR admitting 23 fatal casualties. What's the latest that you're picking up?
See, it's almost 16 hours after the skirmish that has taken place on the Afghan-Pakistan border. ISPR has finally broken the silence and has come out with the statement in which they have tried to put the onus as usual, the rhetoric that every time DG ISPR follows. This time also ISPR press note that has been issued trying to blame it on India and Afghanistan, saying that these Khawarij, that is the Tehrik-e-Taliban Pakistan terrorists, they are trying to enter from the Afghan soil into the Pakistan territory, and they were planning to launch a major assault on Pakistan that was averted as being claimed by ISPR. But one major thing that has come out of this is that ISPR has for the first time has admitted the casualties that have taken place. They have said that the total number of casualties is 42, out of which if we speak of the 52, out of which the fatal casualties is 23 and the non-fatal casualties are 29. So this takes the total number somewhere close to the casualties that have been claimed by the Zabiullah Mujahid when he was addressing the press conference this afternoon in Kabul. So the numbers of the fatal casualties have now been accepted. 23 fatal casualties have been accepted by the Pakistani army, which clearly shows that the magnitude and the attack that was carried out, the retaliatory strikes that have been carried out by the Afghanistan defense forces, that was way higher than Pakistan has expected. Though Pakistan in its statement has claimed that they have been managed to capture some of the posts of Afghanistan, but it also mentions a word that it was briefly captured, physically captured briefly for a short while. So this is also something that is being said by the DG ISPR in its handout that has been released, and also some of the videos, a 7-minute long video has also been released by the DG ISPR claiming that they have done extensive damage to the installations of the Afghan defense forces. But and also one more thing that they have claimed, the number of the casualties on the adversary side, they have said that it is more than 200. On ground, what it seems that the claims that are being made by the DG ISPR, they are somewhat far from the reality, but at least what is the major proportion of this handout is that Pakistan has admitted the casualties to the Afghan side, because what they are terming as a terror attack that has been admitted by the Afghan, that it was their armed forces that have carried out an assault as a retaliatory strike to the Pakistani aggression that has taken place earlier this week, when we saw Pakistan carrying out airstrikes in the garb, stating that it was aimed at the leadership of Tehrik-e-Taliban Pakistan, but it could not actually fetch some good results for Pakistan.
Thank you so much, Gursimran, for tracking those details. Ladies and gentlemen, the ISPR finally admitting mass casualties along the Afghan border. Meanwhile, let me take you back to what exactly happened 48 hours ago when Afghanistan's Taliban government accused Pakistan on Friday of conducting airstrikes on its land, particularly in the capital city of Kabul, and warned of consequences. Now, these accusations came as Islamabad had claimed that it was taking action against the Tehrik-e-Taliban Pakistan. According to Pakistani security officials, 11 more Pakistani soldiers had earlier been confirmed, and now subsequently we are getting more information that the ISPR has admitted 23 more fatalities in the clashes. The overall number is looking at over 50. Now in the Tira area near the Afghan-Pak border, where the tensions were particularly also very high, Islamabad is now asserting that Tehrik-e-Taliban Pakistan is operating from Afghan soil, and Kabul is continuing to deny the charge and threatening even more retaliation if Pakistani aggression continues. Here's a detailed report of the account what happened 48 hours ago.
Ferocious escalation of violence along the Afghanistan-Pakistan border was not a mere spontaneous flare-up. It was the immediate and brutal fulfillment of an explicit threat of revenge issued by Kabul in response to Islamabad's aggressive cross-border actions. The current conflict is rooted in a deadly cycle. Earlier, the Pakistani military announced that its forces had avenged the killing of 11 soldiers by ambushing and killing 30 militants, elements often accused of operating from Afghan soil in the Orakzai district. However, the subsequent alleged Pakistani airstrikes on the Afghan capital of Kabul and Paktika province were what broke the barrier of direct hostility. Immediately following the explosions in Kabul, which were widely attributed to the Pakistani military, the Afghan Defense Ministry issued an unambiguous public condemnation. The ministry condemned the action as an unprecedented, violent, and provocative act that violated Afghanistan's sovereignty and warned of serious repercussions. The threat was specific and unequivocal. This cowardly attack will not go unanswered, and if the situation escalates, the responsibility will be of the Pakistani military. This official warning was swiftly followed by a high-alert decree from the highest levels of the Islamic Emirate. In a move signaling full military readiness, Taliban chief Mullah Akhundzada reportedly released a statement asking soldiers to be on guard 24/7 and ordering all province chiefs to patrol at night. This command served as the public mobilization order, preparing Afghan forces to execute the promised revenge. Within hours, the Taliban operationalized their threat. The Afghanistan's 201st Khalid bin Walid Army Corps launched full-scale retaliatory strikes on Pakistani outposts in Nangarhar and Kunar. The results of the swift offensive, which rapidly escalated to artillery exchanges across Kunar, Dangam, Burkot, and Paktia, delivered the threatened consequences. The Afghan Defense Ministry claims that Taliban Islamic Emirate forces captured several outposts from the Pakistan Army. In Coast's Zazi Maidan area, Afghan border guards cut the border fence wire and seized multiple Pakistani posts, capturing military weapons in the process. Reports confirm mass casualties on the Pakistani side, with initial tallies claiming at least 8 Pakistani soldiers were killed in the intense clashes. Afghan forces also reportedly destroyed 2 Pakistani outposts across the Durand line in Kunar and Helmand provinces. The ongoing border fighting is thus framed not merely as a security incident, but as a direct, promised act of revenge following a clear diplomatic warning.
Shifting our focus now to some more breaking inputs coming in from the national capital of Delhi, where Prime Minister Narendra Modi interacted with farmers from across the country as he participated in a special Krishi program at the ICAR Indian Agricultural Research Institute in New Delhi yesterday. The farmers say that Pradhan Mantri Matsya Sampada Yojana PMMSY is a very big hope for startup farmers, particularly leaning towards pisciculture. Listen in to this report.
मैं सरायकेला में हाथीमारा गांव में वहाँ पे 125 गरीब जनजाति और हो जाति फैमिली को अडॉप्ट कर लिया और वहाँ पे मेरा इंटीग्रेटेड फार्मिंग का हमने आयाम चालू।
आपकी पढ़ाई भी इसमें हुई है, पहले से कहीं ट्रेनिंग ली, कैसे मन कर गया इसमें?
सर आप मेरे आदर्श रहे।
अरे भाई
आपने देश को आह्वान किया था कि जॉब सीकर की जगह पे जॉब गिवर बना। पूरी दुनिया में टाटा स्टील अपना प्रोडक्ट बेचती है, मेरे प्रोडक्ट को टाटा स्टील बेचती है।
वाह
जी मैं सखी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन से जुड़ी हूँ और हमारा सफर 20 महिलाओं से शुरू होकर आज 90,000 महिलाएं
90,000
जी सर 90,000 महिलाएं काम कर रही हैं और वो दूध बेचकर एक अच्छी इनकम ले रही हैं और हमने आज तक 14,000 प्लस लखपति दीदियाँ भी बनाई हैं।
आप तो सर मिरेकल बता रही हो।
मेरा बस यहाँ अच्छा फिशिंग बोट है, मच्छी वाला हूँ। अभी आपका स्कीम का वजह से प्रधानमंत्री मत्स्य संपदा योजना स्कीम का वजह से आइस प्लान भी हुआ, कोस्टर जी हुआ।
कितने लोग काम करते हैं आपके साथ?
मेरे साथ काम करते हैं 100 लोग काम करते हैं।
अच्छा, और भी ऐसे लोग हैं जिनको ये विचार आता है?
जी सर, इन लोग अभी दूसरा लोग अभी अंडमान जो पहले हम लोग जो ठीक से हम लोग को ये फिशिंग बोट जा ही नहीं सकता सर। आपका स्कीम का प्रधानमंत्री मत्स्य संपदा योजना स्कीम का वजह से अभी बोट भी चल रहा है, अभी आइस भी मिल रहा है सर, यहाँ मच्छी रखने का जगह भी मिलता है सर। मैं कश्मीर से आ रहा हूँ। मैंने एक प्रोग्राम के जरिए आपकी स्कीम के बारे में सुना थी MMSI, तो वहाँ पे जाके मैं उससे मशगूल हुआ, तो मैंने ये कल्चर स्टार्ट किया 3 रेसे से। मेरे अभी 14 एम्प्लॉयज है, 14 एम्प्लॉयज है और 15 लाख का मेरा मुनाफा हो रहा है साल भर का। बहुत अच्छा मार्केट मिल रहा है और इसके साथ और उनको भी फायदा मिल रहा है।
अब तो ये ट्रेन से भी आपका गुड़ जा रहा है, तो बहुत जल्दी से आपकी चीजें पहुँचेगी।
बहुत ज्यादा डेवलपमेंट हो रही है, वो तो आपकी वजह से हो रही है और मुझे नहीं लग रहा कि ये सब चीजें किसी और प्राइम मिनिस्टर की वजह से। नहीं,
जम्मू कश्मीर के नौजवानों में बहुत ताकत है भाई।
कश्मीर में आपके दौरान, आपकी हुकूमत के दौरान, गवर्नमेंट के दौरान हुई है।
Meanwhile, ladies and gentlemen, a lot more is making news across Bharat. Let me take you through all those updates in the next 2 minutes. Here's a Bharat in 2. The Bharatiya Janata Party on Sunday has announced names of 3 candidates for the upcoming Rajya Sabha elections in the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir. The party has named Dr. Ali Mohammad Mir, Rakesh Mahajan and Satyapal Sharma as its candidates. The polls for the 4 Rajya Sabha seats are set to be held. An accused in the alleged gang rape case of a teenage girl in Lucknow sustained injuries in an encounter with the Uttar Pradesh police, while another accused has been arrested. According to Deputy Commissioner of Police Nipun Agarwal, the accused injured has been identified as Lalit Kashyap. The second accused with Kashyap has made the run successfully, while a third has been arrested and has been involved in incidents which is now under further investigation.
एक लड़की के साथ कुछ व्यक्तियों द्वारा दुष्कर्म करा गया। इसमें तत्काल ही पुलिस ने उस पीड़िता के पिता की तहरीर पर नामजद अभियुक्तों के विरुद्ध अभियोग पंजीकृत कर लिया था एवं इनकी गिरफ्तारी हेतु हमने कई टीम्स बना रखी थी। हरौनी रेलवे स्टेशन के पास जब पुलिस पिकेट लगा के चेकिंग कर रही थी, तभी वहीं से बाइक सवार 2 अज्ञात व्यक्ति वहां से गुजर रहे थे। जब पुलिस ने उनको रोकने के लिए बोला तो उन्होंने पुलिस पे फायरिंग कर दी। इसमें आत्मरक्षार्थ हेतु पुलिस ने उन पर फायरिंग करी, जिसमें कि एक व्यक्ति घायल हो गया।
The Bengal police have arrested 3 accused in connection with the alleged gang rape of a medical student from Odisha in Durapur. According to the medical student's father, she had stepped out with her classmate to get something to eat. However, when 2 or 3 men arrived, her classmate fled and she was raped. Earlier on Saturday, the student was reported to be in stable condition in her recovery.
Three persons arrested and they have been forwarded to court today. And further investigation is on. Everything is going according to all the protocol. All investigation is taking place.
Minister of State for External Affairs in India, Kirtiwardhan Singh, to represent India at the India Middle East Peace Summit titled in Sharm el-Sheikh. Peace Summit, which is going to be chaired jointly by US President Donald Trump and Egyptian President Abdel Fattah el-Sisi. Meanwhile, ladies and gentlemen, more breaking news details coming in on the Afghan-Pakistan war. Now, Taliban has claimed to have captured Pakistani checkpoints. The group's have captured more than 40 Pakistani border checkpoints along the Durand line on Sunday evening, killing at least 58 Pakistani soldiers. That's the big breaking news update coming in. Zabiullah Mujahid, a spokesman for the Taliban administration, has described the operation as revenge and has added that 9 Taliban affiliates were also killed, with several others wounded in the clash. The Taliban's claim comes as border tensions between Afghanistan and Pakistan have escalated in recent months, particularly in the last 24 to 48 hours, leading to repeated exchanges of fire between the two sides. Now, the Durand line is the main official border between Afghanistan and Pakistan, which has seen various points of contention and now various checkpoints, at least 40 by the count of the Taliban, have been captured. Gursimran, my colleague, joins us with latest details on this story. Gursimran, more details coming in of Afghan forces capturing critical border checkposts and Pakistani posts along the Durand line. What's the latest you're picking up?
Yes, as per the statement that has been issued by the Afghan government through its spokesperson Zabiullah Mujahid, the government has said that they have captured some 40 critical checkposts that were there on the Durand line. They have been captured by Afghan after they carried out the retaliatory strikes on Pakistan. These strikes were in response to the Pakistan's act in which they carried out the airstrikes in Kabul, where we saw that it was intent to target Noor Wali, the leader of Tehrik-e-Taliban Pakistan, but they have failed completely and there was no damage to any of the leadership or infrastructure of the Tehrik-e-Taliban Pakistan that day. But that very given day, the statement has come from the Taliban that they reserve the right to respond to the sovereignty of Afghanistan, and they have done so. Now, if we go by the number of casualties to the on side, DGISPR has come out with the total number of casualties close to 52, out of which 23 are fatal. While if we speak of the casualties to the Afghan side, Afghan government has said that they have some 20 casualties, out of which some are fatal and some are non-fatal. So the number of casualties speaks of the volumes that Pakistan was never prepared for this magnitude of strikes or retaliatory action by Afghanistan, and Afghans have taken Pakistan by complete surprise. That has led to many of their critical checkposts going to the hands of Afghan, because see what Afghans have said that they have captured these points, but when it comes to the DGISPR, they have said that they had briefly physical control over these posts. So that is very clear that Pakistan do not have the control over any of the locations that they had, but if we speak of the Afghan, they are having control over 40 critical points.
Thank you so much, Gursimran, for tracking those details. Ladies and gentlemen, that's the latest coming in now. Afghan Taliban is claiming that they have captured more than 40 posts along the Durand line on the Afghan-Pak border. That's it for this edition of Live and Breaking, ladies and gentlemen. Do not go anywhere. We'll be right back after a very short break. On the other side is a very special edition of the legal side of things with our senior executive editor, Ridham Anand Bharadwaj. Stay tuned.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
Bliss. It dances on your skin like first rain. Experience bliss in all its forms with Hindware. Hindware, designed for bliss.
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
Lashkar-e-Taiba's deputy chief Saifullah Kasuri, who is believed to be the mastermind behind the Pahalgam terror attack, has openly threatened Prime Minister Narendra Modi in a clip that is now going viral on social media. In the video, Kasuri can be seen praising Pakistan Army Chief General Asim Munir, referring to him as Field Marshal, requesting him to teach a lesson to PM Modi similar to the Pahalgam attack on May 10th, 2025.
हम सतलुज के किनारे पर इस वक्त मौजूद हैं और ये दरिया सतलुज जो हिंदुस्तान से होता हुआ हमारे जिला कसूर से इसी इलाके से पाकिस्तान में दाखिल होता है। मुझे भी सैलाब के दिनों में ज्यादा वक्त सतलुज के किनारे पे, सतलुज की लहरों में, सतलुज की ऊपर चलने वाली कश्तियों और बेड़ों में ज्यादा वक्त गुजारने का मौका मिला है। और मैं खूब जानता हूं ये सतलुज में जो सैलाब आया है, ये कुदरती सैलाब सारे का सारा नहीं था, ये मसनूई था, ये दुश्मन की अदावत थी, ये उसकी गुंडागर्दी थी, ये उसकी
Cristiano Ronaldo has already etched his name in football history with over 900 career goals across clubs and country. But as he continues to defy age and expectations, the burning question for fans is that can Ronaldo reach the magical 1,000 goal mark before he finally hangs up his boots? That's the big question on our sports meter today. Scan the QR on your screen and have your say, because your votes decide the score.
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
Attorney General Bondi, why did you publicly claim to have the Epstein client list waiting for your review and then produce nothing relevant to that claim?
Senator Durbin, if you listen to my entire clip on that, I said I had not reviewed it yet, that it was sitting on my...
February, you made a public claim that the Epstein client list was, quote, sitting on my desk right now for review, end of quote. You then produced already public information and no client list at a major media event hosted at the White House. Attorney General Bondi, why did you publicly claim to have the Epstein client list waiting for your review and then produce nothing relevant to that claim?
Senator Durbin, if you listen to my entire clip on that, I said I had not reviewed it yet, that it was sitting on my desk along with the JFK files, the Martin Luther King files, and I said I had not yet reviewed it. And if you see our memo on Epstein, you will see, excuse me, our memo on Epstein clearly points out that there was no client list, our July 6th memo.
Going back to the Epstein files, according to another whistleblower who made a protected disclosure to my office, you pushed the FBI to review approximately 100,000 Epstein-related records.
Hello and welcome to the legal side of things. Our guest on the show today is often called Rainmaker, master strategist, also the managing partner of Kranjewala and Company, Mr. Ryan Kranjewala. Mr. Kranjewala, as I thank you for being on the legal side of things today, I want to begin not at the start, not with your years at St. Columbus and SRCC and GLC, but starting with the latest and the biggest inheritance battle in the company. I'm surprised you're not a part of the Karishma Kapoor-Priya Sachdeva battle.
So, the answer to that question is yes and no. Earlier, when she was fighting with her husband Sanjay, Karishma had been a client of ours and we'd appeared for her in her divorce and so on and so forth. Then, after they'd settled, years went by and Sanjay came as a client of mine in his fight with Mandira, his sister, over the trademark of Sona steering. So, we are appearing in that matter. The possibility is that when Sanjay died, Priya Sachdeva's side may have come to us. But at that stage, something happened which sort of has kept us out of the matter. Namely, Mrs. Jaya Bachchan is a very close personal friend of Rani Kapoor. And she was very sympathetic to her situation, and she sort of spoke to Manik and hinted that, if you stayed out of this litigation for Rani's sake.
Who spoke to you?
Mrs. Jaya Bachchan
yeah, okay, all right.
spoke to Manik, my wife.
Hanji, okay.
And who she's very friendly with. And I, of course, know her, but she spoke to Manik, my wife, and sort of hinted that, if we keep out of the litigation, it would be a nice thing to do. So then we listened to her and we stayed out of this litigation. That's the reason why we're out of the litigation. In the meanwhile, one or two intermediaries have approached me and I have suggested to them what I think is a fair settlement, at least vis-a-vis the mother. And they also thought so. But I don't know whether the situation is such that the matter can be settled at this point of time. So that's why we're not really in the thick of things.
Have you seen the latest viral video, the fiery legal battle between Rajiv Nair and Mahesh Jethmalani? What do we make out of such things that happen in the Delhi High Court?
Happen every day in court. It's nothing, not such a big deal.
Such big words and don't talk back to me.
See, you have to understand, these things happen in court. You weren't there in the early days when Fali and Soli used to sort of shriek and bark at each other. But this is all part of the game, and usually 8 out of 10, the minute you step out of court, things are normal again.
The other big cases you've done, since I've started with cases, for us, of course, the Shah Rukh Khan case is something that we've seen you as a part of winning it for Shah Rukh. He had this team of lawyers in Bombay. They weren't able to do what your magic and strategy in Delhi got him to do in Bombay.
That's not fair. That's not fair. The foundation was laid by the Bombay lawyers, and the sort of icing on the cake was the fact that we were able to get Mukul to come down from London at short notice, and we briefed him, as did the Bombay lawyers, and we succeeded. And I think, frankly, that was a case in which we should have won anyway. So,
were you personally involved? Were you there?
Only in the sense that I kept in touch with what was happening, and my two partners, Ruby Ahuja and Sandeep Kapoor, were both there personally.
Right. And did you think they should have got justice early? Did you think it was...
Everyone... Look, if I think my client has a good case, then obviously I think he should have got justice at the trial court level.
Yes.
He didn't.
You've also done the defamation case and others for Harpreet Puri.
Hardeep's wife.
Hardeep's wife, that's right.
Yeah.
And you won it.
Well, we got something. Yes, we did.
Yes. So in such cases, what is the advice that you give to your clients when something is spoken about them which is out of context?
It depends. It goes from person to person, it goes from situation to situation. So normally when somebody is sort of defamed, you see how serious is the defamation, you see how much it has really hurt the reputation of the person concerned, how worked up that person is about what has been said, and you see how much circulation it has got. Because normally if a well-known person enters the fray and sort of goes ahead and then contests that defamation, then if 10 people read it, 200 will read it. So, and when people read something, whatever you say, some people will believe it, some people, unless it's outrageous, some people will believe, some people will not believe. In this case, we had a clinically open and shut case. There was no way we could have lost it. So we just went to court, and she was she was the wife of a political person. Allegations of a very serious nature of corruption were made. They also reflected on him in a sense, because it was a flat that his wife had when they were foreign IFS officers and so on. So we had no choice but to go to court, and we went because we were on a strong wicket, and we succeeded because we were on a strong wicket. And Maninder, who's our lawyer, was the one who argued it for us.
And Hardeep Puri is someone you've known since the days of SRCC.
Yes.
So he's not the only one. You had many connections from days of SRCC, whether it's meeting Mr. Jaitley in the first week, or whether it's in GLC where you met Mr. Rohatgi, whether it's Mr. Rohington Nariman. Who are the names that you met back in the early years, including in Columbus, your school?
So in Columbus, I had a gang of 4 or 5 friends who are still friends. And in fact, recently we were sort of thinking of, one of our friends. So there were 5-6 of us. There's a friend of mine called Firoz Masters. There's a friend of mine called Deepak Sarup. There's a friend of mine called Girish Sareen, who I just had lunch with today. There's a friend of mine called Sunil Goel. There's a friend of mine called Manu Chadha, who's a well-known chartered accountant, T.R. Chadha and company. So these were, in a sense, a core gang of ours, and we used to sort of meet on a day. Then there was Bobby Bedi, the guy who made Bandit Queen.
Yes.
Then there was Vivek Jain, there was Mohit Satyanand, there was Ravi Dubey, who's no more, and there were a lot of people. But these 5 were the core 5. And we stayed in touch throughout, because most of them were with me in Shriram College also, and we still stay as friends. So just now, in June or July, I forget exactly when, Deepak took all of us to Bangkok to celebrate his 70th birthday, because we're all going to turn 70 in a short span of time. Very nice. So that's how it is. So that was my lot in school.
I just interviewed Dr. Singhvi. He told me from KG to 8th in the St. Columbus, he was a topper. Did you know him at St. Columbus?
No, he's much younger than me.
Okay,
he's considerably,
1959,
yeah. And you see, unlike in boarding,
Yes.
where you know people 4 batches lower than you,
Right.
in Columbus school, you barely knew people in your own class, and maybe some in other sections, but you knew your own batch. You don't really know, unless they were very well known, you don't really know batches either junior or senior to you.
I remember Republic's first summit that happened around 2018. I remember how Mr. Arun Jaitley was there, and you had a key hand in welcoming him in Mumbai in the Trident Hotel for us there. You were with him. I remember both of you discussing shawls.
I've forgotten that, but look, Arun was one of my closest personal
Take
friends.
us through that friendship. How did it start?
It started in Shriram College.
You were in the student union also.
Yeah, but that is because of Arun. So it's that friendship started in Shriram College. Corridors of Shriram College. One day, a sort of man walked up to me, very good-looking young man. And the thing about Arun was very different from a lot of people. Even when you first looked at Arun, you knew he was different. You know, he was a cut above the rest, sort of. So he just came and said, "Hello, I'm Arun Jaitley, and I'm contesting for college union president." And he won that election. We became very close friends. And then what he did is he inducted me into 2 things, college union debating and student politics. So I joined the ABVP because of him, then I became student councillor, then I became college union president after he had left. He was at that time the DUSU president, and I probably would have been the DUSU president the year after that, but Mrs. Gandhi imposed an emergency, so all elections were cancelled. So that's how I met Arun, and we were just, Rohit and I met a year later. He was in college, and many others. Vijay Goyal, very close friend of mine. Even till today, we sort of meet regularly. Very, very close friend of mine. A lot of other friends I made in Shriram College, all of whom we look upon with great fondness.
Even
And
Mr.
then, of course,
Pawan Verma and all of them were there.
no, Pawan was not in our college. You see,
Okay.
now people like Hardi, people like Pawan Verma, people like Shashi Tharoor, people like Ramu Damodaran are all people I met because I was in the debating circuit.
Yes,
They
and
were
you were
all-
the captain of the
I was the
debating-
captain of, no, I was not the captain when Arun was there.
Okay.
So I was with Arun. Arun was the captain of, we won the Andrews together. But later on, after he left, yes, I was the captain of the debating team in Shriram College. Suresh Kumar, who was, I think, in Barack Obama's administration and so on. So a lot of people in DU. You see, DU had a lot of articulate people in those days. They were all good debaters, Hardeep himself. So that's we used to meet each other and we bumped into each other, and those were the relationships we made.
And what about GLC? What was different about it? What were the connections
Government
you made in
law was a complete change. See, the first thing about government law you have to remember is the cultural difference between Delhi and Bombay.
Right.
In those, see, the first thing is that I still remember when we were dating somebody in Bombay, I saw the bill came and I said, I just pay. And she said, no, we'll go Dutch. Which is something that never happened in Delhi in those days. It may happen now, I don't know, because we don't go on dates anymore, but in those days, it never happened. In Delhi, it was assumed that if you took a girl out, you paid. In Bombay, it was always assumed it was Dutch, equal. Amazing. And the great thing about Bombay was that you could be very rich and you were always very simple. I know people who were super rich, I mean, you know, industrial wealth, Mukund Iron and Steel and so on and so forth, Alka Shah and so on and so forth. But either they would come driving up in a car or they very often hop a bus. In Delhi, it was unheard of. I remember my friend Rakesh Jain of Jain Sons had a Chevrolet Impala and very often used to give me a lift. So we used to sit in his car and go. The whole university used to be looking at the car when we walked in. So it was very, very, culturally Delhi and Bombay, especially in those days, because now money has caught up with Delhi. Delhi is also a richer city and so on and so forth, and there's a certain behavioral similarity. But in those days, it was culturally so different that I think it did a lot of good to me.
Right. And meeting Mr. Rohatgi, how did
So
that
Mukul
happen?
was like this. So I had a friend of mine called Anip Sajde. We called him Tony Sajde. Yeah. So Tony Sajde and us were, I knew him from the 10th standard school, college, and he was also had gone to government law. He knew Mukul. So he introduced me to Mukul and we became like a gang of 3. We became like 3 musketeers, so to speak, you know. And in an average on a weekday, we'd spend 5 days together. Mukul had a car. None of us had a car. Mukul had a car. His uncle used to live with his uncle, Mamas. His mamas used to live in the same joint house. And we were always hopping into his car and going somewhere or the other. And we had a great time together. And we were very close. And then we came to Delhi. And all of us joined the profession. Obviously, all of us had gone to study law. So I brought into our group Arun, who I knew from college, and Tony Sadde brought into our group Rajiv Nayak, who he was working with in Khaitans. So we became what they mischievously call us the Panch Pandavas.
Ah, very nice story. I haven't heard that one. 1979, you came to Delhi, you joined the bar, you started working with Praveen Parekh, whom you call Praveen Bhai. This was a time when you said he was a hard taskmaster, but it taught you a lot before you started your own practice.
See, in fairness to Praveen Bhai, he was not a hard taskmaster in terms of shouting and screaming, not at all.
Yes.
But he gave you a lot of work to do, and he expected. I still remember, I was to join Jimmy Dadachandji, and Fali spoke to him, and Rohinton spoke to him, and Fali said, no, Jimmy, you have to help him. If we Parsis don't help the Parsis, then who will help the Parsis? Of course, Fali, of course. Then Jimmy said yes, and he went off to Italy. Then he came back, Fali talked, he went off to America, then he came back. So then Fali said, one day Rohinton came to me and said, listen, my dad has decided you join Praveen Parekh. I said, whatever uncle says. So I went to meet Praveen. 8th August, I remember, I went to get my interview. It was my brother's birthday, so I remember. 8th August, and there I go. And Praveen just said two things to me. You work when I work. I work 7 days a week. Simple. And he did. And he was an extremely hardworking man. He used to get up at 4. Now, none of us got up at 4, but he used to get up at 4 and work. He was one of the hardest, he was one of the busiest counsels. So, the experience that we got, I think, still stands me in good stead 40 years later.
Gosh.
That's what I feel.
How many Mr. Karanjewala seniors of that time did you brief in these?
All of them, all the top seniors.
Really?
You can't brief every senior, but
yes,
every
yes,
top
sure.
senior.
Oh gosh.
Anybody you name, Fali, Soli, Venugopal, Chitle, Tarkunde, my father-in-law Justice Tarkunde, Anil Diwan, Mridul, Siddharth Mridul's father, Mridul, Parasran,
yes, of course.
Mr. Parasran, former attorney general,
Yes,
everybody, we briefed all of them.
So I want to ask you a question which is very less asked. These seniors who you briefed, these were the doyens of the law at that time. Did any of them throw files? Were they fiery? Were they angry? Yes, I remember that actually.
Fali had that habit. See, because what happened is, you went at about 8:30 in the morning for a conference in Nariman's house. He had 10 matters or 15 matters that day, 10 of which he had seen only a little bit, and he had to get ready. And he was incredibly fast. He read much faster than you spoke, and he would just ask, where is this? And you'd give him the page, where is that? And you give him the page. So you had to be well prepared. Otherwise, you couldn't start reading the brief. Anyway, so he was very, very easy. So he was a little sharp. I don't think I ever had a file thrown at me, but
that's quite a compliment.
No. A lot of people didn't have flies thrown, but he could rubbish, crack like that.
Right,
yeah,
and you copied that really well. I remember Mr. Nariman's voice saying rubbish like that.
So it was like that.
Yes.
So that was it.
Before I ask you about the respect you have and who you like the most out of the seniors or briefing them, 1983 you started your own law firm with your wife. Tell us a bit about that.
So what happened was I married Manik. She was Justice Tarkunde's daughter. And 1 month after my marriage, I got married on 17th April. About a month later, the advocate on record exam came up. So Manik was to sit for it. So she was a little hesitant. But her father told her, look, this is the best excuse, even if you don't do well. But my daughter maintains, we're not sure that she topped that exam. Wow. And Manik denies it, but I think my daughter checked it out because my daughter also topped it. Wow. And so it's a bit of a record in the fact. I never sat for it. So anyway, then she became an advocate on record, and then this was somewhere in, we married in April, this was in May, and in February 1st we started.
How were those years? Where did you start? What was that time like?
Those years were great fun. My first office was in my father-in-law's, my father-in-law had a rented premise in B17 Marani Bagh. It was a very well-known house as far as lawyers were concerned, because earlier to that, Dadachandji had lived in it. Earlier to that, Niran De, who was the Attorney General of India, had lived in it. So my first office was on the Barsati floor of B17 Marani Bagh. And I stayed in for 2, 3, 5. No, I was in that office for 6 to 7 years. I shifted out in 1990 when Indian Airlines, Air India came as clients and we needed a bigger premise and so on.
Which was the first successful case, Swadeshi Polytech, that you did? Which is the one that comes to your mind?
Swadeshi Polytech was an unsuccessful case. We lost it. Okay. But it was one of the biggest cases of that time.
Exciting cases.
Yeah, it was one of the biggest cases of that time. So that was the
And you did the Indian Express case in which Guru Murthy was a part.
So the answer to that is a yes and no. I initially did the Indian Express case when I was in Praveen Parekh. Okay. It was Praveen's client.
Right.
Arun Shuri had sent the case to us, and I remember meeting Ramnath Goenka in those days. I knew him well. I knew Ramnaji quite well actually, and I remember meeting him in those days, and he'd been talking about it, and then he suddenly said, he used to call Gurumurti used to say, I'm known as Ramnaji's Mundu. So Guru he's not very tall, he's not diminutive, but he's not very tall, very intelligent, super hardworking. He used to have that big pen of his, very simply dressed, and he would work from morning to evening. Brilliant, super hardworking. He was the one who actually built the case, if you ask me. Arun was there because I inducted Arun in the matter because he was familiar with municipal laws, which I wasn't. And I was in Parekh at that time. He actually built the case, and then Naliman argued it, and then this thing. Then I stopped working on that matter for when I left Praveen. It continued with Parekh. And then Express came back to me, but not in this matter, as a client years later.
Okay. And Swadeshi Polytech, you said it was one of the most exciting cases?
It was a very big case. It went on for 4 months in the Supreme Court. Our team, Pinaki Mishra, had brought it to the firm. There was Arun, there was Gurumurti, there was Pinaki, there was our friend Beena Gupta, and us all together in the case. And our lead counsels were as follows: Venugopal, Anil Devan, Ashok Desai.
Wow.
Ashok Desai was still in Bombay in those days. He'd come down to argue it here.
Amazing.
Yeah, so it was a great time.
And who did you like briefing the most? Among all the lawyers, not only in this case.
So, different people, different this thing. My own personal preferences and comfort zone was with Fali and Soli.
Right.
I knew them well. I knew Fali very personally. I knew Soli. I liked Soli's way of working. So both of them were. If I were to take two favorite counsels, then they'd be my two favorite counsels.
What was so wonderful about the time of Soli, Fali, Ram? What was different and distinctive about all three of them?
It's an era that's gone by which will never come again. First of all, the court was smaller. So people could focus on a few, and the attention span.
That's very
so
interesting. Yeah, that's
true. The
true.
court was smaller. I mean, if you have 7,000 people arguing, then how are you going to, you get the point. So the court was smaller. You could focus on it. Those were very exciting times. And those were less commercial times. You know, everybody was not in the rat race of making money, either paisa maro, either paisa maro.
Yes.
No. It was an idealistic. I mean, public interest litigation grew up before me, in the sense that Justice Bhagwati propounded the concept of taking a letter written to the court and converting it into a writ petition. What he would do is someone would write him a letter saying, I'm in jail and I'm been treating badly. So he'd take it, convert it into a writ petition, appoint somebody as an amicus. The person he used to appoint in the early days as an amicus the most, and that sort of was Kapil Sibal. A young Kapil Sibal was appointed amicus. He would come and argue the cases, and then between him and of course the larger contribution was Justice Bhagwati's, the whole law on public interest litigation developed in India.
Hugely fascinating. Did
Yeah, so
not
that's
know
how
that.
it is.
That's amazing, because PIL is something that is the heartbeat
Now
of...
it's PIL is just PIL, but in those days it evolved in front of us. So we saw it evolving in our eyes. Those were very idealistic times also, you know. Yes. Even now the political discourse is sharp. In those days it was equally sharp, but in those days it was at a more pleasant level.
I agree. I've heard that often. What are the key milestones in your journey that you think led to the Kranjiwala and Company being one of the leading law firms in India?
So let me just do a hop, skip and jump, because that's the only hop, skip and jump from one big case to another big case to another big case to another big case, because according to me it is those prominent cases that give you the profile that give you other clientele. Of course you have to do well along the way, you have to do well in your day-to-day matters. So, I mean, I virtually sort of memorized this because I've said it so often. So I can just rattle off. So Swadeshi Politics was the first big milestone. So then when VP Singh became a client, he was the Defence and former Finance Minister of India. He'd just gone out. He was the Thakkar Natarajan Commission had sort of issued him an 8B notice. He came to us through the Indian Express Group as a client. I took Soli to him, and that's how Soli became Attorney General in his time.
Lovely.
Yeah, in his time. Then, so that was the second. Then third would be when Indian Airlines, Air India came as a client. Then the fourth would be when Lufthansa came as a client. They came to me in the Modi Luft matter. And those days, it was so funny, you know. I was one of the few people, early people to get a mobile phone. So I was sitting in Taj Hotel, I get a call. We are from Lufthansa, and then we got, had we not been so easily available on the phone, we don't know whether we'd have been there. So then Lufthansa came as a client. Then the Tatas came as a client in the Ulfa case, where that's how I got into the Tatas. Then again, Tata Motors came as a client. Then years later, then we started doing a lot of work for the Tata Group. So they then became this thing. And then it just kept on rolling. Then, I mean, you know, one client after another big client after another big client. So we did the Mystery Tata fight. Yes. We did in recent times, as far as the IBC is concerned, we did ArcelorMittal, which is the biggest, I think, stake that was fought out in that particular forum. Then we also did the takeover of Bhushan Steel for the Tatas. So that came, and then, of course, Shah Rukh Khan's case is always around to be talked about, and so on. And so then, you know, as you reach JSW came recently, where about 3 months ago, 4 months ago. So as you reach a certain critical mass, then many important cases come your way, and they don't stand out in such isolated splendor as they do in the earlier years. You know, one Swadeshi politic in those years, I mean, could give you bragging rights for 5 years. Today, I mean, it'll come. JSW is a much bigger case than Swadeshi politic was, even in terms of the stakes involved. But I mean, you know, they come and they go.
But you've also always been called a rainmaker, a master strategist. How do you pull yourself back from a case and are able to understand all the pieces?
First of all, I don't really think I'm a rainmaker. People like to say it, and I don't like to deny it too much. But today, all our partners get work. It's not just, and unlike what people think, I'm not a networking person. I have a natural.
Really? Yeah. But I do think you have a natural.
So I have a huge network of friends.
Yes.
And I like people, and people like me, and I get along with them. But it's not, I never try, or I don't think I consciously try to convert it into a commercial relationship.
Right.
A lot of my very close friends are not my clients, and they're still very rich. I know a lot of people in the country who are extraordinarily rich. I never go to them for work. I never pitch. If you know what I mean. I personally believe that you don't need to do a beauty parade. Right. People like you, they'll come to you, and God is, that's what always been kind to me.
Yes, yes. I remember you saying that one of the persons that you really admired was Ram Jethmalani, and you think there's not been anyone like him.
In criminal law, according to me, and obviously I wasn't there to see it, but according to me in criminal law, India has not seen a lawyer of Ram Jethmalani's caliber. He was a genius. He was super hardworking. He had tremendous stamina. You know, he could sort of work through the night, argue the matter the whole day, work through the night again, and he drank hard, he lived life hard. Actually, he was the one who really lived life king size.
Ah, well said. That's true, actually.
He's the only guy we know of who had officially 2 wives.
Yeah.
So I remember once I told him, I said, Tony was not married in those days, Mahesh Jethmalani was not married in those days. I said, Tony ki shadi kab karwa rahe ho, uncle? He said, kahan beta, Tony is not the marrying kind. I said, neither were you, uncle, but you married twice. So he started laughing. And he said, beta, you don't know me. There's a lot of difference between Tony and me. He said, I am sentimental about all my friends. All my old girlfriends also today, when they meet me, I'm always nice to them. I'm always sentimental. And he was. He was one of the most lion-hearted and large-hearted people I've ever met. Money didn't matter to him too much. पैसा आया, पैसा गया, पैसा आया, पैसा गया, इसलिए मांगा, उसको दिया. He was a unique person and superbly courageous. I've seen him in those days. It was just outstanding.
Did you do any cases with him that
Of course, we did so many. So many. We did Gurumurthi's bail. When we did so many cases with him.
Yes, of course.
We know him because we did so many cases with him.
Yes, the bail matters and all.
No, there is no doubt about it.
I also want to ask you, what is the spiritual side of being a lawyer? Is there any emotional turmoil that one goes through? Now also
So I'll tell you, many years ago one day, Manik was appearing for a husband who wanted custody of the child, and he had run away, and then he'd come back and the child's custody had been taken away from him. So Manik came home and was crying, ma'am, I said, what happened? So, no, the custody went. I said, listen, it's not our kid. What are you getting so worked up about? Just chill. Anyway, after that, for many long years, I refused to take any divorce matter into the firm. I said, I don't want this emotion. I can't bear this emotional turmoil. You know that, wo bacha idhar ho gaya, he's being treated badly, Manik is crying at home. I said, leave it, boss. Now, of course, we do, because now it's it's a large office, so somebody will do it in some corner of the office. But yeah, so there there are emotional turmoil, but I've always sort of anticipated myself from that.
Who are the favorite lawyers that Kranjiwala and company like to take on board and like to brief?
All, and at different points of time, but we normally go to the top lawyers.
Yeah. Who are your favorites?
Now, look, I mean, Mukul is one of my closest friends. So, I mean, obviously he's a great favorite. And we go to Singhvi a lot. We used to go to Arun a lot. We go to Salve a lot. Salve has been, we used to go to Rohinton a lot. Salve, for example, has been, we owe him a lot because when Manik was giving her advocate on record, if you remember, I told you that it was just a month after our marriage. Yes. So, she was very weak in accounts. Salve tutored her. Okay. Harish tutored her because he was a chartered accountant also. So, we were all friends. So, he tutored her and then she, actually, I think she passed because of him.
Very
so, you
nice.
know, we've had friendships all over. And because we've also been a well-known firm. And we also keep very good relations with the other big firms. So, Shardul was with me in college. Okay. Cyril is a very close person. Shardul and Pallavi are very close persons. So is Cyril. So is Zia. So is Behram. Ajay was with me in college and brilliant. Ajay was absolutely brilliant in our college. Then he went into CA, then he did law. A lot of the leading, Mahesh Agarwal is in a sense one of our biggest rivals, but we are very good friends. So a lot of people we have kept on good relations with.
But you know, I find this very interesting, Mr. Kranjiwala, because I did speak to Dr. Singhvi for another episode for the legal side of things, and he was telling me the issue with litigation is we're in touch with all the competitors at an eye's length. So you meet your competitor and there are stories being spread about you right in the court and everyone's able to see everyone.
So what happens is, among senior counsel, because there's a cutting edge of argument, it gets a little competitive because, you know, as you saw now, Tony and Rajiv, so kitch, pitch. Yes. So you won't come away totally smiling after that. But when we are advocates on record, it's not so personalized.
That's true.
And I've never let it be personalized. Even when I deal with I've always been very particular about to my firm that whoever the opponent is, he has to be treated very well with a lot of respect. If you made a commitment to him, okay, yes, I'll agree to the adjournment, then even if your client is against it, you have to agree. So there's a certain fairness of interplay which we keep, and as a result of which we don't have that bitterness in our relationship.
I go to a case that started in 2013 and I remember it caused headlines everywhere, the Tarun Tejpal case. Today it went to the Goa Mapusa court, it's gone to the Bombay High Court. There are observations and observations. You were at the very helm of it.
So you know so what happened in that case was that there was this guy called K.D. Singh, I think his name was K.D. Singh. He used to own, he was a friend of Tarun's and I think he owned, I don't know whether he had a share or whatever. So he called me up, yaar, apne dost Tarun ka kuch karna hai. So I said, chalo, theek hai, kar lenge. So I took the case. Oh my God, I mean, every party I went to, it was like whack at my throat. Yeah, people are just going for my throat. How did you take his case? How did you take it? You know, technically, you're supposed to take, anyway, you know all the theories, so I won't get into all that. Anyway, so that was the case. But that was a bit of a learning also, you know, because I realized that in political matters, don't appear for people whose broad politics and yours slightly differ. Because I'll tell you why I say it. Because I remember, at least with Tarun, I felt, he never said it, but I felt that very often when I'd give him advice in the early days, in the early stages of the matter, he would wonder, is he saying this because he's not really pro this thing? Is he saying this for this reason? So it's always safer to do the political cases of the people whose ideology you're broadly with. Because otherwise there's a lot of suspicion, you know, when a man is under a lot of pressure, he's very quick to suspect. So that's one lesson I learned for myself. And I've been careful in the future. You know, when people have come on sensitive matters on the other side, I've sort of ducked them by saying, hey, better that you go here. Yes. Because you know what will happen? I will give my views the way I think are my views. Yes. I always give advice as to what I feel is correct, what I genuinely believe. Now, he may not agree with it, and he will then there will be 15 people telling him, because in all sensitive matters there are 20 people who jump in saying, I mean, hundreds of people jump in, idhar kaise phas ke tum? Ye to bilkul dusri side ka aadmi hai. So, you know, that's one lesson I learned from that case. Tarun and I are friends, of course, and we stayed friendly, and I think Tarun also later on realized that a lot of what I said made sense. But this is where it is.
I'm going to quickly ask you a few questions, quick lighting. A case you'll never forget.
The Jain Commission, where I appeared for VP Singh, it went on for 5-7 years. I cross-examined Mani Shankar Iyer, V. George, so many people in that matter, personally cross-examined. So that's yeah, because it was right there, Rajiv Gandhi's murder, this, that, conspiracies, this, that. So that's a big case. Did parts of it and parts of the cross-examination personally, which I normally don't. So that's one you won't easily forget.
A client who has surprised you.
In what way?
Maybe taken you aback, maybe hidden facts from you, maybe you shaken you.
No, nothing that I remember.
Maybe happily surprised you.
No, nothing that I remember. Nobody happily surprises, nobody shook.
A colleague who you learnt the most from.
Many. And you imbibe from different people. Like from Arun, we got a sort of we tried to emulate his moral compass. From Kapil, I learned that when you approach a case, don't be too negative. I realized that with Kapil, at a very early age, Kapil would sort of, his success was disproportionate to his age. And part of the reason was his attitude. When people came with a case to him, he didn't say, no, you have no case, you have this. He said, don't worry, we'll do it. It's a can-do attitude that makes a difference from all the councils, the top councils I briefed. You learn a little bit of this and you learn a little bit of that. There's no one person who gives you a life lesson. Now, yes. I don't know whether I fully learnt it, but I think the wisest advice anyone has ever given me was Jimmy Dadachandji. I don't know if you know who Jimmy Dadachandji owned India's biggest firm. When Mrs. Gandhi lost the Allahabad case and came to the Supreme Court, she went to Jimmy Dadachandji as a client. When Mrs. Gandhi nationalized the banks, the bank nationalization case, Jimmy Dadachandji.
Jimmy or Jamshed?
Jimmy Dadachandji was his.
Yes.
Jamshed may have been his full name, but he was known as Jimmy Dadachandji. So, Jimmy Dadachandji, bank nationalization. Madhavrao Sindhya, the Privy Purse case, lead advocate on record firm, Jimmy Dadachandji. Keshav Nanda Bharati, lead advocate on record firm, Jimmy Dadachandji. Minerva Mills, again constitutional, Jimmy Dadachandji. He had everyone as his client, there was nobody, like he had the Prime Minister of India as his client, sitting Prime Minister. And I have never met Union Carbide came. They could have gone to any firm in India. They could afford it. They came to him. So I've never met a man with so much contact, so much goodwill as he had. And he was silver-tongued, he was golden-hearted. So one day, I used to eat in the Machan in those days for lunch. I was sitting alone, he was sitting alone. And I said, Jimmy uncle, I used to call him Jimmy uncle because his father, my father and he were friends. Came and joined, come Ryan, come. So we sat. And I asked him one question. I said, Jimmy uncle, you have had the top clientele of the, you've had kings, you've had prime ministers, you have ministers, you have captains of industry. If you were to distill it and you were to tell me, what is the essence? What is the secret of success? He didn't waffle and say, no, Ryan, you have to be hardworking, you have to be lucky, you have to be this, you have to be that. He just looked at me and said, Ryan, it's simply a matter of managing people's egos. And you don't realize how wise he is till you actually put it into practice. And then you realize how deep the man was. I've never seen better advice in my life than from him.
Explain that to us.
So, I'm working with you. Right. You're my boss, I'm a subordinate. And suddenly I say, that was very well put. You really made a good point. I never knew how important flattery was. And managing egos is also partially flattery at times, saying the right thing in a right way, in a such a way. Till people flattered me. It's only then. So, so there are always these, I don't know whether I should share this story.
Please do.
So there was this, no, I'm not going to share this because but anyway, the long and short.
Change the names.
No, but the long and short is that you just have to handle people's egos. If you go head on, find fault constantly, it doesn't work. You have to find ways to just bring them on your side, and you'll find it works. You'll find it works every time, everywhere, in any place. Everybody is human. Everybody has the same insecurities.
That's a lesson for us.
Even Elon Musk will have a key.
Yeah.
You just have to find that key.
Very interesting. That's a lesson for all our viewers. If not a lawyer, Mr. Kranjiwala, what would you be?
So I wanted to be either a CA or an MBA by way of studies pursuant to BCom. But I got a 3rd division. So that was knocked out straight. So then I went to law.
But it turned out so wonderfully. I mean,
it did.
I come to lighter questions. What's on your bucket list?
So I've always said to be healthy at 90 and rich at 45. And I'm way behind on both.
I don't think you are not rich at 45.
You don't know it, but I am. I know it. So
you need to be richer?
I need to get rich, forget be richer. But anyway, let's not get into that. So that's
You
I've
are
always
one
said.
of you are one of India's largest
So the whole thing is that
law firms.
I'm a bit like Jethmalani. I earned a lot, but I spent a lot.
Okay.
You know, Ram was also like that, and so
Right.
am I. I'm very shocking.
Right.
And it's a sort of, I mean, I basically, I mean, as I always tell my wife, that my mother never spoiled me. I only spoiled myself. That's how it is.
What are your different shocks?
So I have sporadic, you know, for a short period of time or a long period of time, depends on what it is, I will be sort of into something for the moment. So like, I'm always into clothes, you know.
It's a lovely
so
suit
I'm
that
always
you're wearing.
wearing,
I love the navy blue.
I'm always wearing suits. So I mean, I always joke and I say, you know, among the birlas there is a saying that at any given point of time, the birlas have some work or some repair or some construction going on in one of their temples. That's the story about the birla. So at any given point of time for the last 35 years, I've always had something getting stitched for myself.
That's lovely.
So that's, you know, so clothes, then there will be, at one stage I was very fond of shirts, I still am, but so I went to all the three, the mecca of shirt making is, there are 3 basic great outlets for shirts in the world. Yes. So there's Turnbull Asser in London, there's Charavet in Paris, and there's Ascot Chang in Hong Kong. Yes. So I used to go to all 3, and so on and so forth. I have a passion for ties. I always wear a tie because of that. So I have so many ties that I better wear them. So stuff like that. So coming back to the money, I once introduced Sachin Vaish, who's my tailor, Vaish, at Rivoli, and to Manik, my wife, and I said, Babi is my wife's nickname, and I said, Babi, this is the man who holds the family fortune.
Good one. Ties, where do you like your ties from?
Everywhere. And I have a large, I mean, I have all the top brands, and I mean, my favorite brand, of course, closed down, which was a guy called Avi Rosini. So this I owe a debt of gratitude to Rohika Mistry, Cyrus Mistry's wife, because she once told me, we were friends at that stage of our lives, and she told me, okay, when Palan uncle, was her father-in-law, Palan Mistry, when he goes to this thing and he wants to shop in a top shop, he always goes to Avi Rosini. Oh. It is the most expensive shop I've ever been to as far as clothes are concerned.
Okay, that's awesome. Ties, pens, of course. I went to Mr. Rothgi.
So we have a pen collection.
Yes.
Yeah, we have a pen
Got
collection.
it from you.
All lawyers have pen collections. You see,
Yes.
where in Bombay, you go to the Bombay High Court. I don't know if you've seen it. So there were two people outside we used to buy our pens from. Yes. Rhythm Corner and OK Pen Mart. Those were the 2 people we used to go to in those days. Then of course Montblanc came and
yes, of course.
Dilip Doshi started Montblanc, so we used to buy the Montblanc pens and so on and so forth. So, but lawyers somehow have that sort of passion for pens, you know, and like Gautam Patel, the judge, had a passion for inks and pens. He used to love a thick nib, but, you know, he used to mix his inks. I remember him telling us and things like that. So a lot of lawyers, because maybe there's a lot more scribbling or somehow you know, and if you see in the criminal bar, they always flaunt their cut, the brand is right outside on the, because it's a way of sort of establishing.
Yes.
Hum bhi hai.
Hum bhi hai. I completely agree. Travel, do you like traveling?
Not really.
Okay.
I travel, but I'm not a travel person. My wife is, but I'm not.
I want to know about your family, your daughters, your wife. Are you a close-knit family?
Yes.
What are your
Definitely.
daughters doing? I know, of course, they are lawyers, but tell us a little bit about them.
Well, I mean, I'm a very biased father, so I think they're fantastic. But so Manik and I, we were very lucky that we were both in the same profession. You know, when we founded Karanjawala and Company, we founded it together, and in the early years, she was doing all the work. So I remember when our eldest child was born, Tahira, Manik took a few years off because, you know, she had to sort of look after the kid. So all my friends, Arun, everybody got a bit nervous कि यार इससे काम संभाला पाएगा क्या? Because Manik was a hard worker.
Yes.
I was always been a bit lazy. So all of them were genuinely worried कि my God, will Ryan be able to handle the practice now that Manik has to sit at home? But then life was kind and everything went well for us. So both my daughters are lawyers. Both of them work with me. One of them is a partner, Taira. Niharika is my younger daughter. And I think they're very well brought up girls, and I give the credit to two things. One is, of course, their mother, who is a very sensible person and brought them up well. But the second, I give the credit to the school. They went to Carmel Convent.
I went to Carmel.
Well, so did they. But the thing about Carmel,
I love Carmel.
Probably in your time and probably in theirs was, it was a school which did not put the value of money into you. It was a very simple school. You know, you prayed to God and you were, as Tyra once said, you know, between Carmel and Amity, there was such a contrast. Amity is a very commercial place. Within, I think, the first week of them being in Amity, they did a slideshow saying, if you're a lawyer and you're Mukul Rohgi, then you will earn 2 lakhs. I mean, those days they were charging that, but 2 lakhs appearances. Fali Nariman, so much. Arun Jaitley, so much. So I told Mukul, have you gone mad? Do you realize what they're doing in Amity? They're putting it up on a chart, saying how much you guys are earning. So what? I said, yeah. So you see, in Carmel, they only taught you one thing: be good and pray to God.
I agree, which was also quite a stretch because we never knew our best friend could have money or not money. We just didn't know.
Which is a good thing.
Which is a good thing, but it makes you very naive.
Yeah. It makes so that those are two things. So what happened was that you never had this showing off. You never said, this summer Switzerland.
Yes.
You went where you went. You went with your parents.
Okay, that's true.
But the problem with that school and Columbus was that all of us grew up a little fearful. If you're in modern school, you're a daredevil. You know, ye kar lenge, wo kar lenge, don't bother. So modernites have much more gusto and much more chutzpah, as they say, than the Columbans do. So that's how it is. But I think they grew up very well because they went to that particular school.
What do you attribute your success to? What do you think kept you apart from everyone else? What was that one factor?
So the real question is, how did you get to be so big by being, despite the fact that you don't work that hard? Because that is the, you know, a lot of people
I think you're being modest when you say you don't work that hard, Mr. Kranjiwala.
I remember once Zia told me, Zia is a very close personal friend, Zia Modi. So she said, Taru to model unique है आखी दुनिया में because he is a workaholic, you know, and she just never understand what is he up to, you know. Taru to model unique है आखी दुनिया में. So let's just say it's a secret sauce, which I'm not sharing. It's like your grandmother's recipes to be given only to the daughters, not even the daughter-in-law. But I'll say one thing: the Karanjawalas come happy and go lucky.
That's so nice. I want to ask you to mimic some more people for us, please.
I'm not a mimic, not good at it. Zia is easy to.
Somebody, Fali, Ram, Soli. Soli was also easy.
No, Soli was okay.
Yeah, he used to know.
Kitch.
Yeah, he's very particular at one point of time. So, I also want to then ask you, where do you relax? What do you do to relax? What is a day in your life like?
A day in my life is always relaxed. So it starts easy and it goes well. So because, you know, I'll tell you, very honestly, I own the firm in a sense. I mean,
of course,
it's shared with the family, but it's owned by me in a sense. And it's a large firm and it's a successful firm. So now, if you're a litigator in a large firm, you're not going to be in day-to-day litigation. You can't. Because otherwise you'll get stuck in one matter or the other. So, actually, to be honest with you, I was always sort of delegated. You know, I always delegated a lot. But post my tumor operation, I'm on one kidney, I had a tumor. So, in the year 2001, after that I sort of stepped further back. Maybe I shouldn't have. So, I get up, I sort of get ready and all, go for lunch. Then hit my office post 3:34, and then I'm there in office till I feel the work is over, and then I go out. So then, in office I do one thing which I do fairly religiously, which is that I check. You see, there's a system which works. So when I get into office, I get some dark pads. So many dark pads come to me with letters. So every letter that goes into the office and goes out of the office, I look at.
Amazing.
No, it's not amazing. It's just
no,
a
but
way.
that's a very thorough practice.
No, it's not.
From the
It's just a way of staying in touch with what is happening when you're not physically there. Because we record letters to our clients. Today we went, this happened, that happened. He argued this, he argued that. So I'm not saying I read it like I'm reading a statute.
Yes.
I read it. I have an idea and I move on. Yes. So in that sense, I always know what is happening in office. Yes. Secondly, my phone is always on.
Yes, it always is.
Yeah.
Anytime
I have
want
a rule.
to be in touch with
I
you.
have a simple rule which I kept for myself from the beginning. I
Yes.
said, I don't take numbers I don't know, but anybody then can message me. If you want to get, if you're giving a call to buy some watch or something, then I may not take your call. But if you have an urgent message or something, you just say, I'm so and so, this is the case I have, and I'll immediately get back. So my phone is always on. So in that sense, I'm always available, and I always said to myself, who is going to call you? Clients or friends, and both are entitled. So why get into this? No, I don't answer calls this time, I don't take this, I don't want to. I'm not like that. If it's work, it's any time of the night, any time of the day, I'm ready.
Do you read? Do you like movies?
I used to read a lot. I read less now.
Okay.
What
did you read?
I always read non-fiction. For years, I've been reading non-fiction. I don't read fiction much. Okay. So, like at the moment, I'm reading that Syed Siddiqui's book, Eyewitness. So, I'm finding it quite interesting because I like the political this thing. So, he's giving an account of, and a lot of things you remember, a lot of people you knew. So, it's interesting. So, I don't like, I stopped reading fiction many years ago. So, as a kid, I was a voracious reader. Okay. Yeah, but I sort of, all the usual things you read. But I stopped reading. I prefer non-fiction.
And what do you watch on TV, Mr. Kranjiwala?
We watch shows these days. So we are again watching something called Only Murders in the Building. It's a comedy show and so on and so forth, up and down.
So is that something you enjoy? It's
yeah, I don't watch unless I enjoy.
Yes, comedy thrillers or something. Okay. Any genre.
I like spy. I like thriller. Okay. I like suspense. Right. I prefer those, but I enjoy comedy also.
Right. All right. We're going to end this part of the interview right here. I thank Mr. Kranjiwala for being with us. We're now going to take a look at his collection of ties, if we are permitted, and also some of the art collection or something in his entire drawing room to understand the passion for art as well. Tell us a little bit about the wonderful art in your drawing room that we've been looking at since such a long time.
So, the real person who should have been here and should have talked to you about it is my wife. Because I'm not that passionate about art. I have a sporadic liking for it. But so our interest in art came up in a very strange way. Several years ago, I shifted to my office at 7 Factory Road. Now, the owner of the office is a person called Nitin Bhayana. Nitin Bhayana is an art collector. He's not only has a very large art collection, but he's very knowledgeable and he also deals in art. So through him, he sort of come to us and said, Ryan, they're saying, there are some good pieces. So Manik took interest, I took interest, and then, slowly through him, we started buying. And some of the art is of course gifted, but we started buying because we realized that with Nitin, two things are going to happen. You're going to get a genuine piece and you're going to get something which he thinks is worth keeping in the long run. Right. So all the Souzas, and I'm particularly fond of these Souzas.
I loved the Souzas,
all
yes.
These Souzas were given to us by Nitin, and there's some others upstairs and so on. So that was, my other favorite piece is the Hussein out there. Yes. That Hussein, it's Nitin got it for me at quite a deal. And then of course, Manik's favorite piece is the Padamsi. Okay. Yeah, that is Manik's favorite piece, and my other favorite piece is statues is the Ganesh.
That's the wonderful one that
I really like it. I'm very happy to get it.
And why Ganesh? There is so much Ganesh all around. I just like
it. It's sometimes you have an affinity for something. So, yes. so I was very happy to get that Ganesh. Then of course, some of them, like one of the Prabhas over there, yes, was gifted by Pinaki Mishra to us on our housewarming when we shifted to this house. Right. Then there's Satish Gujral, which...
So which one are you talking about, this one?
Yeah, I think that one. So that was gifted by Pinaki. Then, there's a Satish Gujral. Yeah,
yes,
isn't that
Gujral, yes,
yeah,
that's
so
lovely.
So the Satish was gifted by his son Mohit to me when I did a case for him. Then Anjali Ila Menon has given us...
Okay.
Anjali Ila Menon has given us one or two gifts, and one was given by a friend of ours called Imran Beg when I did a case for him. So some of the art is sort of collected and bought, and some of the art is gifted.
Very nice.
And that's how it is.
And this has been mostly your choice or Manik ma'am's choice?
Some have been mine, some have been Manik's, but I mean, look, what Manik likes will come into the house. Yes. What I like will also come into the house, but Manik has to also like it.
Right. No, but it's beautiful. I especially
we're very lucky. We like it. We like it. So
the art.
That's how it is.
This was an episode of the legal side of things that made us learn some things. How to be, how to get clients, and also how to live our lives without egos. I thank Mr. Kranjiwala for a very wise episode on the legal side of things. Thank you, sir.
Thanks. It was lovely speaking to you, and it's always a pleasure to interact with the Republic.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
Attorney General Bondi, why did you publicly claim to have...
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
Bliss weaves the magic of warmth into a cold day. Experience bliss in all its forms with Hindware. Hindware, designed for bliss.
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
Lashkar-e-Taiba's deputy chief Saifullah Kasuri, who is believed to be the mastermind behind the Pahalgam terror attack, has openly threatened.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
त्योहार की खुशियां होंगी डबल। हुंडई सुपर डिलाइट डेज में आपकी मनपसंद कार्स पर मिल रही है कमाल के डील्स। वैसे लोगे तो आप हुंडई चाहे दिल की सुनो या डील्स की।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
Attorney General Bondi, why did you publicly claim to have the Epstein client list waiting for your review and then produce nothing relevant to that claim?
Senator Durbin, if you listen to my entire clip on that, I said I had not reviewed it yet, that it was sitting on my...
In February, you made a public claim that the Epstein client list was, quote, sitting on my desk right now for review, end of quote. You then produced already public information and no client list at a major media event hosted at the White House. Attorney General Bondi, why did you publicly claim to have the Epstein client list waiting for your review and then produce nothing relevant to that claim?
Senator Durbin, if you listen to my entire clip on that, I said I had not reviewed it yet.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल। ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े। क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मम्मा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा आरती और मसाला।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
Attorney General Bondi, why did you publicly claim to have the Epstein client list waiting for your review and then produce nothing relevant to that claim?
Senator Durbin, if you listen to my entire clip on that, I said I had not reviewed it yet, that it was sitting on my...
In February, you made a public claim that the Epstein client list was, quote, sitting on my desk right now for review, end of quote. You then produced already public information and no client list at a major media event hosted at the White House. Attorney General Bondi, why did you publicly claim to have the Epstein client list waiting for your review and then produce nothing relevant to that claim?
Senator Durbin, if you listen to my entire clip on that, I said I had not reviewed it yet, that it was sitting on my desk along with the JFK files, the Martin Luther King files. And I said I had not yet reviewed it. And if you see our memo on Epstein, you will see, excuse me, our memo on Epstein clearly points out that there was no client list, our July 6th memo.
Going back to the Epstein files, according to another whistleblower who made a protected disclosure to my office, you pushed the FBI to review approximately 100,000 Epstein-related records on an arbitrarily short deadline in March, and the FBI was directed to flag any documents that mentioned President Trump. Nothing came of that review until July when DOJ and FBI released an unsigned memo stating, quote, there's no incriminating client list. Why was the July 7th memo unsigned?
The July 7th memo came from the FBI and the Department of Justice. Director Patel answered those questions very clear. And, you know, Senator Durbin, I find it very interesting that you refused repeated Republican requests to release the Epstein flight logs in 2023 and 2024.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. You're watching 6 Stories at 6 with me, Tanisha Avasthi. Tonight, ladies and gentlemen, the big focus is going to be on the escalating Pakistan-Afghanistan war. Story number 1. Republic brings you the exclusive ground report from the heart of war zone. We are the only Indian network reporting from the war zone area from Afghanistan, tracking every development from the front lines. As the battle intensifies, story number 2, ladies and gentlemen, captures the narrative war that is erupted between the two nations, each blaming each other for the bloodshed. Story number 3 takes us to the Middle East, where regional powers are now stepping in, calling for calm and restraint, even as story number 4 sees Iran breaking its silence, demanding an immediate and hostilities. Back home, story number 5 shifts to what's happening in the state of West Bengal, where Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee has sparked complete outrage yet again for questioning the integrity of a gang rape survivor, blaming her instead of acting against the crime. And finally, story number 6 comes from Karnataka's power corridors, where speculation of a major cabinet reshuffle and a possible chief ministerial change in November is gaining momentum. I am Tanisha Avasti, and these are your 6 stories at 6. Let's get started. All right, starting with story number 1 that we are focusing here on Republic. There have been clashes between Afghanistan and Pakistan forces along the shared border. Now, Afghanistan's Taliban forces launched armed reprisals against Pakistan soldiers, accusing Islamabad of carrying out an airstrike on its soil. The situation is tense, with both sides exchanging fire and suffering casualties. The Afghan foreign minister has expressed a desire for good relation with Pakistan, while also warning of an alternative measure if Pakistan does not engage in dialogue. And amidst all of this, Republic is the only Indian network reporting live from Afghanistan. Watch this exclusive ground report.
At a time when Afghan security forces launched attacks on Pakistani border posts late Saturday, in what the Taliban government described as the retaliation for repeated violations of Afghan territory and airspace, Republic is the only Indian channel reporting live from Afghanistan from an undisclosed location.
This is an undisclosed location somewhere near the Kunar province, and there is another province called Nangarhar. So these are making the bulge. So I am at somewhere near a province called Kunar, and as you can see, this is a area which is adjoining the Pakistan's Gilgit-Baltistan area, and a huge number of Taliban fighters have started their infiltration from the Kunar province. And as you can see from my right, you can see a little entrant from there. So that is one of the locations where there has been a lot of activity and entering into the forested areas beyond this ridge into Gilgit-Baltistan. And one of the major reasons why this area has been selected by the Taliban to ramp up their operations is because of its mountainous features. There is also vegetation onto the other side of the ridge, which accommodates to getting cover. So basically what has happened is there is a bulge which is from Nangarhar and to the Kunar province. So this bulge is actually giving the advantage to Taliban for attacking the Pakistani posts, and they are at a vantage point, so they have advantage for infiltration and spreading their resources and attack in the Kunar province. So if we tactically see, the Kunar province is adjoining POK, that is Pakistan occupied Kashmir, and with the unrest which has been taking place in Gilgit-Baltistan, so it is imperative that there can be some connection between the freedom fighters in Gilgit-Baltistan and the Taliban fighters. So it is a matter of great concern that if this conflict increases, it is going to cause a lot of ramifications, a lot of geopolitical issues. And one of the main issues that the Taliban has been facing is most of their posts are made up of shelters. So these shelters are basically fiber reinforced plastic and metal sheets. So most of them have been destroyed by the Pakistan forces, and whereas the Pakistan posts are concerned, they are fortified, they are cemented, but they are isolated. That is the advantage that the Taliban is taking and doing the infiltration surrounding these posts. And since last 3 days, they have inflicted a lot of casualties and have destroyed a large part of these posts, which are now rendered unserviceable and cannot be guarded or occupied by the Pakistan forces. So this is the situation which is unfolding in the northwest border of the Taliban and the Pakistan forces, which has been taking place. Yes, the Taliban is on the back foot at few locations, at Helmand and few more provinces, where Pakistanis are using night vision thermal enabled drones for attacking Taliban, who are trying to tactically place their positions to counter and to surround the hostile Pakistan forces. And as far as the Hepta incursions are concerned, they are regular and they increase with the frequency after 8 in the evening. So it is imperative that the attack Heptas and the drones that the Pakistan forces are using are enabled with night fighting capability and high caliber weapons. And at the moment, the Taliban has the firepower, but they do not have anti-aircraft weapon systems. So probably that is what is holding them back. But at night, they avoid moving right now at the moment. They prefer moving during day, because at night it is really becoming difficult for the Taliban to move in towards the Konar border and expand its operation into Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. This is Major Samar signing off from an undisclosed location near Konar.
58 Pakistani soldiers and 9 Afghan soldiers were killed in the overnight fighting between the two sides along the shared border. As tensions escalate along the Durand line, both sides remain on high alert. The latest exchange marks one of the deadliest confrontations in recent months, raising fears of a wider conflict in the region, and the story is far from over.
And even as we speak, there is a big escalation that is shaping up between Kabul and Islamabad. Afghanistan has sent out a direct warning to Pakistan, saying that no attack will go unanswered. Hours after its retaliatory strikes, the Taliban government has accused Pakistan of harboring ISIS on its soil and backing those groups that destabilize Afghanistan. Kabul has blamed the ISI for fomenting trouble in Afghanistan. Here's a detailed report on all that you need to know about how the blame game has completely shifted.
Hours after Kabul's retaliatory strikes, the Afghanistan government has issued a stern warning to Pakistan, making it amply clear that any provocation will be met with force. At a press briefing, Afghan government accused Pakistan of turning a blind eye to ISIS activities inside its borders and said Afghanistan will not tolerate terror emanating from Pakistani soil. In a direct attack on Islamabad's deep state, the Taliban administration blamed Pakistan's ISI for fomenting unrest inside Afghanistan, alleging that a faction within the Pakistani army cannot tolerate peace in the region. The Afghan government also said that any breach of Afghan sovereignty would face immediate retaliation, asserting that no attack will go unanswered.
पाकिस्तान में कुछ खास हलके हैं जो हालात को ख़राब करने की कोशिश कर रहा है, तो अफ़गानिस्तान अपना सरहदों का, अपना फ़ज़ा का हक़ महफूज रखे और जैसा कुछ खिलाफ वर्जियाँ हुआ है उसके फ़ौरन जवाब भी दिया। और फिर रात जो इंतकामी ऑपरेशन हुआ तो उसमें हमारा जो हदफ और मतलूब था वो हासिल हुआ। फिर हमारे दोस्त ममालिक जैसा कतर और सऊदी अरबिस्तान, उन्होंने ख्वास्ता, उन्होंने तलब किया कि अभी जंग रुकना चाहिए, तो हमारे तरफ से जंग रुका हुआ।
It added that at least 58 Pakistani soldiers have been killed and 30 others are injured in overnight cross-border operations by Afghan forces. The strike that it calls a legitimate defensive response. The situation on the Durand line remains tense, and with the latest posture from Kabul, Pakistan should be ready to face music for any misadventure it plans.
Middle East nations have expressed concern over rising tension along the Pakistan-Afghanistan border, urging both sides to show restraint and resolve disputes through dialogue. The Qatari Foreign Ministry's statement calls for diplomacy and de-escalation in the interest of regional peace and stability. Here's how the Middle East is reaching out.
The Afghan forces' multi-front operation has delivered a crushing blow to the Pakistan military, resulting in mass casualties of the Pakistani soldiers, military establishment, infrastructure, outposts and weapons. The Afghanistan-Pakistan border witnessed a massive escalation in tensions as Afghan forces launched a full-blown retaliation against Pakistan days after unprovoked airstrikes in Kabul and other Afghan cities. The escalating tensions have prompted regional concern. Iranian Minister of Foreign Affairs Abbas Araghchi has called on his country's two neighbors to exercise restraint. Qatar has raised alarm over the situation, urging both sides to prioritize dialogue, diplomacy and restraint, and to work towards containing differences in a manner that helps reduce tension and avoid escalation in order to achieve regional security and stability. The Saudi Arabian Ministry of Foreign Affairs has issued a statement urging both Pakistan and Afghanistan to keep self-restraint to avoid further escalation. The kingdom calls for self-restraint, avoiding escalation and embracing dialogue and wisdom, which will contribute to reducing tension and maintaining the security and stability of the region, the statement said. As tensions simmer, the message overall is clear. As Pakistan and Afghanistan trade blame across a fragile border, the international community is urging restraint and dialogue.
And as clashes between Afghanistan and Pakistan erupt on the border between the countries following Afghanistan's retaliation to Pakistan's strikes, neighboring country Iran has now called for an immediate cessation of all hostilities, offering to help ease the tension between the two countries. Tehran has reiterated its stance on creating an environment of peace in the region through dialogue. Let's have a look.
Heavy clashes erupted along the Afghanistan-Pakistan border as the Afghan forces launched a retaliatory attack against Pakistan following alleged unprovoked airstrikes in Kabul. The tensions have called in for critical responses from the neighboring countries. Iran has expressed its readiness to help ease tensions between Pakistan and Afghanistan. Iran's foreign ministry has called for restraint and the immediate start of dialogue between both the nations. This with the goal of de-escalating tensions and resolving disputes through diplomacy. Expressing concern over recent developments between the two countries, Iranian Foreign Ministry underlined the need for mutual respect for the territorial integrity of both neighbors. The ministry emphasized that Islamic Republic of Iran attaches great importance to maintaining peace and stability in its surrounding region. Iran also said that it stands ready to offer any assistance that could help reduce tensions between the two neighbors. The incident has pushed the long-standing tensions between the two neighbors to an unprecedented level, prompting strong reactions from Afghan political leaders and security institutions. As per the latest, several Pakistani soldiers have been killed in the retaliation by Kabul. Hitting back after Pakistan's recent airstrikes in Kabul, Afghan forces targeted Pakistani posts in several provinces. Afghanistan's Defense Ministry also announced end of retaliation in the Pakistan-Afghan border conflict. But the ministry warned that any escalation would have consequences for the Pakistani military. In the recent months, TTP militants have escalated their attacks on Pakistani security forces, particularly in the mountainous regions along the Afghanistan border. Islamabad has accused the Afghan Taliban government of failing to expel militants who use Afghan soil to stage cross-border attacks, an allegation that Kabul denies.
And back home, let's tell you what's happening in the state of West Bengal. There's outrage in Bengal tonight. Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee has shocked the nation with her insensitive and tone-deaf remark on the Durapur gang rape. Instead of showing empathy to a 23-year-old survivor, what Mamata Banerjee is doing is blaming the victim, questioning why she was out at night and even dragging other states to deflect the blame. Is this leadership or blatant victim shaming? A young woman is battling trauma. Her family fears for her safety and Bengal's chief minister is busy making excuses. This political callousness at its worst. Here's the story.
On Friday, October the 10th, a medical student was allegedly gang raped in West Bengal's Durapur. The 23-year-old medical student from Jaleswar in Odisha is a second-year MBBS student at a private medical college in Durapur. On Friday night, she was out with a friend when some men approached them. They forcibly took the woman to a secluded area and raped her.
3 persons arrested and they have been forwarded to court today, and further investigation is on. Everything is going according to all the protocol. All investigation is taking place.
One of the 3 accused who have been arrested so far by the police is the victim's classmate. The father of the MBBS student from Odisha who was gang raped in West Bengal's Durapur has said he will be taking his daughter back to Odisha and that he is concerned about her safety in Bengal.
बेटी थोड़ा डेवलप है और पीछे में पेन भी हो रहा है, देख के आया, अभी चल तो नहीं पा रहा है, बेड में है। वो तो बहुत हेल्प कर रहा है, चीफ मिनिस्टर भी हमको फोन किया, डीजी, एसपी, कलेक्टर सारी हमको हेल्प कर रहे हैं। वो कैसे है सब, एवरी मोमेंट ही हैज टेकन माय ओपिनियन, आश्वासन दिया। हम उसको चीफ मिनिस्टर साहब को भी मैं रिक्वेस्ट किया, क्योंकि हम देख रहे जहाँ यहाँ लड़की सिक्योरिटी नहीं है, इसलिए हम उसको रिक्वेस्ट किया जहाँ हम हमारा भुवनेश्वर में हमारा लड़की को ले जाओ, नहीं तो यहाँ से कभी भी मार भी देंगे। वो हमारा अभी विश्वास टूट गया।
However, Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee, when asked about the alleged gang rape of the MBBS student, called for the Odisha government to take action on the matter and went ahead to shame the victim.
She was studying in a private medical college. So all the private medical college, whose responsibility? How they came out in the night at 12:30. And it happens in the, so far I know, forest area. And 12:30 I do not know what happened, investigation is on. I'm shocked to see the incident. But private medical colleges also used to take care for their students, and especially the girl child at night time. They should not be allowed to come out in the outside. They have to protect themselves also.
The investigation into the rape case is underway as the police team sweep up the alleged location of the crime and continue to hunt down the 2 accused who remain absconding.
And moving on, let's tell you what's happening in the state of Karnataka. In Karnataka, there are major talks and speculations about a major cabinet reshuffle in this state. But this is not it. The storm in Karnataka's Congress isn't dying down. In fact, it's exploding once again. Chief Minister Siddaramaiah versus his deputy D.K. Shivakumar, the silent tug of war is now out in the open. With reshuffle buzz that's growing with each passing day, with ministers taking sides and DK's time is nearing remarks setting off a political earthquake. But viewers, the big question tonight is, will there be a change of guard in the state of Karnataka? Is Siddaramaiah losing grip as the chief minister ambition grows louder? Here's all that you need to know about the major cabinet reshuffle that could take place likely in the month of November in the state of Karnataka.
The power play in Karnataka is once again heating up. In Congress-ruled Karnataka, the political pot is boiling. There is a strong buzz of a major cabinet reshuffle that is expected in the month of November. But behind the reshuffle talk, the real story is the battle for supremacy. As Chief Minister Siddaramaiah and his ambitious deputy D.K. Shivakumar lock horns in a silent tug of war. Reports suggest this reshuffle could be Siddaramaiah's way of stamping authority, sending a loud and clear message that he is still in charge. On the other hand, D.K. Shivakumar, backed by a section of ministers including Karnataka's Home Minister Dr. G. Parameshwara, is towing the party line, saying they'll go by what the High Command decides. But between the lines, the ambitions are loud. And now, one remark by D.K. Shivakumar has reignited the fire. It all began during his visit to Bengaluru's Lal Bagh when a resident cheekily asked him, why isn't he the chief minister yet? D.K. Shivakumar's alleged reply was, time is nearing. This was all it took to set off a political storm. Watch how the sequence unfolded.
ಸರ್ ಕಷ್ಟಪಟ್ಟು ಪಾರ್ಟಿ ಬೆಳೆಸಿರೋ 40 ವರ್ಷದಿಂದ ನೀವು ಸಿಎಂ ಸರ್ ನ್ಯಾಯವಾಗಿ ಹತ್ರ ಬಂದಿದ್ಯಾ ಹಳೇದಿತ್ತು ಸರ್ ಇತಿಹಾಸ ತುಂಬಾ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿತ್ತು ಇತಿಹಾಸ 100 ವರ್ಷದ ಮೇಲೆ
Soon after, D.K. Shivakumar tried to douse the flames, warning the media not to twist his words, insisting he is not in a hurry to take over. But by then, the spark had already turned into a wildfire. Adding fuel to the fire, Karnataka Home Minister Dr. G. Parameshwara dropped a bombshell of his own. His latest comment reeks of aspiration and adds yet another twist to the Chief Minister change saga.
ಯಾರಿಗೆ ಯಾಕಾಗಬಾರ್ದು ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು.
As the government's halfway mark of 2.5 years approaches, murmurs are growing louder. Will Siddaramaiah make way for D.K. Shivakumar as per the so-called power-sharing formula? Even as D.K. plays it cool, saying he knows nothing about any reshuffle, the Chief Minister has called a dinner meet with cabinet colleagues tomorrow, setting off fresh speculation of something big that is brewing. The Congress may try to downplay it, but the writing on the wall seems clear. So, is Karnataka heading for a political shake-up? Has the countdown to change of guard already begun? Or is it, once again, just smoke without the fire? In Karnataka, the suspense continues, but the storm within the Congress is only growing louder.
And before we end this edition, ladies and gentlemen, there is some extremely important breaking news that we have to get to you. And this is on the Bihar elections. And finally, the BJP has ironed out the flaws. It has put out the seat-sharing pact that is now complete. And we have the full list here. The BJP and the JDU is going to contest on 101 seats each. The LJP gets 29 seats, that is Chirag Paswan's party. The RLM gets 6 and HAM, that is Jiten Ram Manjhi's party, gets 6 seats. So RLM and HAM have been bottled down to 6 seats each. BJP and JDU to 101 seats each, and LJP, which is Chirag Paswan's party, gets 29 seats. The seat sharing pact, ladies and gentlemen, has finally been sealed. NDA has finally done it. The murmurs and the speculations that were there on how the NDA could likely break up before the elections are coming because of the mismanagement in the seat sharing pact has finally been solved. The NDA has put it out officially that it is going to fight together. The seat sharing pact has now finally been put out. The BJP has confirmed that news. The first phase of election, ladies and gentlemen, is the 6th of November. The second phase is on 11th, and 14th of November it's going to be result day with Ornab, where we are finally going to get to know if Nitish Kumar is going to continue as the Chief Minister of Bihar, or will there be a change in guard as far as the Bihar elections are concerned. A very interesting election. that we are going to see in the month of November. It's going to be a power pack show. The India alliance, however, is not clear on who is going to be the chief minister face, but very likely as talks are going on, as Republic is getting the biggest political scoop from the state of Bihar, that Nitish Kumar will stay as the chief minister if NDA wins Bihar. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that's the biggest news break that we're getting to you. The NDA has finally sealed the seat-sharing pact. It has ironed out the flaws, and it is all set to fight elections under the leadership of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, with Bihar Chief Minister Nitish Kumar, the current Bihar Chief Minister, who will be going to stay as the Chief Minister if the NDA wins this election. That's the biggest political scoop that we're getting here on Republic, and that's all that we've packed in this edition of 6 Stories at 6. Thank you for watching. We'll see you next week on Monday, 6 p.m, same time, same show. Thank you very much.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा,
Some places feel like they've been waiting for you, where every piece speaks of legacy, from diamonds that celebrate ambition to festive gold that honors tradition. LD Sons.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
Some places feel like they've been waiting for you, where every piece speaks of legacy, from diamonds that celebrate ambition to festive gold that honors tradition. LD Sons.
Lashkar-e-Taiba's deputy chief Saifullah Kasuri, who is believed to be the mastermind behind the Pahalgam terror attack, has openly threatened Prime Minister Narendra Modi in a clip that is now going viral on social media. In the video, Kasuri can be seen praising Pakistan Army Chief General Asim Munir, referring to him as Field Marshal, requesting him to teach a lesson to PM Modi similar to the Pahalgam attack on May 10th, 2025.
हम सतलुज के किनारे पर इस वक्त मौजूद हैं, और ये दरिया सतलुज जो हिंदुस्तान से होता हुआ हमारे जिला कसूर से, इसी इलाके से पाकिस्तान में दाखिल होता है। मुझे भी सैलाब के दिनों में ज्यादा वक्त सतलुज के किनारे पे, सतलुज की लहरों में, सतलुज की ऊपर चलने वाली कश्तियों और बेड़ों में ज्यादा वक्त गुजारने का मौका मिला है। और मैं खूब जानता हूं, ये सतलुज में जो सैलाब आया है, ये कुदरती सैलाब सारे का सारा नहीं था, ये मसनूई था, ये दुश्मन की अदावत थी, ये उसकी गुंडागर्दी थी, ये उसकी
The world sees only the moment. The weight leaves the ground. They see the medal, the title, the impossible strength. But the true architecture of power is built in the silence, far from the stadium lights. Guiding stars seek the master who designs that strength. The guru who transforms raw ambition into an iron will. He is an architect of power, a philosopher of discipline. Coach Bhupinder Dhawan has not merely trained champions, he has created a dynasty of titans. He is the Dronacharya awardee whose wisdom is heavier than any weight lifted in his academy. This is not just a gym. This is a laboratory where human potential is refined into pure gold standard power.
मेरे पिताजी रेसलर थे, रेसलिंग कोच थे, हंसराज कॉलेज दिल्ली यूनिवर्सिटी. ही वाज 32-33 इयर्स ओल्ड. फादर वो कोचिंग देते थे बच्चों को. तो एक दिन मैसेज आया कि वो बीमार हैं. मेरी मदर बहुत छोटी थी, 28-29 साल की थी. तो पता लगा कि उनका हार्ट फेलियर हो गया. तो फादर की तो फिर डेथ हो गई 1968 में. तो मुझे कोई और रास्ता मिला नहीं. मम्मी को जॉब मिल गई फादर की जगह छोटी. और मम्मी बड़ी दुखी थी कि कुछ मैं करता नहीं हूँ. मुझे करना था स्पोर्ट्स.
Every legend must choose between personal glory and the creation of legacy.
मैं यहाँ से पैदल चल के रात को, तब नाइट सर्विस नहीं होती थी, 4 पराठे बना के अपनी सिस्टर से, यहीं से 20 किलोमीटर पड़ता है, रात को 2-2:30 बजे विदाउट टिकट फ्रेशा कोटला में घुस जाता था. तब कन्नौली, पॉल शीहन, डग वॉल्टर्स की टीम आई हुई थी, मुझे अभी भी याद है. मैं जाके वो सारा क्रिकेट मैच विदाउट टिकट देखता था और शाम को घर आके फिर मार खाता था. फिर फुटबॉल का मैच होता था तो अंबेडकर स्टेडियम में मैं जैसे 4-5 बजे शुरू होना है तो मैं 1 बजे 1:30 बजे पहुंच जाता था. जब सफाई वाले पहुंचते हैं तो उनको लगे कि मैं सफाई वाला हूँ और विदाउट टिकट जाके देखता था. पर मैं फुटबॉलर और वो नहीं बन पाया, घर के लिमिटेड सोर्सेज थे. देन आई स्टार्टेड, मैंने कहा थोड़ी ये ढका व्यायामशाला इधर गांव है, उसमें वर्जिश करता हूँ. वर्जिश करते करते मुझे थोड़े डोले शोले बनने शुरू हो गए. देन आई स्टार्टेड लिफ्टिंग वेट.
Coach Dhawan dedicated his immense strength to the nation's future.
Then I went to a Hansraj College. और हंसराज कॉलेज की टीम में कंवर मंगल सिंह थे, डायरेक्टर फिजिकल. उन्होंने मुझे हेल्प की कि इसके फादर, मेरे फादर की डेथ वहीं हुई थी. उन्होंने बोला यार इनके फादर नहीं है, इसको जूस ज़्यादा दे दिया करो, इसको 2 एग्स ज़्यादा खिला दिया करो. तो मुझे लगा कि ये बहुत बड़ी बात है. कभी ट्रैक सूट दे देते थे उस ज़माने में, बहुत बड़ी बात थी. तो मुझे लगा यार ये मेरे को पीठ थपथपा रहे हैं. LK दास एक्स ओलंपियन है, 1960 और 64 टोक्यो और रोम ओलंपिक में वो गए थे. वो मुझे इंटर यूनिवर्सिटी जब मैं गया मद्रास खेलने दिल्ली यूनिवर्सिटी की तरफ से, तो मैंने देखा यार उनके साथ बड़े लोग फ़ोटो खिंचवा रहे हैं. मैंने कहा ये कौन है? उन्होंने बोला ये LK दास हैं, लक्ष्मीकांत दास. तो मैंने कहा ये क्या है? कह रहे ये 2 बार ओलंपिक गए हैं. ओहो, मैंने कहा ये तो बहुत बड़ी बात हो गई. मुझे ऐसे लगा कि यार ये मुझे अपनी तरफ खींच रहे हैं. तो देन मैं उनके क्लोज चला गया. होते होते मैं कलकत्ता चला गया उनके पास मैंने थोड़ी ट्रेनिंग भी की. और फिर उन्होंने मुझे एक चैलेंज है उनको एक ओलंपिक में, वो क्या करते थे जब ओलंपिक गए, वो रेलवे इंजन क्लीनर रेलवे में जॉब लगे थे. तो जब वो ओलंपिक में गए मिल्खा सिंह जी के साथ, तो वो जो सीवर के चक्के नहीं होते उसमें रॉड डाल के उससे वेट उठाते थे, क्योंकि पहले वेट नहीं होता था, इंडिया में नहीं था. और उससे वो ओलंपिक में पहुंच गए. तो उन्होंने बोला भाई उनका इंटरव्यू हुआ, भाई तू कैसे पहुंच गया यार? उन्होंने बोला मैं चक्कों पे कलकत्ता में, हावड़ा में वो चक्के बना लिए मैंने, उससे वेट उठाता हूँ. तो वहाँ की एक कंपनी थे अलीको, उन्होंने बोला तुझे ना एक ऐसे करते हैं, तुझे एक रॉड गिफ्ट करते हैं. इटली की कंपनी. उन्होंने रॉड बड़ी खुशी खुशी ले ली कि अब मैं और अच्छा प्लेयर बन जाऊँगा. जब एयरपोर्ट पे आए तो उन्होंने वो रॉड नहीं आने दी, वहां पे आने नहीं दी इंडिया में, उन्होंने बोला नॉट अलाउड। तो उन्होंने आके फिर एक कंपनी का नाम रखा चैलेंज, वो आज भी है, उसको ओलंपिक एसोसिएशन ने पास किया और उन्होंने फिर चैलेंज का सेट बनाया। उन्होंने मुझे 1980 में वो एक चैलेंज सेट गिफ्ट किया, फिर वो मैं अपनी छत पे ले आया और छत पे मैंने अपने भाई को और एक छोटे बच्चे को ट्रेन करना शुरू किया।
5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
He saw raw potential being wasted on shortcuts.
शादी हो गई, वो भी जॉब में थी, हमने थोड़े बहुत पैसे जोड़ के दोनों लोन लेके 1990 में मैंने फिर दिल्ली में ये जिम शुरू किया 1990 में। देन आई कन्वर्टेड इनटू बच्चे तैयार करने, थोड़ा एक्सपीरियंस से करते 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 फिर वो 94 में मेरे को पहली बार इंडिया टीम का कोच पावर लिफ्टिंग में। देन 99 में मैंने बॉडी बिल्डर भी बहुत तैयार कर दिए थे। 99 में मैं फिर बॉडी बिल्डिंग का भी नेशनल कोच बन गया। 2 गेम का पहली बारी ओलंपिक बुक रिकॉर्ड्स में भी आया कि आई एम दी ओनली इंडियन टू बिकम अ नेशनल कोच फॉर बॉडी बिल्डिंग एंड पावर लिफ्टिंग।
He brought silence, discipline, and uncompromising rigor to Indian strength sports.
मेरे घर में 20-22 खिलाड़ी रहते थे, खुद मेरा हॉस्टल था 80 गज के घर में ही। एक पोर्शन में 2 80 गज के पोर्शन थे, एक पोर्शन में खिलाड़ी हैं, एक पे मैं उनका खाना भी बनाता था रोज 20-25 आदमी होगा। उधर से ट्रेनिंग करा के आता था, फिर उधर से मैं करता था। मतलब मुझे नींद नहीं सताती थी, मुझे परफॉर्मेंस सताती थी कि यार ये परफॉर्म कैसा करेंगे। नींद तो छोड़ो, बात की सेकेंडरी थी है, पूरी उम्र नींद हो जाएगी, आदमी मर के भी सो जाता है, वो तो बाद में देख लेंगे, लेकिन पहली है परफॉर्मेंस। तो वो मुझे जोश और एनर्जी देती थी कि इनकी परफॉर्मेंस क्या आएगी, कि गांव से आए हुए हैं, इनको आगे लाना है, इनको आगे लाना है, इनको आगे लाना है। वो आगे आते थे, मुझे लगता है मैं भी आगे आ रहा हूँ। मैं हमेशा बच्चों को बोलता हूँ, स्टूडेंट्स को बोलता हूँ कि अगर दुनिया में सारी ब्लैकआउट हो जाए, हर जगह अंधेरा हो जाए, तो एक बात याद रखना, एक जगह जोत जलती मिलेगी, वो आपके टीचर के चरणों में और आपके माँ बाप के चरणों में। वहाँ आपको रास्ता जरूर दिखाई देगा।
The Dronacharya Award was the ultimate validation of a process designed to breed world beaters.
अवार्ड्स आपकी पीठ थपथपाते हैं, लेकिन आप अवार्ड्स के पास सारी उम्र बैठ के रजाई में गुजार नहीं सकते। वो वहां रखने के लिए आपको तो परफॉर्म करना है जमीन पे। एक ही अवार्ड के सहारे, एक अचीवमेंट के सहारे आप पूरी उम्र नहीं जी सकते। कि आपके पास 1 लाख रुपया हो तो आप पूरी उम्र उसी पे नाचते रहोगे? क्यों अगले दिन जाके उठ के जाते हो और ट्राई करते हो? अवार्ड्स हैं, वहाँ सज गए, अब और काम करना है भैया। वो अचीवमेंट्स है, हो गई। अब उसके पास ही बैठ के मैं धूप बत्ती ऐसे नहीं, ऐसे हाँ मैं दे रहा, ठीक है सेटिस्फेक्शन है, और ट्राई फॉर वो। हम ओलंपिया गए, ओलंपिया जीते। अब लास वेगास शहर है घूमने फिरने का, आपको पता है वहाँ नाइट चाहिए, रात को दुनिया सस्ती है, सोता ही नहीं है वो शहर। हमने जीता, एक दिन रात को स्टे किया, नेक्स्ट डे की फ्लाइट। क्योंकि हम करने क्या आए थे। अगर मैं उन रातों में खो जाऊंगा तो और ओलंपिया पैदा नहीं होगा। मैंने अपना काम किया, बैग उठाया, चलो, ना उसको घुमाया ना खुद घूमे, चलो अभी और करना है।
His philosophy is built on an immovable rock. Discipline is the currency of success.
फर्स्ट माइंड, इसके मसल होना बहुत जरूरी है। मैं क्या करूंगा, पहले आपके माइंड को ट्रेन करूंगा, नॉक, कि भैया बॉडी पे आ रहे हैं, ध्यान रखना। पहले माइंड के मसल तैयार हो जाएंगे कि सोच, मतलब सोच लोहे की तो बॉडी लोहे की, सोच लकड़ी की तो बॉडी भी लकड़ी की। सबसे बड़ी टेक्निक जो है, मेरी ट्रेनिंग जो मैं बोलता हूं, जब तक आपका माइंड आपके कंट्रोल मुट्ठी में नहीं है तब तक आपकी शरीर भी नहीं है, वो वैसे एक्ट ही नहीं करेगा।
He teaches his athletes to become scientists of their own bodies, meticulously tracking nutrition, ensuring joint health, and cultivating absolute mental clarity. In these brutal sports, the true battle is won in the mind. The spirit must always be heavier than the weight on the bar. Under the command of the Sashastra Seema Bal, Vivek Thakur embodies the dual life of Iron Will. The soldier and the strongman.
मेरा नाम विवेक है और मैं सशस्त्र सीमा बल की बॉडी बिल्डिंग टीम का एक प्लेयर हूं। मतलब लगभग 4 साल से मैं बॉडी बिल्डिंग कर रहा हूं और इसी टीम में हूं। जो इस बार की हमारी परफॉर्मेंस है और पिछले 4 सालों में अगर हम देखा जाए तो सबसे सुपीरियर परफॉर्मेंस हमारी इस बार रही है। वो होता है ना कि अभी तक हम खुद कर रहे थे, जो भी कर रहे थे, किसी कोचेस के अंडर हमने अभी काम नहीं किया, क्योंकि डिपार्टमेंट के हैं, सर्विसेज के हैं, बहुत सी चीज़ें होती हैं पहले डिसाइड की जाती हैं। तो इस बार हमें मौका मिला था कि हम यहाँ पे आके सर के अंडर ट्रेन कर सकें और सिनेरियो बिल्कुल डिफरेंट है। और अब हमें लगता है कि हम भी नेशनल और इंटरनेशनल में जो है अपना जहाँ भी खेलने जाएंगे तो मतलब पहचान बना सकते हैं हम। आप फैंसी जिम्स में भी जाते हो जिसमें पूरे मतलब बहुत बड़ा एरिया होता है, बहुत तरह तरह की मशीनें होती हैं। यहाँ पे बिल्कुल बेसिक मशीन्स हैं, आयरन है और आयरन से ही आयरन की तरह फिजिक जो बनानी है वो इस बार हमने देखा कि कैसे मतलब जो पहले बॉडी बिल्डर्स तैयार हुआ करते थे, जिस लेवल में उनकी गर्थ हुआ करती थी, जितना लंबे समय तक वो खेल पाते थे, वो क्या वजह हुआ करती थी, वो इस बार हमने यहाँ पे आके देखा है। धवन सर के साथ मतलब जब से हम मिले हैं या फिर पूरी मैं अपनी बात नहीं कर रहा, इवन इन्होंने चैम्पियंस तैयार किए हैं और इनके जो चैम्पियन तैयार किए होंगे ना, वो एक्चुअल में एक सिर्फ फिजिक बिल्ड नहीं होती, वो एक इंसान का कैरेक्टर बिल्ड हो जाता है। अगर मैं अपना एग्जाम्पल लूँ तो जो हमने यहाँ पर सीख लिया है, अगर हम उसको इम्प्लीमेंट करेंगे तो कहीं ना कहीं ज़रूर पहुँच जाएंगे।
Here, military precision meets the pursuit of physical perfection. Coach Dhawan doesn't just train the athlete, he hones the warrior. Ensuring the discipline required for the battlefield is the same discipline required for the stage. And here stands the future. Gurdeep Singh Bharadwaj. At just 22, he has already been crowned Best Powerlifter at major international opens.
मेरे पास यहाँ जो जर्नी थी आने की गुरुजी के पास, वो इस तरह थी कि मैं स्कूल ख़त्म होते ही स्पोर्ट्स का शौक़ था। एंड कभी भी आप सर्च करेंगे कि डेड लिफ्टिंग में कभी एडी हॉल का वीडियो देखा होगा आपने 500 kgs वाला, दैट्स अ ट्रिगर पॉइंट फॉर मी कि मेरे को कुछ करना है इस लिफ्टिंग की कम्युनिटी में। देन आई सर्च आउट हाउ टू डेड लिफ्ट, सबसे पहला वीडियो गुरुजी का। एंड आई वॉज लाइक कि अगर मेरे को नॉलेज गेन करनी है, ट्रेन करना है किसी के पास, तो इंडिया में सबसे नॉलेजफुल पर्सन गुरुजी। मतलब यहाँ पे जो इंस्टीट्यूट का एक बिलीफ सिस्टम होता है ना, वो गुरुजी। मतलब आई गॉट इंजर्ड लास्ट ईयर आफ्टर माई कॉम्पिटिशन इन लंडन, तो थोड़ा फॉल्टी बेल्ट की वजह से। बट इस सीज़न मतलब पूरा 6 months आई वॉज नॉट इन ट्रेनिंग, मतलब मेरी ट्रेनिंग नहीं चल रही थी। बट एक गुरुजी का बिलीफ सिस्टम होता है कि हाँ तू कर लेगा, बस 1.5 महीने में कॉम्पिटिशन है, यू विल गेट रेडी, ठीक है। मतलब मुझे अपने में बिलीव नहीं था, बट मेरे गुरु को मेरे में बिलीव है, वो बहुत बड़ी बात होती है। बिलीव एंड बिलीफ, मतलब गुरु को बिलीव है मेरे में, तो मेरे को बिलीव होना चाहिए उनकी बातों पे। मतलब उन्होंने कुछ बोल दिया तो मेरे पास सेकंड क्वेश्चन नहीं होना चाहिए मेरे माइंड में, वो सबसे ज़रूरी है, नेसेसिटी है। अगर मेरे को कोई चीज़ बोली गई और मैं जाके उसको रिसर्च कर रहा हूँ अलग से अपने उस पर, तो फिर मेरा बिलीव नहीं है। अगर मेरे गुरु को मुझ पर बिलीव है, आई कैन, देन आई कैन, दैट्स इट। मैं पहला कॉम्पिटिशन खेला था अपना, तो मैं 18 ईयर्स का आया था, मैंने बताया। तो पहला कंपटीशन जब अपना खेला हूँ तो वहाँ पे मेरी कैटेगरी में 270 265 पे गोल्ड मेडल था एंड आई फेल्ड 180 kg की लिफ्ट मैंने फेल कर दी। आई वॉज डिसहार्टेंड कि यार मेरे तो बस का नहीं है, मेरी कैटेगरी का आदमी 265 लगा रहा है और मैं 180 भी नहीं उठा पा रहा हूँ, 170 लगाया। मैं गुरुजी के पास आया, आई वॉज लाइक गुरुजी बस यही लगा, 170 लगा, ऊपर लगा नहीं। गुरुजी ने कहा यहाँ कितना किया था? जिम में जब चेक हुआ था मैंने 150 किया था, वहाँ 170 लग गया एंड ही वॉज हैप्पी कि तूने ऊपर मारा है। तब मुझे हुआ कि यार उनको मेरे में बिलीव है, मैं तो तोड़ के बैठा हुआ था, मेरे को तो था यार मेरे से नहीं होगा, कुछ और काम धंधा देख लेते हैं। गुरुजी की आवाज़ कैसे आएगी? अगर आपका ध्यान ज्ञानों में है, अगर आपका ध्यान आपकी बॉडी से दूर है, तो आपका रिजल्ट तो आपका जो वेट उठाना है वो है, गाना उसमें कुछ नहीं करेगा। बिकॉज जब आप कंपटीशन के स्टेज पे जाएंगे तो वहाँ गाने नहीं सुन पाएंगे। गुरुजी का ही सिखाया हुआ था, हंगर, फायर एंड पेशेंस। ये 3 चीज़ें जो उनसी होती है ना, ये थोड़ा सा नेसेसिटी बन जाती है। जब आपको कोई और सपोर्ट ना करे तो आपका खुद का होना चाहिए।
He's the pure, uncut expression of a legacy that is only just begun. He arrived with raw power, and Coach Dhawan gave him the structure to turn potential into international dominance. The core of this tradition is the sanctity of the Guru-Shishya relationship. It's not a mere transaction. It's a profound transfer of consciousness. The student must possess the absolute blind faith to follow the instruction, and the Guru must have the unparalleled wisdom to know exactly how far to push the boundary of human endurance. Coach Dhawan trains them to respect their sacrifice and to carry the torch of integrity for the sport. To the next generation seeking greatness, his message is clear. Stop looking for the shortcut. For there are no secrets in strength. There is only work. Be disciplined. Be patient. Dedicate yourself entirely to the uncompromising process. The reward is not just a medal. The reward is the champion you become.
You know, when success comes, then so many people to clap you. When success is not there, and you have to clap yourself. चलो चल बेटे अपने आप को क्लैप करना है और फिर दुनिया को प्रूव करना है।
From the wisdom of a Dronacharya to the unparalleled power of the new generation.
जो कोचेस थे जो दुनिया में नहीं रहे, जिन्होंने ये शिक्षा बांटी, अब वो ड्यूटी हमारे को दे गए हैं। हम उस प्रसाद को बांटना चाहते हैं। प्रसाद को कभी भी जेब में नहीं रखना चाहिए, मेरे गुरुजी बोलते थे। ये प्रसाद बंटना चाहिए सारी सोसाइटी में। तो ये प्रसाद बांटने का काम है। जैसे मंदिर में प्रसाद बांटते हैं, गुरुद्वारे में बांटते हैं, हर एक आदमी तक वो प्रसाद पहुंचना चाहिए।
The legacy of strength is eternal. Vivek Thakur continues his disciplined pursuit, and Gurdeep Singh Bharadwaj stands ready to conquer the world stage again and again.
Never waste time in your life. Always invest time. मेरी फोटो जरूर लगाना, लेकिन मेरी फोटो के पास हमेशा खड़े मत रहना। काम करना, कर्मयोगी बनना, आपको रिजल्ट मिलेगा।
He is the architect of strength, the philosopher of discipline, the guiding light for India's power elite. He is Dronacharya Bhupinder Dhawan. And this is the true essence of a guiding star.
मैं 1994 से बाहर जा रहा हूँ। अब तो इंडिया बहुत एडवांस हो गया, तब स्पोर्ट्स में इतना एडवांस नहीं था। लेकिन मैंने एक चीज़ देखी, उनके पास सब फैसिलिटीज़ थी, उनके पास एयर कंडीशन भी थे, उनके पास लेटेस्ट इक्विपमेंट भी थे, लेकिन मेडल फिर भी हम ले आते थे। हिंदुस्तान की एक स्पेशलिटी है, जिस लगन से वो काम करता है वो फिर 50 डिग्री गर्मी भी को भी नहीं देखता, वो लग के फिर उस लगन से काम को पूरा करता है। एंड गॉड बिलीविंग कंट्री है।
प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, delicious, healthy every day.
Some places feel like they've been waiting for you, where every piece speaks of legacy, from diamonds that celebrate ambition to festive gold that honors tradition. LD Sons.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
Bliss. It teases, it soothes, and sometimes speaks without words. Experience bliss in all its forms with Hindware. Hindware, designed for bliss.
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
भारत की अपनी दुकान, इंडिया सोना,
अपने देश का सामान, इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना,
India Zona.
Some places feel like they've been waiting for you, where every piece speaks of legacy, from diamonds that celebrate ambition to festive gold that honors tradition. LD Sons.
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ,
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है, सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
Attorney General Bondi, why did you publicly claim to have the Epstein client list waiting for your review and then produce nothing relevant to that claim?
Senator Durbin, if you listen to my entire clip on that, I said I had not reviewed it yet, that it was sitting on my...
In February, you made a public claim that the Epstein client list was, quote, sitting on my desk right now for review. End of...
The lanes of Dharavi are not just narrow, they are full of crowd, full of people. It is difficult to even walk through the streets. Children, they play in these tiny streets, making it even busier. People carry baskets, pushcarts, heavy loads, they try to balance it. If two people carry weights, it is very difficult for them to pass through each other. And if we talk about the market days, it is even worse. Even to try and cover a small distance takes a lot of time. Open areas are almost missing. There is hardly any sunlight coming and reaching the floor. Children play cricket in these tiny streets and enjoy their life. If I talk about this bicycle, it can hardly pass through the narrow lane. Because people, they enjoy on their doorsteps. They talk to each other, share their memories and daily lives. Because they don't have garden, they don't have courtyard. So people enjoy their life in little spaces that they have here.
मेरा नाम संदीप महादेव शिंदे है। मैं धारावी में रहता हूँ। मेरे को धारावी में बहुत बड़ा प्रॉब्लम है। प्रदूषण रूम वगैरह सब प्रॉब्लम है, पानी का प्रॉब्लम है, सब प्रॉब्लम है। यहाँ पे कोई ध्यान देता नहीं है। खाली मेरे को यहाँ पे अच्छा हो जाए ऐसा मेरे को लगता है। धारावी में छोटा रूम है, इसके वजह से बहुत बड़ा प्रॉब्लम होता है। हमको रहने के लिए भी प्रॉब्लम है, सब बच्चे के लिए भी प्रॉब्लम है, स्कूल का प्रॉब्लम है, पानी का प्रॉब्लम है, लाइट का प्रॉब्लम है, सब प्रॉब्लम यहाँ पे है। ये मेरे ख्याल से यहाँ पे आके देखना चाहिए सब जन क्या है गवर्नमेंट में। हमारे तरफ ध्यान देना चाहिए, साफ़ सफाई करना चाहिए। धारावी में वो हो नहीं रहा है पहले की तरह, देखना चाहिए धारावी में आके।
Even the daily life is hard here. Imagine carrying groceries or shifting your furniture in these narrow lanes, it's a task. Even if you go out with your family, you have to cross a lot of obstacles on the way. But the life goes on. This is the spirit of Dharavi. People, they share their food, they share their walls and their stories too. At the same time, these festivals are being celebrated in the true spirit in these narrow lanes. This is what Dharavi teaches you, life. The streets of Dharavi connect everyone, shops, workers, families. But they also tell the story of life full of struggle and life too. Here, every corner is filled with stories about managing, adjusting and surviving, connected and alive.
Cristiano Ronaldo has already etched his name in football history with over 900 career goals across clubs and country. But as he continues to defy age and expectations, the burning question for fans is that can Ronaldo reach the magical 1,000 goal mark before he finally hangs up his boots? That's the big question on our sports meter today. Scan the QR on your screen and have your say, because your votes decide the score.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा।
Some places feel like they've been waiting for you, where every piece speaks of legacy, from diamonds that celebrate ambition to festive gold that honors tradition. LD Sons.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
Bliss. It teases, it soothes, and sometimes speaks without words. Experience bliss in all its forms with Hindware. Hindware, designed for bliss.
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला। भारत की अपनी दुकान इंडिया सोना,
अपने देश का सामान इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना,
इंडिया सोना।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
Attorney General Bondi, why did you publicly claim to have the Epstein client list waiting for your review and then produce nothing relevant to that claim?
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello friends, welcome to the Sunday edition of This Is Exclusive, in which we are the only channel present on the ground in Kabul and hence getting you ground reports no one else has coming in from Afghanistan on the AFPAC standoff. Literally a battle panning out between the Taliban government in Kabul and of course the hybrid government of Islamabad. That's our focus, as also of course NDA locking its seat share. That's also the breaking news coming in. Let's begin with the headlines. BJP announces seat sharing, pact complete in Bihar polls. The BJP and the JDU to get 101 seats each. Meanwhile, Chirag Paswan's party to get 29 NDA seats locked. Afghanistan government claims at least 58 Pakistani soldiers killed Over 30 injured in clashes along the Durand line. Afghanistan issues a stern warning to Pakistan, says will not leave any attack unanswered. Taliban minister says Pakistan harboring Islamic State on its soil. All right, friends, let's begin with the breaking that's happened just a while back. Just before the BJP Central Election Committee met to decide on the candidates for its first list for the first phase of polls in Bihar, which happened on November 6, came the announcement that the NDA, or BJP-led National Democratic Alliance, the alliance in power in Bihar, has completed the seat-sharing pact, and according to which both the BJP and the JDU, the larger allies within the alliance, get 101 seats each. Then you have the LJP Ram Vilas, of which Chirag Paswan is the leader. He gets 29. Rashtriya Loktantrik Morcha and the Hindustani Awam Morcha of Upendra Kushwaha and Jitan Ram Majhi both get 6 each. That's essentially the contours shaping up of the NDA seat-sharing pact, officially announced, in fact, by the NDA and the BJP just ahead of the BJP's Central Election Committee. These are pictures coming in live, chaired by the party president, Prime Minister also present there, and you can see the top leadership of the BJP and also, of course, their state unit main leaders of Bihar there in the meeting. We will go back to the meeting in a while, but let's listen to how the allies are responding to this announcement. Jitan Ram Majhi spoke from Patna just a while back.
पार्लियामेंट में हमको एक सीट मिली थी तो हम क्या थे, नाराज थे। वैसे यहाँ अगर 6 सीट की बात की गई है तो आला कमान करने में है, उसको हम सिरोधार करते हैं। लेकिन ये बात सही है कि हमको जो मिला है हम लोग सब संतुष्ट है। सरकार की कोई शिकवा शिकायत नहीं है।
All right, Jitan Ram Majhi there, sounding satisfied, and he was in Delhi just a while back, met JP Nada back in Patna, but we're going to Patna where Vivek is joining us live from there. Vivek, NDA जो है उन्होंने अपना अनाउंस कर दिया है सीट शेयरिंग फार्मूला। आपको लगता है कि इससे थोड़ा सा इंडी ब्लॉक में अपोजिशन में प्रेशर आएगा कि वो भी अपना जो फार्मूला है अनाउंस कर दें, क्योंकि फेज 1 की जो वोटिंग है उसका डेट तय है 6 नवंबर को होगा। लगता है आपको आजकल में उनका भी अनाउंस हो जाएगा सीट शेयरिंग?
बिल्कुल, आजकल में ही उनको करना पड़ेगा। और एनडीए ने जो आज अनाउंसमेंट की है ये एक तरह से दबाव की भी राजनीति है, क्योंकि 1 महीने के अंदर अंदर सारे कैंडिडेट को तैयारी करनी है। आज हम लोग जब इस बारे में चर्चा कर रहे हैं, आज 12 तारीख है और 14 नवंबर को रिजल्ट्स आ जाएंगे। तो जैसे जितना पहले सीट शेयरिंग तय हो जाएगी, कैंडिडेट तय हो जाएंगे, वो अपने जो विधानसभा क्षेत्र है वहां जाके काम कर रहे होंगे अपने कंस्टिट्यूएंसी में, तो उनको वक्त मिलेगा। और उसी के बदले में अगर जो महागठबंधन है, इंडिया अलायंस है, अगर वो अपने कैंडिडेट्स अभी तय नहीं कर पाते हैं, अभी सीट शेयरिंग को लेकर ही फॉर्मूला फंसा हुआ है, तो समस्या तो होगी, क्योंकि वहां के भी 2-3 दावेदार हैं। अभी भी आप देखेंगे कि राबड़ी आवास के बाहर जो कार्यकर्ता हैं आरजेडी के, वो जमा हुए थे, कुछ वो टिकट के लेके जमा हो रहे हैं, कुछ विरोध करने के लिए जमा हो रहे हैं। तो पहले तो उनके कैंडिडेट्स को वक्त मिल जाएगा। और ये जो सीट शेयरिंग आज एनडीए में फाइनल हो गई है, इसकी वजह से महागठबंधन के सभी नेता तो दबाव में आ जाएंगे, ये बिल्कुल साफ होता हुआ दिख रहा है, क्योंकि वक्त बहुत कम है बिहार चुनाव में और उतने ही दिन में सबको तैयारी करनी है।
चलिए, थैंक यू सो मच। A pressure now on the Indy bloc to come with its own seat sharing arrangement. NDA announcing just a while back, even as the BJP in a meeting of its Central Election Committee to decide on the first list of candidates, likely expected tonight. And we'll come back to the story with more when it happens. But moving on for now, and to our exclusive focus on this exclusive on the hot Durand line. between Afghanistan and Pakistan. Tensions escalated Sunday after the Afghan security forces carried out what they called as retaliatory strikes on Pakistani posts, killing about 58 soldiers, injuring 30 others, triggering a return fire that led to massive clashes along the Durand line. Republic TV, in fact, is the only news channel reporting live from inside Afghanistan, bringing to you on-ground details of the conflict. There are some videos that we have for you. Let's have a look.
As you can see, this is one of the passes as it pans out. So this is a pass, and majority of the terrain is like this, where there are very narrow passes and there is no other way how anyone else, either from the POK side or from the Afghanistan side, they have to pass. So they have one common place, that are these passes. So this is a pass which is near Kunur, and as you can see the terrain behind, there are vantage points, and Taliban usually gets placed on top of these ridges. So this is the kind of terrain that I'm talking about, as you can see. So there is no escape from anyone who is entering or bypassing these areas. So this is a very tense situation in terms of Taliban occupying these regions and passes and getting ready to battle, despite news that Qatar has brokered peace talks between Pakistan and Afghanistan. But as far as the Taliban troop movement is concerned, there is no sign of slowing down or accumulation of Taliban troops so far.
All right, that's a familiar face, friends. You would have recognized Major Samarpal Singh Toor. He's frequent as a panelist on your channel, but he's reporting live from Kabul for us. Not live, but he's there, present there on the ground, and sent us those ground reports. Joining me for a short, quick conversation, Dr. Omar Sadr. He's a political analyst and Afghan. He's in exile, lives outside of Afghanistan. And before I go to him, let me go to Gursimran. He's joining us live. And Gursimran has some information to share about the latest situation on the ground along the Durand line. Gursimran, is it all calm or a tenuous, tense calm between the Afghanistan forces and the Pakistani forces on that front?
See, Abhishek, to be very precise, it is an uneasy calm that is prevailing on the Durand line, because the way retaliation has taken place from the Afghan Defence Forces side, it has made it really very challenging for Pakistan, because they were totally taken by surprise. They are close to 24 posts. They were captured by the Afghans when they carried out the surprise raids. Pakistan has termed this as an attack that has been done by the terrorists, but Afghan government has come out in open and has said that there were their strikes that they have carried out in retaliation to the airstrikes that Pakistan has carried out a couple of days prior to this incident that has been reported. Now an uneasy calm has been reported there, but one thing is very clear, that there are some of the posts of Pakistan that are still in control of the Afghan Defence Forces. So Pakistan might try to get their posts back, because what has happened in the vice versa case, that Afghan has gained control to all their posts.
All right, let's have an Afghan voice also. Omar, welcome. And my first question to you is, how do you see these developments? Is it posturing or is it serious, and that the Afghan Taliban are really fed up with Pakistan and it's messing around on that side of the Durand line?
Okay, let's be candid here. First of all, our terms should be straightforward, and it should confirm what the international community recognizes. It's not Afghan government, it's a de facto authority ruling Afghanistan. It's a terrorist group which has targeted Indian interests, Indian consulate, embassy, and citizens, and also victimized people of Afghanistan. On the recent situation, what we witness is not a genuine military retaliation. It's essentially a face-saving operation that lasted barely a few hours on both sides of the border. Taliban soldiers launched a strike, which was a very controlled one, and it by no means they have the heavy artillery. no air force, they're suffering from fragmented command even. So there are contradictory reports on both sides of Afghanistan and Pakistan. By no means, the Taliban does have the capacity and willingness to retaliate Pakistan. But also we have to pay attention to the irony of the situation, and which could not be overstated. Pakistan is now facing the consequences of its own strategic choices. For decades, they nurtured, they funded and provided sanctuary for the Taliban as a proxy to target Republic of Afghanistan, which was a democratic and legitimate government. Now, the proxy is slipping out of control, and the Pakistan should face the consequences. It assumed that the Taliban, once they come to power in August 2021, that will be a complement partner in its rivalry with India. But now it is completely different other way around. So it's quite shocking for Pakistan and shocking for Afghanistan also.
And from where it is coming from you, but my question is, given that Taliban effectively controls Afghanistan, now they are ruling from Kabul, and Pakistan thought that they have in Taliban a tool, but now they realize they have in Taliban a problem. You think it's going to escalate from here, or it is just one round of jousting that has happened, and then maybe they will negotiate, the ISI would come in picture? Because remember, Zabiullah Mujahid, the spokesperson of the government there, has clearly targeted ISI as the troublemaker in the region.
And I think you're right. The situation will escalate. It is unprecedented now. It is a time that the Taliban's Minister of Foreign Affairs is visiting New Delhi, and it's really hard for Pakistanis. But at the same time, this is unprecedented, the way that both sides are targeting each other in a military way, but also presenting different lines of statements and facts. And I think Pakistan has taken a decision that it should go beyond the Taliban. That's why it's also courting some of the political opposition of the Taliban in Islamabad a few weeks ago. And they will try to, I think, go beyond what earlier they wanted to emphasize, an inclusive government, pushing the Taliban towards certain form of reconciliation and agreement as far as TTP is concerned. But now Pakistan has realized that the Taliban is not going to give up on TTP, and it's in exchange the Taliban is using TTP as a leverage to pressurize Pakistan. And hence, I may speculate that the Pakistanis will move forward to house and support the political opposition of the Taliban, and this will escalate definitely.
Okay, my last question, Omar, before I let you go, which is that as the situation stands today, you think that Pakistan could actually be using Islamic State as has been charged by the Kabul government, Kabul regime, that they are hand in gloves with the Islamic State? Because if that be the case, then the world should be watching.
That's right. Pakistan so far has used different proxies to fight with each other, and now against the Taliban, it will of course nurture ISKP. And we should not forget that ISKP is quite kind of complex insurgency group. It is formed partly from those Islamist groups which were once in Pakistan, including TTP, which they shifted their allegiances. But it's much more different compared to that of Taliban, which Pakistan earlier supported. Taliban, at least they were focusing at the national level only on Afghanistan, but ISKP is quite different. It is transnational and global terrorist organization, and it will definitely be out of control of even Pakistan.
Yeah, I think Pakistan is in a difficult spot, and they are playing with fire yet again, not the first time, but obviously at a cost which they themselves would pay, like they are doing now. Thank you so much, Omar Sadr, there giving us the Afghan view, joining us live, and thank you, Gursimran, also for giving us bringing us up to speed with what's happening on the ground as we speak. Moving on out of the Afghan story onto Bengal, where there's outrage tonight. Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee has shocked not just the state but the nation with her insensitive and tone-deaf remarks on the Durapur gang rape. Instead of showing empathy to a 23-year-old survivor, the Chief Minister blamed the victim herself, questioning why she was out at night and even dragging in other states to deflect the blame. Is this leadership? Let's listen exactly to what Mamata Banerjee said, and then I go to Casualty in our Kolkata newsroom.
She was studying in a private medical college. So all the private medical college, whose responsibility? How they came out in the night at 12:30. And it happens in the, so far I know, forest area. And 12:30, I do not know what happened. Investigation is on. I'm shocked to see the incident. But private medical colleges also is to take care for their students. And especially the girl child at night time. They should not be allowed to come out in the outside. They have to protect themselves also.
All right, no tough words there for police, no instructions for the law enforcement agencies, just some hectoring off for the victim. And Kishal joins us live from Kolkata. Kishal, any words of regret coming in from the Chief Minister for what she has just said on the gang rape victim?
Well, the update is, Abhishek, that the Chief Minister has said in the latest statement that her statements are being distorted. But I don't know where is the distortion. The Chief Minister clearly said girl child should not be allowed to go out at night. So she's in fact, some people are calling it a fatwa. It's in a way a decree she is giving out for the girls in West Bengal. In a way, she's accepting the fact, Abhishek, that West Bengal is not safe for girls after a certain point of time, after in the night maybe, after 8 p.m., 9 p.m. they cannot come out of their homes or colleges or rooms or whatever. However, Mamata Banerjee has said that her statements are being distorted and she did not mean to say this. But she has clearly said, in a way, she has questioned the victim why she came out of her room at 12:30 in the night, and she did not really target the accused, but she targeted the victims like she did in the past. In the past, she clearly said once that it is a case of affair after a brutal rape case, and now she's saying why did they come out after 12:30, and implying that that is the reason the gang rape happened. Abhishek.
You're right, Kishal. There is a past, and since the RG Kar case, this is the third or fourth instance where we have found the Mamata government on the wrong foot. Any action yet from the police which can prove that they were on toes even as the Chief Minister was not on the same page?
Well, the police, after so many hours, could arrest 3 accused. However, one of the accused are still on the run. On the other hand, one more has been detained, not arrested yet. However, the question is, a medical college with thousands of students in the middle of an area which is quite deserted, how there were no police personnel, no police kiosk, no proper lighting outside that particular campus. The Chief Minister is saying it's a private college, but whether it's a private or a government medical college, the responsibility to arrange for security and policing system comes to the state government, and Chief Minister herself, being the police minister, is responsible for this, but she's clearly denying that responsibility and pointing out to the private medical college in this regards.
Okay, and now that you are saying that there is some kind of a clarification that has come from the Chief Minister's office, I believe it's not a bite, just a statement. Is it going to have some impact on the speed of the investigation?
Abhishek, I'll just tell you that this is a sound bite that we received a while back. soon we will be playing it. The Chief Minister is saying, my statements has been distorted. You guys ask me questions, I answer, then you guys distort the statement. This is what Chief Minister is telling the reporters. But the fact of the matter is, we have played the previous bite in and out where she is clearly saying that girl child should not be allowed to go out at night, and she's saying that this is a private medical college and why was she out at 12:30. But the people of West Bengal are angry, they are very disturbed with this statement. Even after Mamata Banerjee has sent out that clarification bite saying that this is not what she meant and her statements has been distorted, the damage control could not be done because the statement was very clear, targeting the victim instead of the accused ones.
All right. Thank you so much, Kishal, with that update on the very important development there with the Chief Minister first making an insensitive remark, now pulling back and clarifying, but then the damage has been done. Optics always wrong there somehow. Moving on, and in fact with this we come to the end of this bulletin. This is what we could pack in this edition of This Is Exclusive. Short break. On the other side, Get Me Right. This week on Get Me Right, Pakistan proves yet again that it cannot be trusted. This time it stabs its all-weather friend China as it courts Trump with a strategic port right next to Gwadar. Then we take a look at the rise in gold prices. Is it about an asset bubble, or more likely investors hedging their bets against Trump's unpredictability? And finally, the Thalapathy phenomenon of Tamil Nadu politics. Why every political party is out to woo Vijay and his TVK despite the Karur tragedy. This weekend, Saturday and Sunday, only on Republic TV.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा और मसाला।
मुस्कुराए लड़खड़ाए जिंदगी, चाहे जो भी हो।
सर, पेशेंट के लिए कौन सा रूम प्रेफर करेंगे आप?
जिंदगी भर के प्यार का कोई रेट कार्ड नहीं होता। टाटा AIG हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस, विद यू लाइक फैमिली, विद यू ऑलवेज।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ,
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है, सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
Some places feel like they've been waiting for you, where every piece speaks of legacy, from diamonds that celebrate ambition to festive gold that honors tradition. LD Sons.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला। भारत की अपनी दुकान, इंडिया सोना,
अपने देश का सामान, इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना,
इंडिया सोना।
Some places feel like they've been waiting for you, where every piece speaks of legacy, from diamonds that celebrate ambition to festive gold that honors tradition. LD Sons.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
Attorney General Bondi, why did you publicly claim to have the Epstein client list waiting for your review and then produce nothing relevant to that claim?
Senator Durbin, if you listen to my entire clip on that, I said I had not reviewed it yet, that it was sitting on my...
In February, you made a public claim that the Epstein client list was, quote, sitting on my desk right now for review.
Cristiano Ronaldo has already etched his name in football history with over 900 career goals across clubs and country. But as he continues to defy age and expectations, the burning question for fans is that can Ronaldo reach the magical 1,000 goal mark before he finally hangs up his boots? That's the big question on our sports meter today. Scan the QR on your screen and have your say, because your votes decide the score.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
मुस्कुराए लड़खड़ाए जिंदगी।
पेशेंट के लिए कौन सा रूम प्रेफर करेंगे आप?
जिंदगी भर के प्यार का कोई रेट कार्ड नहीं होता। टाटा AIG हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस, विद यू लाइक फैमिली, विद यू ऑलवेज।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रूंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रूंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
Some places feel like they've been waiting for you, where every piece speaks of legacy, from diamonds that celebrate ambition to festive gold that honors tradition. LD Sons.
Attorney General Bondi, why did you publicly claim to have the Epstein client list waiting for your review and then produce nothing relevant to that claim?
Senator.
The lanes of Dharavi are not just narrow, they are full of crowd, full of people. It is difficult to even walk through the streets. Children, they play in these tiny streets, making it even busier. People carry baskets, push carts, heavy loads, they try to balance it. If two people carry weights, it is very difficult for them to pass through each other. And if we talk about the market days, it is even worse. Even to try and cover a small distance takes a lot of time. Open areas are almost missing. There is hardly any sunlight coming and reaching the floor. Children play cricket in these tiny streets and enjoy their life. If I talk about this bicycle, it can hardly pass through the narrow lane. Because people, they enjoy on their doorsteps. They talk to each other, share their memories and daily lives. Because they don't have garden, they don't have courtyard. So people enjoy their life in little spaces that they have here.
मेरा नाम संदीप महादेव शिंदे है। मैं धारावी में रहता हूँ। मेरे को धारावी में बहुत बड़ा प्रॉब्लम है। प्रदूषण रूम वगैरह सब प्रॉब्लम है, पानी का प्रॉब्लम है, सब प्रॉब्लम है। यहाँ पे कोई ध्यान देता नहीं है। खाली मेरे को यहाँ पे अच्छा हो जाए ऐसा मेरे को लगता है। धारावी में छोटा रूम है, इसके वजह से बहुत बड़ा प्रॉब्लम होता है। हमको रहने के लिए भी प्रॉब्लम है, सब बच्चे के लिए भी प्रॉब्लम है, स्कूल का प्रॉब्लम है, पानी का प्रॉब्लम है, लाइट का प्रॉब्लम है, सब प्रॉब्लम यहाँ पे है। ये मेरे ख्याल से यहाँ पे आके देखना चाहिए सब जन क्या है गवर्नमेंट में। हमारे तरफ ध्यान देना चाहिए, साफ़ सफाई करना चाहिए। धारावी में वो हो नहीं रहा है पहले की तरह, देखना चाहिए धारावी में आके।
Even the daily life is hard here. Imagine carrying groceries or shifting your furniture in these narrow lanes. It's a task. Even if you go out with your family, you have to cross a lot of obstacles on the way. But the life goes on. This is the spirit of Dharavi. People, they share their food, they share their walls and their stories too. At the same time, these festivals are being celebrated in the true spirit in these narrow lanes. This is what Dharavi teaches you, life. The streets of Dharavi connect everyone, shops, workers, families. But they also tell the story of life full of struggle and life too. Here, every corner is filled with stories about managing, adjusting and surviving, connected and alive.
Hi there, welcome back to your favorite deep dive show on stories contemporary and consequential for India. This week I picked three. First up, how Pakistan has stabbed its all-weather friend China in its back just so that it can humor an unpredictable American President Donald Trump. Not only has it started sending rare earths to the United States, but also offered America a port right next to Gwadar for exclusive extraction and evacuation of those minerals. What happens to the CPEC? Beijing must be wondering. Second, there's something fishy about the rise of gold prices. It is short-term cheer for those invested, but might be an indication of a bloodbath coming. I would explore. And finally, the Thalapathy phenomenon in Tamil Nadu politics. Why, despite 41 deaths in a stampede at a mismanaged rally in Karur, not only other political parties refuse to target Vijay and his TVK, but are openly courting him, cutting across the divide. We look at the paradox. Let's get going. Only 2 months after China literally fought on behalf of Pakistan against India during Operation Sindoor, providing much of the war machine with which its defense forces engaged with India, Islamabad has stabbed Beijing in the back. International Finance Daily, the Financial Times, reported this week that Pakistan has offered a port to the United States, abutting the Arabian Sea along the coast of Makaran. Guess where? Right next to Gwadar. The port of Pasni, which the report talked about, falls in Gwadar district itself and is barely 100 kilometers from the Gwadar port built by China. The avowed purpose of the offer seems to be evacuation of the mineral wealth that Pakistan has promised to Trump's America, with first consignment reaching the United States again this week. Tennessee-based strategic metals company, the USSM, which signed a $500 million deal with Pakistan military's Frontier Works organization last month, has started importing the minerals, a sample of which General Asim Munir was showing to President Trump at the White House in the pictures. While it's still being debated as to whether Pakistan indeed has the mineral resources that it has promised Trump, the stabbing of China is something that needs attention. It is nothing short of a geostrategic earthquake for Beijing that has sunk at least $50 billion in the China-Pakistan economic corridor. And Gwadar is the showpiece of both economic and strategic rationale of that investment. Over the last decade and a half, over 100 Chinese nationals have lost their lives in bomb blasts and suicide bombings targeted by a hostile local population and terrorists alike. The Chinese dream was that with this investment, Beijing would get exclusive rights over the mineral wealth of Baluchistan, that China would control a key artery from its restive Xinjiang province to the Arabian Sea and provide a land route to the Gulf countries bypassing troubled Afghanistan. China was salivating at the prospects of mining the recordic gold and copper reserves in Baluchistan, as also other rare earth minerals in the province. All that has come to a naught. A rentier state, forever looking for new clients, Pakistan has hogged the same mineral wealth to Trump's America now. To rub salt to the wounds, it has even provided a port to be developed at Pasni, miles away from Gwadar. Beijing would be left licking its stab wounds. It does not end there. The US operating Pasni would put paid to the Chinese dreams of exclusive exploitation of that mineral wealth. The Chinese have already been frustrated at Pakistan's failures to deliver on CPEC, from security to economic returns. Some of the soft loans have been rolled back. In other instances, the Chinese have expressed frustration at slow progress of projects, despite China providing all support. Look at this recent video of a sheepish Shehbaz Sharif being confronted in Tianjin.
This installment is there. The money is already there, and the feasibility study there, and the problem is just make the process.
And when was the study completed?
It's not a study yet.
No, the study, feasibility study.
Feasibility is already done.
When?
It's already done 3 years ago.
3 years ago?
Yeah. When professor is there.
Pakistan's move to invite America so close to Chinese strategic interests amounts to betrayal that Beijing was not expecting. noted geopolitical voice from Pakistan, Aisha Siddiqa, has called this a stab at Iran also. The port is just 100 miles from Iran's border, and if the Americans come in, they get a listening post on Tehran. The fact that Pasni could rival Chabahar, presently managed by India, gets the Pakistanis directly threatening Iranian economic and political interests. Taken together with the recently signed defense pact with Saudi Arabia, aimed at defending the kingdom from any nuclear attacks from Iran, Pakistan has effectively written off its brotherhood with the Shia Iran. Some say India's interests also get compromised. But we are at Chabahar only to manage the show for Tehran. Getting a land route to Kabul, bypassing Pakistan, was a strategic achievement. But we would sure find a way out. The larger issue out of this development is the geopolitical rivalries that this one move creates between China, America, and Iran. While China goes through a learning curve on Pakistani debauchery, Afghanistan, all too familiar with Islamabad's flexible spine, would perhaps even be angry. Remember, just last month, the kind of aid we provided to Afghanistan after the earthquake could not have been possible without access to the Chabahar port. Every Afghan knows and realizes the constructive development role India has provided to their country over the last 25 years, irrespective of who is in power in Kabul. As we speak, Taliban's foreign minister, Amir Khan Motaki, is in India. And just to give you an idea of the importance both sides are attaching to the visit, while External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar skipped delegation talks in Mumbai with the visiting UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer, the Taliban government spurned Pakistani offer to host Motaki immediately after the Moscow talks, preferring New Delhi as his port of call instead. Not that it helps Pakistan. The CPEC has been ready for a decade now, but with little benefits percolating down to the masses. The Gwadar port utilization remains less than half its capacity and potential. Just this week, the World Bank released a report on Pakistan underlining the gaps in its economic recovery. The artificial booster dose from the IMF bailout has only stabilized a possible collapse of Pakistan. But people are not benefiting. Household well-being has worsened. Poverty has increased from 21% in 2018 to 27% in 2024. More than half the population lives below the poverty line. 40% children are born stunted and suffer from malnutrition. Foreign investors are pulling out. Procter & Gamble realized that there's no progress, only gamble in Pakistan, and pulled out of the country this week. It is a part of a larger MNC exodus happening from Pakistan. Procter & Gamble's departure follows a steady stream of exits by MNCs such as Shell, Telenor, Uber, Careem, Sanofi, Bayer, Gillette, Microsoft, Yamaha, Eli Lilly in recent years. According to the State Bank of Pakistan, the net FDI in their country this year stood at a paltry $2.46 billion, against $30 billion for Bangladesh, once a colony of these Pakistanis. Or at least that's how they treated it. When Pakistan began its tryst with terror in the 1990s, Standard Chartered Bank had 170 branches across the country. Today, when its bandmaster-looking general celebrates Operation Bunyan al-Mardood in support of terrorists, the bank has just about 50 branches. Pakistan army is getting completely hammered by the insurgents in both Balochistan and Khyber Pakhtunkhwa. In the last 1 month, the Jafar Express has been attacked twice, and the army has lost a score of its soldiers, including 2 senior officers. The reasons why Americans might fail, and not for the first time, are the same that the Chinese have. The locals are excluded from the deals and their benefits. In a way, it's an old story. The harlot of world geopolitics that Pakistan is. It had offered Gwadar port to the United States back in the 1970s by Zulfikar Ali Bhutto. Americans did not show interest, so it went to the Chinese in 2006 under Musharraf. The same Pasni port that is now being offered to the Americans by Munir was as recently as 5 years ago dangled to the Russians by Bajwa in Pakistan's attempts at wooing Moscow into its orbit. There's already resistance. Article 172 of Pakistan provides for joint ownership of natural resources between the center and the provinces. It might be convenient for Trump and his business partners to deal with a single point of contact in failed Marshal Asim Munir. But the people of Pakistan need to realize that their bandmaster general is not their savior, but a doomsday Pied Piper, throwing them into a geopolitical chakravyuh from which Pakistan won't come out unscathed. Moving on. How much gold do you own? Or how much of the yellow metal the women in your household have a stash of by way of jewelry? If you own some or quite some, you would have realized your wealth has increased by about 50% in the last 6 months alone. Every day, gold is scaling new heights. This Tuesday marked a milestone. Gold crossed $4,000 to an ounce for the first time in its history. The development has come right in the midst of Diwali festivities and ahead of the wedding season in India. Reports suggest there's a massive backlog of orders with jewelers having money but no supplies of physical gold. Buyers are going for advance bookings so that they can make their symbolic purchase on the day of Dhanteras or for that wedding. That occasions some connecting the dots. There's more than meets the eye. It goes all the way to Donald Trump, perhaps. Famous investor and author Robert Kiyosaki, in a provocative post on Wednesday, called it the end of the dollar, recommending his followers to buy gold, even at these levels. Ray Dalio, another big name in the financial markets and the founder of one of the world's largest hedge funds, believes investors should still allocate as much as 15% of their portfolio to gold. Dalio said gold stands apart as a hedge in times of monetary debasement and geopolitical uncertainty, adding that it is one asset that does very well when the typical parts of the portfolio go down. This got me curious. Dalio says invest in gold when things are going down. But hey, nothing is going down. Real estate is up. Stock markets are up, crypto is up, bond yields are up. What's down? And then you realize, dollar. The US greenback is down to its historical bottom, on track to record its worst year in 40 years, down 10% year to date. That explains why Dalio said in the same interview that it feels like 1970s when inflation, heavy government spending, and high debt loads eroded confidence in paper assets. Others who have expressed similar sentiments include Jeffrey Gundlach, CEO of Double Line Capital, and Citadel founder and CEO Ken Griffin, and Canada's Franco-Nevada CEO Paul Blink. These business honchos believe that the gold rush is nothing but a hedge by nervous investors against increasingly uncertain policy environment engineered by President Donald Trump. Griffin cautioned that America's market rally is nothing but a sugar high that masks underlying risks like inflation and dollar weakness. The rising price of gold is an alarm bell, not a happy jingle. It is a distress signal. There's an asset inflation away from the dollar, and gold prices are only one more indication of that. Trump might not like it, but people are de-dollarizing as a hedge against his policies. Griffin is a Republican, even if he is not classic MAGA, so you believe him when he says Trump is not right. The United States' use of its currency as a foreign policy tool under Trump has jolted much of the world. Sanctions, financial restrictions, and US dominance over the SWIFT system have shown just how much the US dollar can be used as a political leverage.
How about BRICS? You know, the BRIC states, there are like 6 of them, and they were trying to destroy our dollar. They were going to say, you know, they wanted to create a new currency. They probably wanted to use the yuan. China, they wanted to use the yuan. The first thing I said is any BRIC state that even mentions the destruction of the dollar will be charged a 150% tariff.
This is happening in the backdrop of diversification of world trade as everyone hedges against everyone else. For many emerging economies, the US is no longer their main trade and investment partner. Yet its currency still underpins their transactions. This disconnect has imbued with fresh urgency the efforts of many to explore alternative monetary channels. BRICS is an example of that. As a consequence, since the start of 2025, the US dollar index has plunged over 10%, marking its worst performance in over 40 years. The reasons are manifold and all connected with Trump. Aggressive tariffs, pressure on Federal Reserve to cut interest rates despite increasing inflation, a big, beautiful spending budget despite big ballooning national debt. These policies have triggered retaliatory trade measures, reduced foreign investment, and increased borrowing costs. The dollar's role as the world's reserve currency is under threat, with central banks shifting reserves into gold and other currencies. Delio and Griffin both compare today's environment to the 1970s when inflation and debt eroded the confidence in paper assets and currencies. Back then, gold surged as the dollar weakened. Today, history may be repeating itself. As that old saying goes, the road to hell is paved with good intentions. Trump is railing against de-dollarization. He has been threatening every world leader into staying with the dollar. But his very same actions are making people, the masses, hedge against the American sovereign risk by de-dollarizing. Moving on. Tamil Nadu and its politics present a picture of contrasts like no other. An atheistic politics embedded in a deeply religious landscape. Separatist tendencies of a Perayar juxtaposed with the supreme patriotism of Mahakavi Bharatiyar. Iconoclasm of Dravida politics contrasted with the hero worship that literally makes leaders out of their film heroes and heroines. To say that Tamil politics has flair for the dramatic then is an understatement. For decades, the state has blurred the lines between cinema and governance, turning silver screen icons into chief ministers and fan clubs into political cadres. And after the Karur tragedy that saw 41 killed last week, the spotlight is firmly on C. Joseph Vijay, the superstar who has launched his party, Tamilaga Vetri Kadagam, TVK, and is being wooed by every major political outfit in the state. On the day of the Karur stampede that happened in his rally in his presence, not one word of condemnation came from the political opponents. Chief Minister M.K. Stalin rushed from Chennai to oversee relief, but his police did not question this star for over 48 hours. Congress's Rahul Gandhi called Vijay from Colombia and expressed words of sympathy over the loss of life, because those who got killed were, after all, Vijay's fans. Very next day, Union Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman visited the mishap site, but without one word against the rally organizers. BJP blamed the DMK government instead for mismanagement. This when the star is as yet untested on the political turf. His entry has been preceded by failed acts of Kamal Hassan and Rajnikant. Even relatively successful DMDK of Vijaykanth has faded over time. What then makes Vijay such an attractive proposition that he is considered beyond reproach? Forget reproach. A week did not pass after the Karur stampede and the Edappadi Palanisamy-led AIA-DMK went public with alliance proposal to TVK chief. His party's flags appearing in an AIA-DMK rally on Thursday. To understand the phenomenon, let us rewind a bit. It all traces back to the 1950s and 1960s, when cinema wasn't just entertainment. It was a tool for social messaging. Think about it. C.N. Annadurai, the founder of DMK, was a playwright. M. Karunanidhi, who led DMK for decades, was a prolific screenwriter. They used films to push their political ideas like anti-Brahmanism, Tamil pride, and social justice. Enter M.G. Ramachandran, or MGR, a swashbuckling star of over 130 films. In 1972, he split the DMK to form AIA-DMK. And by 1977, he was chief minister. MGR wasn't just a politician. He was a demigod. His films portrayed him as a savior of the poor. And that image stuck. He ruled Tamil Nadu till his death in 1987, blending welfare schemes with his star power. Fans did not just vote for him, they worshipped him. Like literally. There are still temples dedicated to MGR across Tamil Nadu where devotees perform pujas to his statue, treating him as a protective deity who still watches over the masses. His legacy was carried forward by his own screen partner, J. Lalita, who went on to become a towering political figure. Porachi Thalaivi Amma had 6 terms as chief minister by the time she died of ill health in 2016. The temple building for film stars by now had become a cultural phenomenon. These temples symbolize how stars transcend mortality, becoming eternal icons. Like for MGR and Amma, so for even the living stars. Actress Khushbu Sundar, for example, who jumped into politics with DMK and later the BJP, had a temple built for her in Tiruchirappalli back in the 1990s by adoring fans. Rajnikant, the Thalaivar, has a temple in Madurai where fans pray for his health and success every day. It's wild. Fans pour milk on his posters, build shrines with his photos alongside gods like Murugan. This hero worship blurs lines between cinema, religion, and politics, making Tamil Nadu's electoral battles feel like epic mythologies. Vijay's fandom as he transitions into politics has to be seen in this light. He can qualify as a Nepo kid. Born in 1974 in a Kollywood family to director S.A. Chandrasekhar and playback singer Shobha Chandrasekhar, Vijay debuted as a child actor in 1984 in Tamil film Vetri. Over 3 decades since, he achieved both commercial success and critical acclaim in Tamil cinema, capping it with the sci-fi action flick GOAT, the greatest of all time. In February of 2024, that's last year, Vijay hung his boots as Thalapati, or commander of Tamil cinema. Like it happens with superstars south of the Vindhyas, Vijay had his fan club in 2009 and supported the AIA-DMK, then led by Jayalalitha, in the 2011 Tamil Nadu Assembly elections. His fan club also contested local body polls, as those are fought without political party symbols, in 2021 with reasonable success. Of the 169 seats contested, Vijay's fan club won 115, thus germinating the idea that he could launch a full-fledged political party. This led to the birth of TVK. He calls the ruling DMK in Chennai his political enemy and the BJP at the center his ideological enemy. Born to a Christian father and a Hindu mother, what's clicking for the young actor? He's only 51 years. Is his charisma and tremendous Gen Z-centric social media traction that his team manages. If anything, the Karur tragedy has only unraveled how his political success has run ahead of the curve from organizational point of view. There were clear signs that apart from administrative lapses, Party organizers also failed in time management. The crowds were told that he would arrive early, so they started gathering, only for Vijay to arrive well past 7 p.m. For good 6-7 hours, the party made inadequate arrangements for the masses in the sweltering Tamil Nadu heat. Irrespective of all the wooing, the road ahead is going to be tough. Recent failures of Kamal Haasan and Rajinikanth are indicative of the fickle-minded box office that hustings are. Vijay's TVK, with its focus on education, health and anti-corruption, echoes MGR's welfare populism, but with a modern twist. Ultimately, do voters choose based on charisma or capability? Vijay is facing that now. Post-stampede, critics question his readiness. Looking ahead to 2026, TVK could be a kingmaker or a spoiler. If Vijay allies, despite denials, it might reshape alliances. Maybe a BJP-TVK tie-up to counter DMK's dominance via the AIADMK. Or he goes solo, splitting votes and benefiting incumbents. Either way, it's peak drama and very native to Tamil Nadu. Thanks for watching.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
Last night, someone stole my car. Well, almost. But Cubo AI stopped him with an automatic spotlight and a blaring alarm.
Cubo smart security cameras. Not just record, it protects.
Some places feel like they've been waiting for you, where every piece speaks of legacy, from diamonds that celebrate ambition to festive gold that honors tradition. LD Sons.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला। मुस्कुराए लड़खड़ाए जिंदगी, चाहे जो भी हो।
सर, पेशेंट के लिए कौन सा रूम प्रेफर करेंगे आप?
जिंदगी भर के प्यार का कोई रेट कार्ड नहीं होता। टाटा AIG हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस, विद यू लाइक फैमिली, with you always.
Last night, someone dropped the kapoors. Well, almost. But Cubo AI stopped them with an automatic spotlight and a blaring alarm.
Cubo smart security cameras. Not just record, it protects.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा।
Some places feel like they've been waiting for you, where every piece speaks of legacy, from diamonds that celebrate ambition to festive gold that honors tradition. LD Sons.
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
Lashkar-e-Taiba's deputy chief Saifullah Kasuri, who is believed to be the mastermind behind the Pahalgam terror attack, has openly threatened Prime Minister Narendra Modi in a clip that is now going viral on social media. In the video, Kasuri can be seen praising Pakistan Army Chief General Asim Munir, referring to him.
Jai Hind, ladies and gentlemen, and this is an undisclosed location somewhere near the Kunar province, and there is another province called Nangarhar. So these are making the bulge. So I am at somewhere near a province called Kunar, and as you can see, this is a area which is adjoining the Pakistan's Gilgit-Baltistan area, and a huge number of Taliban fighters have started their infiltration from the Kunar province. And as you can see from my right, you can see a little entrant from there. So that is one of the locations where there has been a lot of activity and entering into the forested areas beyond this ridge into Gilgit-Baltistan. And one of the major reasons why this area has been selected by the Taliban to ramp up their operations is because of its mountainous features. There is also vegetation onto the other side of the ridge, which accommodates to getting cover. So basically what has happened is there is a bulge which is from Nangarhar and to the Kunar province. So this bulge is actually giving the advantage to Taliban for attacking the Pakistani posts, and they are at a vantage point, so they have advantage for infiltration and spreading their resources and attack in the Kunar province. So if we tactically see, the Kunar province is adjoining POK, that is Pakistan occupied Kashmir, and with the unrest which has been taking place in Gilgit-Baltistan, so it is imperative that there can be some connection between the freedom fighters in Gilgit-Baltistan and the Taliban fighters. So it is a matter of great concern that if this conflict increases, it is going to cause a lot of ramifications, a lot of geopolitical issues. And one of the main issues that the Taliban has been facing is most of their posts are made up of shelters. So these shelters are basically fiber reinforced plastic and metal sheets. So most of them have been destroyed by the Pakistan forces, and whereas the Pakistan posts are concerned, they are fortified, they are cemented, but they are isolated. That is the advantage that the Taliban is taking and doing the infiltration surrounding these posts. And since last 3 days, they have inflicted a lot of casualties and have destroyed a large part of these posts, which are now rendered unserviceable and cannot be guarded or occupied by the Pakistan forces. So this is the situation which is unfolding in the northwest border of the Taliban and the Pakistan forces, which has been taking place. Yes, the Taliban is on the back foot at few locations, at Helmand and few more provinces, where Pakistanis are using night vision thermal enabled drones for attacking Taliban, who are trying to tactically place their positions to counter and to surround the hostile Pakistan forces. And as far as the hepta incursions are concerned, they are regular and they increase with the frequency after 8 in the evening. So it is imperative that the attack heptas and the drones that the Pakistan forces are using are enabled with night fighting capability and high caliber weapons. And at the moment, the Taliban has the firepower, but they do not have anti-aircraft weapon systems. So probably that is what is holding them back. But at night, they avoid moving right now at the moment. They prefer moving during day, because at night it is really becoming difficult for the Taliban to move in towards the Kunar border and expand its operation into Pakistan occupied Kashmir. This is Major Samar signing off from an undisclosed location near Kunar. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, that was Republic's on-ground coverage, the only network in the nation reporting from ground zero in Afghanistan as more anticipation of expected firing, expected along the Durand line as Pakistan and Afghanistan's border tensions continue to escalate. We'll be continuing to tracking this story. But meanwhile, let's move on to some big breaking news update coming in the Javed Habib crypto scam case. Uttar Pradesh's Sambal police just days back had issued a lookout notice against renowned hairstylist Javed Habib and his family in connection to a multi-crore fraud case, and the notice has now been issued to him after 20 FIRs were registered against Javed Habib's son and 3 other individuals in a crypto scam alleged link case. Today, Republic has confronted his lawyer, and here's that exclusive sequence of Republic asking some sharp questions to Javed Habib's lawyer, who had no answers over his petitioner's alleged scams. Listen in.
स्वास्थ्य उनका थोड़ा सा हार्ट की प्रॉब्लम है उनको, और क्योंकि अभी उनकी फादर की रिसेंट डेथ हुई, आप लोगों को पता होगा, तो अभी कुछ दिनों में वो आएंगे तो आप लोग से इंटरेक्ट करेंगे।
तो अब इस समय कहाँ है? दिल्ली में है, मुंबई में है, कहाँ पे?
ये अभी तो अभी पूछ के बताएंगे कहाँ पे हैं।
सर, आपको जानकारी कि 5-7 करोड़ का एलिगेशन लगे, धोखाधड़ी की है, पैसे लेके भागे हैं।
सर देखो, ये एलिगेशंस हैं, अभी विवेचना चल रही है, हमें अपने पुलिस पर पूरा भरोसा है, हम पुलिस का सहयोग कर रहे हैं।
लुकआउट नोटिस जारी हुआ है जिससे कि वो देश छोड़ के ना जा पाए।
नहीं, वो देश छोड़ के कहीं नहीं जा रहे हैं भैया, देश छोड़ के कहीं नहीं जा रहे हैं वो।
सर 32 मुकदमे दर्ज हैं संबल के अंदर,
विवेचना चल रही है, उसमें मैं क्या बोल सकता हूँ। न्यायालय है, प्रक्रियाएं हैं, पुलिस है, पुलिस अपना काम करी, हम अपना काम कर रहे हैं।
इसमें थर्ड अक्यूज सैफुल है, उसके बारे में आपको कोई जानकारी है?
उसकी हमको कोई जानकारी,
वो लोग साथ में मिलके काम कर रहे थे?
कोई जानकारी नहीं, मुझे उनकी कोई जानकारी नहीं।
आप सिर्फ जावेद हबीब?
यस, हमें पुलिस पर पूरा भरोसा है मैडम, पुलिस अपना काम करे, हम अपना काम कर रहे हैं।
सर अब आगे की आपका क्या प्रक्रिया रहेगा? कुछ आगे
न्यायालय कोर्ट है, बस सर बस करो, चीज़ें हो गई हैं बस, ठीक है।
My colleague Shambhavi joins us live on this broadcast this evening. Shambhavi, you confronted Javed Habib's lawyer and you asked some poignant questions, the most important one being that where is he? A lookout notice is out, 20 plus FIRs have been registered, a lookout notice is out there, and yet he's nowhere to be found. Now his lawyer is also dodging some sharp questions that you asked there. Tell us the details of what exactly is happening in this case so far.
Well, as you just very rightly said, when we asked him, where is Javed Habib? Because that has been the question of the hour. We've been asking this question. We've been trying to find him. The police has issued a lookout notice. And now when we confronted Mr. Advocate Pawan Kumar, who is the advocate of Javed Habib, he said, even I'll have to ask him, which is a little difficult to believe that the lawyer himself has no idea where Mr. Javed Habib is. He has been saying that Mr. Javed Habib, right now he's sick. He is possibly in the hospital. He has a heart condition, and as we know that his father recently passed away, so according to him, he does not know where Mr. Javed. As of today, 32 cases, 32 FIRs have been registered against him in this case, and more are likely to be followed. This is a case of a huge alleged cryptocurrency scam in which Javed Habib, his son Anosh Habib, along with other 2 accused, one being Saiful, who is coming off as one of the main faces, who was responsible of duping people of lakhs and lakhs of rupees, crores of rupees in fact. And Saiful initially, very interestingly, Saiful was the first complainant in the case, but later on when the investigation was carried on, which was first registered in June, it came off as Saiful was the one who is one of the accused. He was a partner of Javed Habib and his son in this entire scam which duped the innocent people of Sambal, around 150 to 200 people in Sambal, of lakhs and crores of rupees. And we are also, it was Republic's exclusive where we broke that this chain was possibly extended to parts of Purvanchal by the name of another brand called Babar Chain Coin. That was a name, that was another brand's name under which Javed Habib and his son was running the same cryptocurrency scam in other parts. The original information that we know, that was just from Sambal, but we are getting to know that this is allegedly expanded and has spread to other parts of the country as well. So we confronted Mr. Pawan Kumar, the advocate of Javed Habib, and he clearly did not have answers.
Indeed, and Shambhavi, do tell us about the whereabouts of this family, because they have been at the epicenter, the eye of the storm vis-a-vis this alleged cryptocurrency scam. And yet 20 plus, as you were mentioning, in fact even 30, the number is increasing with the FIRs there, and yet they are not found. Where are they? Even the lawyers are being mum about it.
Right, as we asked, that has been the question of the hour. Even the police has issued an LOC, and even the police is thinking that the next possible legal recourse would be issuing an arrest warrant and then arresting Javed Habib, because today he was supposed to be here. He was summoned to appear before the investigating officer of the case. Javed Habib was supposed to be here. Javed Habib's son Anosh Habib was supposed to be here, but then they were not here. They just sent their advocate, their lawyer, Mr. Pawan Kumar, and that too unprepared. He did not have any answers too. He did not have answers about, when we asked that where is Mr. Javed Habib, because we need some answers. There are innocent people in Sambal who've been duped of their life savings. There was another victim who has lost lakhs and lakhs of rupees that she has actually collected for a wedding, but with the trust of the name of the Javed Habib, of the brand that Javed Habib actually flashed in their faces, she invested and now she has lost all her money. So this is very clear that even the lawyer didn't have answers to where Javed Habib is.
Thank you, Shambhavi, for tracking those details from ground zero in Sambal. Ladies and gentlemen, Javed Habib continues to remain out there. A lookout notice is out, and a possible recourse could also be an arrest warrant. We'll see what are the details in this alleged massive cryptocurrency fraud case that is developing, and Republic Special Investigation Team is on the trail of the story. I thank you at the moment, Shambhavi, for your details. Moving on to more political breaking news updates coming in the national capital of Delhi, where the National Democratic Alliance, the NDA, has finally settled for a seat-sharing formula. The BJP and the JDU, both of them have agreed to contest 101 seats each, along with Chirag Paswan's LJP that is going to be contesting on 29 seats, Hindustani Awam Morcha of Jitin Ram Manjhi at 6 seats, and Upendra Kushwaha's RLM also getting 6 seats. The 243-seat house of the NDA, the BJP and a JDU-led government there in Bihar Assembly is now up and running with a settled formula after a lot of heartthrobs and heartbeats raising over potential implications of Chirag Paswan walking out of that alliance, but nothing of that sort has come true. Both BJP and JDU have taken a massive step back in this alliance, coming down from 115 and 110 seats each to only 101 each, while LJP is going to get lion's share of the seat share as compared to the other minor allies in the alliance. And now finally the NDA thriller in the state of Bihar is settled ahead of the filing of the nomination, which will end for the first phase this week. Let's listen into all the top political reactions coming in as NDA finally closes the deal for a seat-sharing formula in the upcoming state assembly elections of Bihar.
सीट का आने दीजिए, कौन किस पार्टी में कहाँ सीट गई है, चुनाव तो लड़ना तय है। महागठबंधन या एनडीए? देखिए, अगर सीट हमको भाजपा में है, अगर भाजपा नहीं देती है तो विचार करेंगे।
सर, सीटों का बंटवारा हो गया, 101 बीजेपी जेडीयू को मिला, 29 चिराग पासवान जी को, मांझी जी को 6 और उपेंद्र कुशवाहा जी को 6 सीट मिला। क्या कहेगा सर?
जो जिसके लायक था उतना सीट उसको मिला, अच्छी बात है। जो जितने जिसकी हैसियत उतनी उसकी भागीदारी उतना उसको सीट मिला है।
लेकिन एनडीए में तो सीटों का बंटवारा होगा, महागठबंधन अभी भी माथा पेची चल रहा है।
महागठबंधन में भी बहुत अच्छे सौहार्दपूर्वक वो लोग अपना बंटवारा कर लेगा, उसका चिंता हम लोग को नहीं करना चाहिए। महागठबंधन भी अपने प्रत्याशी चयन कर रही है और लड़ाई बहुत भीषण होगा, बहुत बढ़िया लड़ाई होगा। दोनों घटक दल बहुत बढ़िया से लड़ेंगे।
किसकी सरकार बनने जा रही है इस बार?
अब तो आने वाला समय बताएगा, 14 तारीख को देखते रहिए। ठीक है,
आपको टिकट नहीं देती, इंडिपेंडेंट लड़ने के लिए क्या तैयार?
नहीं, इंडिपेंडेंट नहीं लड़ेंगे, पार्टी से लड़ेंगे। बस 1-2 दिन का इंतजार करिए, 1-2 दिन का इंतजार करके पार्टी से लड़ेंगे। देखिए, बीजेपी, देखिए मैंने बीजेपी का कार्य किया है, 19 से पार्टी ज्वाइन करके बीजेपी में रहा हूँ, बस निष्ठा ईमानदारी के साथ। बीजेपी नहीं देगी तो विचार करेंगे, और बीजेपी को अगर मुझे चुनाव नहीं लड़ाएगी तो बीजेपी को महंगा पड़ेगा।
सीट शेयरिंग से
सब लोग खुश है यार, सीट शेयरिंग दोनों घटक दल खुश है और दरअसल ठीक है।
इस विजय अभियान का श्री गणेश हो गया, रणभेरी बज गई है और ये शानदार आगाज है। पांचों दलों की ये बैठकें लगातार हो रही थी और अब तो सीट शेयरिंग का ऐलान भी हो गया। पूरे दमखम के साथ मिलकर लड़ेंगे और एक बड़ी जीत दर्ज करेंगे। देखिए, एक बात बिल्कुल समझना होगा, जनता क्या चाहती है, राजनीतिक दलों को भी इस भाव को समझना होगा। और एनडीए के पांचों दल बिहार की जनता की भावनाओं से परिचित थे उन्हें पता है कि जंगल राज की आहट से भी बिहार की जनता को डर लगता है.
Well, those are the big political reactions coming in on the NDA seat sharing formula there in the state of Bihar. Let's move on to more breaking news updates coming in from the state of Karnataka. Here's a detailed report on the Bengaluru Road Tunnel project where Bengaluru MP from South Bengaluru MP, Tejasvi Surya, in fact, inspected the site and the land acquisition going on in the Lal Bagh area. Here's a quick report on the update on that project.
BJP MP Tejasvi Surya inspected the land acquisition site in Lal Bagh in connection with the tunnel road project. Tejasvi said that the tunnel road project as proposed by the Karnataka government is a disaster for Bengaluru. Tejasvi further said that the expensive car-only project will not solve Bengaluru's traffic problems.
The tunnel road project as proposed by the state government is a disaster for Bengaluru. This expensive car-only project will not solve Bangalore's traffic problems, but it will cause new problems that will haunt generations of people of Bengaluru. Today, I had called the officials of the GBA to come and explain the 6 acres acquisition that they are doing in Lal Bagh. No officials has ever come and made any assessment, any survey or any consultation. I asked them if they have made a environment impact assessment, which is mandatory before a tunnel road project is made.
Ladies and gentlemen, the news of the West Bengal gang rape story of an MBBS student being gang raped on campus has shaken the entire nation. And earlier today, 3 people were arrested in that case. However, what is more shocking is the reaction of West Bengal's Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee, who has very, very shamelessly downplayed the entire incident and in fact attempted to blame the victim. Mamata Banerjee has tried to shift the responsibility of the student security to the private colleges and has questioned how the 23-year-old victim managed to leave the campus late at night, hitting out at the BJP government in Odisha. Banerjee brought up the case of rape in the neighboring state, and she is now in a desperate bid trying to distance her government's responsibility in this very shocking and horrifying case that has come from the state. Listening to what Mamata Banerjee said while almost attempting to blame the victim.
She was studying in a private medical college. So all the private medical college, whose responsibility? How they came out in the night at 12:30. And it happens in the, so far I know, forest area. And 12:30 I do not know what happened, investigation is on. I'm shocked to see the incident. But private medical colleges also used to take care for their students, and especially the girl child at night time. They should not be allowed to come out in the outside. They have to protect themselves also.
Ladies and gentlemen, these shocking and shameful comments of West Bengal's Chief Minister have created nationwide outrage, but the principal opposition party in the state of West Bengal, the BJP, is now also questioning Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee, who once again, in a very, very sensitive case like the gang rape case in West Bengal, has attempted to blame the victim. Listen into the reactions coming in from the BJP in West Bengal.
Once again, Mamata Banerjee's comments, most misogynistic, patriarchal comments, which do victim shaming, have come to the fore. Instead of standing in solidarity with the gang rape victim, which was a rerun of Arjikar, she is now siding in a sense with the vote bank and with the accused or with the balatkaris by saying that the woman was wrong. Why the women or the girls are getting out in the night. In the Arjikar case also similar such stupid arguments were made. We have seen that time and again, whether it is Sandesh Khali, the woman is blamed, the women who are from SC/ST community are blamed, and Shah Jahan is protected. In post-poll violence, the women are doubted, and the TMC Karyakartas who have done the rape or the molestation are protected. Now, in the Arjikar case or in this particular case, the victim is shamed again, victim is blamed again. But those who say ladki hu lad sakti hu, those who are outraging just yesterday about women's rights and women's issues, they are eloquently silent. Will they now outrage against Mamta's statement? No, they will not. Mamta Banerjee failed to protect the girl, and now she's blaming the victim, she's blaming the girl, and she has done this all the time. She has done this in Park Street rape case, she has done this in Nadia rape case. Once a 14-year-old girl was raped, she has said it is a love affair gone bad. This is the kind of mentality. It's an anti-woman mindset. It is a Mati, Manush, Mahila Virodhi mindset.
Mamta Banerjee, today she is saying that this girl, the victim of Durapur incident, had gone out at 12 o'clock in the night. Mamta Banerjee, please don't tell lies. Fact is saying that, and CCTV footage is saying that she went out to fetch her food at 7:58 p.m. or 8 p.m. So please do not, try to put the blame on the girl, on the character of the girl, which you have been doing, all this while, and on the institution. What do you think? After 12 o'clock, women shouldn't go out? Doctors who are doing night duty in hospital, they shouldn't go out? You think nurses who are giving us, service, they shouldn't go out? You think IT sector shouldn't go out and do their duty? You think people of the service industry, they shouldn't go out? This kind of Talibani mentality is shameful. Actually, you have always been protecting the rapist, and you have been cursing us, the victims. Because these rapists are your TMC cadres. And in the coming 26 elections, you'll be using them for vote ringing, for booth capturing, to create terror among the people of Bengal. We have understood. And the people of Bengal have also understood. We don't want your Lokhir Bhandar. We want respect. On one hand, you will give us Lokhir Bhandar of 1,000 rupees, and on the other hand, you will rape us, gang rape us, and you will not give us justice. It will not be done. So 26 ladies and women of Bengal will take a call. We'll teach you a lesson, and they have already taken a decision that whom to vote, when to vote, and teach you a lesson.
मेरी गाड़ी ठोकेगा? पर गलती तो आपकी है। मेरी गलती? तू जानता है मेरा बाप कौन है? ये देखो, पापा और गलती दोनों याद आ जाएंगे। अब देखा किसने सिग्नल तोड़ा?
Cubo dash cams. Get smart, get Cubo.
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च, मुस्कुराए लड़खड़ाए जिंदगी, चाहे जो भी हो।
सर, पेशेंट के लिए कौन सा रूम प्रेफर करेंगे आप?
जिंदगी भर के प्यार का कोई रेट कार्ड नहीं होता। टाटा AIG हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस, विद यू लाइक फैमिली, विद यू ऑलवेज।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा।
Some places feel like they've been waiting for you, where every piece speaks of legacy, from diamonds that celebrate ambition to festive gold that honors tradition. LD Sons.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
Cristiano Ronaldo has already etched his name in football history with over 900 career goals across clubs and country. But as he continues to defy age and expectations, the burning question for fans is that can Ronaldo reach the magical 1,000 goal mark before he finally hangs up his boots? That's the big question on our sports meter today. Scan the QR on your screen and have your say, because your votes decide the score.
ये बड़ी गाड़ी वाले ऐसे ही रैश चलाते हैं। पुलिस को बुलाओ, पुलिस को बुलाओ। अरे चुप, तुमने तो गाड़ी वालों को ही विलन बना दिया। ये देखो।
Cubo dash cams. Get smart, get Cubo.
Some places feel like they've been waiting for you, where every piece speaks of legacy, from diamonds that celebrate ambition to festive gold that honors tradition. LD Sons.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
ओए, मेरी गाड़ी ठोकेगा? पर गलती तो आपकी है। मेरी गलती? तू जानता है मेरा बाप कौन है? ये देखो, पापा और गलती दोनों याद आ जाएंगे। अब देखा किसने सिग्नल तोड़ा?
Cubo dash cams. Get smart, get Cubo.
मुस्कुराए लड़खड़ाए जिंदगी चाहे जो भी हो।
सर, पेशेंट के लिए कौन सा रूम प्रेफर करेंगे आप?
जिंदगी भर के प्यार का कोई रेट कार्ड नहीं होता। टाटा AIG हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस, विद यू लाइक फैमिली, विद यू ऑलवेज।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी every day.
Some places feel like they've been waiting for you, where every piece speaks of legacy, from diamonds that celebrate ambition to festive gold that honors tradition. LD Sons.
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी।
And here are the top headlines that we are tracking for Bihar election 2025. NDA seat sharing announced. BJP, JDU to take equal numbers as Chirag makes the entry.
She was studying in a private medical college. So all the private medical college, whose responsibility? How they came out in the night at 12:30?
After medical student gang raped in Durapur in West Bengal, Mamta resorts to victim shaming, asks how was she even out at 12:30 a.m. Mamta Banerjee, are you serious? Afghanistan says 58 Pakistani soldiers killed in overnight revenge operations. Pakistan reels under Taliban attacks, loses 58 soldiers, admits that they lost 25 of them. And Republic crew lands in Afghanistan, brings you the detailed input as Pakistan-Afghanistan clashes intensify. The only Indian network getting you the live updates. Ladies and gentlemen, we begin this edition with the top focus story that we are tracking all out here on Republic. There is a huge escalation that is shaping up between Kabul and Islamabad. Afghanistan has sent out a direct warning to Pakistan, saying that no attack will go unanswered. And hours after its retaliatory strikes, the Taliban government has accused Pakistan of harboring ISIS on its soil and backing groups that destabilize Afghanistan. Kabul, meanwhile, has blamed the ISI for fomenting trouble in Afghanistan. Here's the detailed report on all that you need to know about the blame game over the bloodshed.
Hours after Kabul's retaliatory strikes, the Afghanistan government has issued a stern warning to Pakistan, making it amply clear that any provocation will be met with force. At a press briefing, Afghan government accused Pakistan of turning a blind eye to ISIS activities inside its borders and said Afghanistan will not tolerate terror emanating from Pakistani soil. In a direct attack on Islamabad's deep state, the Taliban administration blamed Pakistan's ISI for fomenting unrest inside Afghanistan, alleging that a faction within the Pakistani army cannot tolerate peace in the region. The Afghan government also said that any breach of Afghan sovereignty would face immediate retaliation, asserting that no attack will go unanswered.
पाकिस्तान में कुछ खास हलके हैं जो हालात को ख़राब करने की कोशिश कर रहा है, तो अफ़गानिस्तान अपना सरहदों का, अपना फ़ज़ा का हक महफूज रखे और जैसा कुछ खिलाफ वर्जियाँ हुआ है उसके फ़ौरन जवाब भी दिया। और फिर रात जो इंतकामी ऑपरेशन हुआ तो उसमें हमारा जो हदफ और मतलूब था वो हासिल हुआ। फिर हमारे दोस्त ममालिक जैसा कतर और सऊदी अरबिस्तान उन्होंने ख्वास्ता, उन्होंने तलब किया कि अभी जंग रुकना चाहिए, तो हमारे तरफ से जंग रुका हुआ।
It added that at least 58 Pakistani soldiers have been killed and 30 others are injured in overnight cross-border operations by Afghan forces. The strike that it calls a legitimate defensive response. The situation on the Durand line remains tense, and with the latest posture from Kabul, Pakistan should be ready to face music for any misadventure it plans.
Afghanistan's Taliban government has accused Pakistan on Friday of conducting airstrikes on its land and warned of consequences. This accusation came as Islamabad claimed it was taking action against the militants. Now, according to Pakistani security officials, 11 more Pakistani soldiers died on Friday in a clash with the Islamist militants in the Tehrik area near Afghan border. Islamabad asserts that militants from the Tehrik-e-Taliban Pakistan group operate from Afghanistan, but Kabul has denied the charge. Here's all that you need to know about the same.
The ferocious escalation of violence along the Afghanistan-Pakistan border was not a mere spontaneous flare-up. It was the immediate and brutal fulfillment of an explicit threat of revenge issued by Kabul in response to Islamabad's aggressive cross-border actions. The current conflict is rooted in a deadly cycle. Earlier, the Pakistani military announced that its forces had avenged the killing of 11 soldiers by ambushing and killing 30 militants, elements often accused of operating from Afghan soil in the Oryxide district. However, the subsequent alleged Pakistani airstrikes on the Afghan capital of Kabul and Paktika province were what broke the barrier of direct hostility. Immediately following the explosions in Kabul, which were widely attributed to the Pakistani military, the Afghan Defense Ministry issued an unambiguous public condemnation. The ministry condemned the action as an unprecedented, violent, and provocative act that violated Afghanistan's sovereignty and warned of serious repercussions. The threat was specific and unequivocal. This cowardly attack will not go unanswered, and if the situation escalates, the responsibility will be of the Pakistani military. This official warning was swiftly followed by a high-alert decree from the highest levels of the Islamic Emirate. In a move signaling full military readiness, Taliban chief Mullah Akhundzada reportedly released a statement asking soldiers to be on guard 24/7 and ordering all province chiefs to patrol at night. This command served as the public mobilization order, preparing Afghan forces to execute the promised revenge. Within hours, the Taliban operationalized their threat. The Afghanistan's 201st Khalid bin Walid Army Corps launched full-scale retaliatory strikes on Pakistani outposts in Nangarhar and Kunar. The results of the swift offensive, which rapidly escalated to artillery exchanges across Kunar, Dangam, Burkot, and Paktia, delivered the threatened consequences. The Afghan Defense Ministry claims that Taliban Islamic Emirate forces captured several outposts from the Pakistan Army. In Coast's Zazi Maidan area, Afghan border guards cut the border fence wire and seized multiple Pakistani posts, capturing military weapons in the process. Reports confirm mass casualties on the Pakistani side, with initial tallies claiming at least 8 Pakistani soldiers were killed in the intense clashes. Afghan forces also reportedly destroyed 2 Pakistani outposts across the Durand line in Kunar and Helmand provinces. The ongoing border fighting is thus framed not merely as a security incident, but as a direct, promised act of revenge following a clear diplomatic warning.
And as we speak, ladies and gentlemen, there have been clashes between Afghan and Pakistan forces along their shared border. Afghanistan's Taliban forces launched armed reprisals against Pakistani soldiers, accusing Islamabad of carrying out airstrikes on its soil. The situation is tense, with both sides exchanging fire and suffering casualties. The Afghan foreign minister has expressed a desire for good relations with Pakistan, while also warning of alternative measures if Pakistan does not engage in dialogue. Amidst all of this, Republic is the only Indian network that is reporting live from Afghanistan. Watch this exclusive ground report.
At a time when Afghan security forces launched attacks on Pakistani border posts late Saturday, in what the Taliban government described as the retaliation for repeated violations of Afghan territory and airspace. Republic is the only Indian channel reporting live from Afghanistan from an undisclosed location.
This is an undisclosed location somewhere near the Kunar province, and there is another province called Nangarhar. So these are making the bulge. So I am at somewhere near a province called Kunar, and as you can see, this is a area which is adjoining the Pakistan's Gilgit-Baltistan area, and a huge number of Taliban fighters have started their infiltration from the Kunar province. And as you can see from my right, you can see a little entrant from there. So that is one of the locations where there has been a lot of activity and entering into the forested areas beyond this ridge into Gilgit-Baltistan. And one of the major reasons why this area has been selected by the Taliban to ramp up their operations is because of its mountainous features. There is also vegetation onto the other side of the ridge, which accommodates to getting cover. So basically what has happened is there is a bulge which is from Nangarhar and to the Kunar province. So this bulge is actually giving the advantage to Taliban for attacking the Pakistani posts, and they are at a vantage point, so they have advantage for infiltration and spreading their resources and attack in the Kunar province. So if we tactically see, the Kunar province is adjoining POK, that is Pakistan occupied Kashmir, and with the unrest which has been taking place in Gilgit-Baltistan, so it is imperative that there can be some connection between the freedom fighters in Gilgit-Baltistan and the Taliban fighters. So it is a matter of great concern that if this conflict increases, it is going to cause a lot of ramifications, a lot of geopolitical issues. And one of the main issues that the Taliban has been facing is most of their posts are made up of shelters. So these shelters are basically fiber reinforced plastic and metal sheets. So most of them have been destroyed by the Pakistan forces, and whereas the Pakistan posts are concerned, they are fortified, they are cemented, but they are isolated. That is the advantage that the Taliban is taking and doing the infiltration surrounding these posts. And since last 3 days, they have inflicted a lot of casualties and have destroyed a large part of these posts, which are now rendered unserviceable and cannot be guarded or occupied by the Pakistan forces. So this is the situation which is unfolding in the northwest border of the Taliban and the Pakistan forces, which has been taking place. Yes, the Taliban is on the back foot at few locations, at Helmand and few more provinces, where Pakistanis are using night vision thermal enabled drones for attacking Taliban, who are trying to tactically place their positions to counter and to surround the hostile Pakistan forces. And as far as the Hepta incursions are concerned, they are regular and they increase with the frequency after 8 in the evening. So it is imperative that the attack Heptas and the drones that the Pakistan forces are using are enabled with night fighting capability and high caliber weapons. And at the moment, the Taliban has the firepower, but they do not have anti-aircraft weapon systems. So probably that is what is holding them back. But at night, they avoid moving right now at the moment. They prefer moving during day, because at night it is really becoming difficult for the Taliban to move in towards the Konar border and expand its operation into Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. This is Major Samar signing off from an undisclosed location near Konar.
58 Pakistani soldiers and 9 Afghan soldiers were killed in the overnight fighting between the two sides along the shared border. As tensions escalate along the Durand line, both sides remain on high alert. The latest exchange marks one of the deadliest confrontations in recent months, raising fears of a wider conflict in the region, and the story is far from over.
And heavy clashes have erupted along the Afghanistan-Pakistan border, the Durand line, following an escalation that triggered claimed Pakistani airstrikes on Kabul and a civilian market in Paktika, which the Afghan Taliban government condemned as a violation of its sovereignty. In retaliation, the Afghan Ministry of Defense confirmed that its forces, including the 201st Khalid bin Walid Army Corps, have engaged in heavy clashes and claimed a significant tactical victory, with security forces confirming the full of 5 Pakistani security points in Helmand and Zabul and 3 previously reported in Paktika, and the capture of several outposts in Kunar and Helmand, with Afghan forces launching retaliatory artillery strikes and reportedly damaging Pakistani installations in places like Kunar. Here's all that you need to know about the clashes between Afghanistan and Pakistan that is only intensifying.
यहाँ पे लगभग 15 फीट तक गहरा गड्ढा हो चुका है। हवाई जहाज गिरने से यहाँ पे लगभग 15 फीट तक गहरा गड्ढा हो चुका है।
After 30 years of tourist trips, a famed pirate ship based on Christopher Columbus vessel has sunk off the coast in Mexico. Now, the iconic ship, which is constructed entirely of wood, rapidly sank on a Friday after a system failure. Here's the dramatic escape that you need to see.
A replica of Christopher Columbus's Santa Maria sank off the coast of Puerto Vallarta after 30 years of tourist trips. The ship, known as Marigalante, was built in 1987 and officially launched in 1992 to commemorate the 500th anniversary of Columbus's arrival in the Americas. According to the company, the entire crew was evacuated safely before the ship went down and no tourists were on board at the time. Constructed entirely of wood, it had become an icon of the port, ferrying tourists to give a glimpse of the pirate life at sea. The vessel was famous for its pirate show, which featured acrobatics, sword fights, and fireworks. The company that owned the iconic ship said that the incident occurred as the crew was attempting to return to port to carry out technical repairs. The system malfunction worsened and the ship began to slowly submerge into the waters that had been its home for more than 3 decades. Strong waves in the area intensified the emergency, complicating efforts and leading to the total sinking of the ship. In a statement, the ship company emotionally said that the Marigalante rests in the waters that were always her home, and she will forever remain alive in the memory and hearts of all who watched her sail. On the other hand, the company announced that the Marigalante's sister ship will arrive in the bay to continue its legacy of history. The new vessel is expected to be operational in the Banderas Bay within 3 months.
Yet another incident of horror has struck the country as a 23-year-old MBBS student from Odisha, under the pretext of dinner, was lured by her classmate out of campus only to be deserted by her classmate as a couple of men arrived and went out to gang rape her. And this happened in the state of West Bengal. But Mamata Banerjee has continued to victim shame. Here's all that you need to know about the case.
On Friday, October the 10th, a medical student was allegedly gang raped in West Bengal's Durapur. The 23-year-old medical student from Jaleswar in Odisha is a second-year MBBS student at a private medical college in Durapur. On Friday night, she was out with a friend when some men approached them. They forcibly took the woman to a secluded area and raped her.
3 persons arrested and they have been forwarded to court today, and further investigation is on. Everything is going according to all the protocol. All investigation is taking place.
One of the 3 accused who have been arrested so far by the police is the victim's classmate. The father of the MBBS student from Odisha who was gang raped in West Bengal's Durapur has said he will be taking his daughter back to Odisha and that he is concerned about her safety in Bengal.
बेटी थोड़ा डेवलप है और पीछे में पेन भी हो रहा है, देख के आया, अभी चल तो नहीं पा रहा है, बेड में है। वो तो बहुत हेल्प कर रहा है, चीफ मिनिस्टर भी हमको फोन किया, डीजी, एसपी, कलेक्टर सारी हमको हेल्प कर रहे हैं। वो कैसे है सब, एवरी मोमेंट ही हैज टेकन माय ओपिनियन, आश्वासन दिया। हम उसको चीफ मिनिस्टर साहब को भी मैं रिक्वेस्ट किया, क्योंकि हम देख रहे जहाँ यहाँ लड़की सिक्योरिटी नहीं है, इसलिए हम उसको रिक्वेस्ट किया जहाँ हम हमारा भुवनेश्वर में हमारा लड़की को ले जाओ, नहीं तो यहाँ से कभी भी मार भी देंगे। वो हमारा अभी विश्वास टूट गया।
However, Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee, when asked about the alleged gang rape of the MBBS student, called for the Odisha government to take action on the matter and went ahead to shame the victim.
She was studying in a private medical college. So all the private medical college, whose responsibility? how they came out in the night at 12:30, and it happens in the, so far I know, forest area. And 12:30, I do not know what happened. Investigation is on. I'm shocked to see the incident, but private medical colleges also used to take care for their students, and especially the girl child at night time. They should not be allowed to come out in the outside. They have to protect themselves also.
The investigation into the rape case is underway as the police team sweep up the alleged location of the crime and continue to hunt down the two accused who remain absconding.
Last night, someone broke into Ishan's room. Well, almost. But Cubo AI stopped him with a loud alarm and alerted the mom.
Cubo's smart